Good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's Planning Commission meeting. We welcome your attendance. We welcome your participation. Just a quick reminder that the materials that we have before us, including the agenda, we have copies available in the lobby, so if you need one, please go ahead and grab one now. Also, another reminder that if you do plan on speaking tonight on either item 1, 2, or verbal communications, we ask that you do fill out one of these speaker cards. It's located on the back of your chamber benches. And when you do come up to the podium, if you can state your name and address for the record. And also, just another reminder, if you can please silence your phones so that it doesn't disrupt tonight's proceedings. Okay. So if we can get started with the roll call, Ms. Bailey.
Commissioner Bourgeois.
Here.
Commissioner Ogle. Here. Commissioner O'Donnell.
Here.
Commissioner Talasford.
Here.
Commissioner Erickson.
Here.
Vice Chair Jensen.
Here.
Chair Sagoff.
Here. And then Commissioner O'Donnell, would you please lead us in tonight's Pledge of Allegiance?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, the last time we met was on February 23. We have draft minutes from that meeting. Are there any comments to those minutes? If not, would anyone like to make a motion for Commissioner Talasford?
All right, I move that we pass the minutes for the previous meeting. Okay.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Ogle seconds. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone who would like to deny, say nay. Okay, passes unanimously. Commissioner O'Donnell.
Just for the record, since I was absent at the last meeting, I have reviewed the transcript for that meeting, so I just want the record to reflect that.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell. Written communications, we do have 2 desk items before us tonight, one on agenda item number 1, as well as for item number 2. They are rather thick. I do plan on calling a quick break between 1 and 2 to get organized and settled, but if you do need more time to review those, just get my attention before we begin, okay? Okay. Tonight, there are no requested continuances, and then we are now at subcommittee reports. I believe since we last met, we have had a meeting of the Historic Preservation Committee. And Commissioner Ogle, will you be providing an update tonight?
Yes, I will. Thank you. We had 2 items on the Historical Preservation Committee agenda this evening. We met just earlier this afternoon. 367 Los Gatos Boulevard came in for a review of windows in the addition to the building, and then for approval of a redesign of the front entry. And a very collaborative effort, we got to a redesign of the front entryway that I think everybody was satisfied with and approved, with final details worked out with staff. 15.5 North Santa Cruz Avenue was looking for screening that was recommended by Town Council in their approval of the CUP to attenuate noise. It was decided that the screening that was recommended by Town Council may or may not attenuate noise, but was certainly appropriate, the design for the historic aspects of the building, and with a slight modification to the design, it was also approved and sent back to the Design Review Committee for final action.
Yes, Commissioner Bourgeois, did you have a question?
Could I ask a clarification? What structure was that again? That was on Santa Cruz Avenue, screening? Which building was that?
It's the Los Gatos Bar and Grill. It's 15.5 Santa Cruz.
Oh,
so
on the
it actually
backside.
faces the parking.
On the backside. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of Commissioner Ogle? Okay, thank you for that update. We are now at verbal communications. As I mentioned, we do have 2 agenda items tonight. If there is something else that you would like to speak to, now is the time to do so. I have no cards under verbal communications. So seeing none, we are going to begin our new public hearing, item number 1, which is located at 248 Jared Lane. This is Architect Trinside Application S-09-063 with negative declaration ND-11-003. And Ms. Bailey, do you have will you be providing a staff overview?
Ms. Savage will.
Thanks.
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. There is a desk item for this item, and it contains an additional public comment, additional supporting documentation from the applicant, and additional recommended conditions of approval. The Development Review Committee has the purview on this type of project. However, the application is being forwarded to the Planning Commission due to the site constraints, the requested exceptions from the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines, and that the proposed house would be the largest in terms of square footage in the immediate neighborhood. The 1.96-acre vacant property is located approximately 130 feet east of Vista Del Monte, approximately a half-mile south of Kennedy Road. The site was created through a subdivision in the early 1990s by the current property owner of 258 Jared Lane, the property to the north and east. The average slope is 34%, and the site contains a large number of trees. A channel crosses the property in the southwest corner, and a culvert is located along the eastern property line. The least restrictive development area, or LRDA, is approximately 3,000 square feet, and approximately 1/3 of the building footprint is outside of this LRDA. Due to the physical features of the site, the project was reviewed by the Army Corps of Engineers, the Department of Fish and Game, and the Regional Water Quality Control Board. Technical reviews include a hydraulic and geomorphic assessment, a geotechnical study, and arborist review. An initial study and mitigated negative declaration were prepared for this project. The applicant is requesting exceptions from the Hillside standards to locate the buildings outside of the LRDA, to exceed the maximum graded cuts and fills, and to exceed the maximum slope for a driveway. Staff believes the request for the exceptions are warranted given the difficult site constraints, including steep slopes and trees. Although reducing the house footprint could decrease the extent to which the structure footprint occurs outside of the LRDA, it is unknown if the house could be of a reasonable size with a functional floor plan. The residence proposed steps down with the existing topography and uses colors and materials that would blend with the natural environment. The project includes a driveway across the eastern culvert. The applicant is proposing to construct a 4,524 square foot single-family dwelling with a 600 square foot two-car garage and a 2,031 square foot cellar. The surrounding residences range in size between 1,563 square feet and 4,365 square feet. The floor area ratios range between 0.01 and 0.36. The applicant is proposing a 0.05 FAR, which is compatible with the immediate neighborhood. But the project would create the largest home by square footage. It should be noted that the immediate neighborhood is unique given the mix of zoning designations, lot sizes, and uses. Recommended conditions of approval mitigate potential construction impacts, including coordination with projects nearby. An additional condition requiring a construction management plan is contained in the desk item to further address potential construction impacts. The desk item also contains a recommended condition to ensure that the fire department water supply is installed at the proper time. The public comment contained in the desk item states that a clerical error in the documentation that established the easements, which were created in conjunction with the subdivision, removes the right of the applicant to use an easement for the proposed driveway. The parcel map that established the easement states that the property does have access to this easement, and the parcel map is the official controlling document, and any potential mistake is a civil matter. The material submitted by the applicant in the desk item illustrates the potential view impacts from the proposed development to the neighbor's property at 258 Jared Lane. To summarize, the subject site contains steep slopes, a large number of trees, culverts, and roadways, which create an LRDA of approximately 3,000 square feet. The applicant has designed a project intended to create minimal impacts and blend with the natural environment, while providing a desirable floor plan within the LRDA as much as possible. Although the project will result in the largest home in the unique immediate neighborhood in terms of square footage, it is compatible with the neighborhood in terms of FAR. This concludes staff presentation, and we are available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Savage. Commissioners, any questions of Ms. Savage? Commissioner Bourgeois?
Thank you for that report, Ms. Savage. I just have one question. I think I know the answer to it. I just want to clarify. In some of our materials from the neighbor, we've been shown an alternate proposed home location, and I just wanted to clarify that that site down at the bottom, which is a little flatter, is still completely outside of the LRDA. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions of Ms. Savage? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and open the public testimony portion. I have actually 3 cards representing the applicant, so if someone can just indicate who will be speaking for the applicant tonight?
Good evening. My name is Gary Schlow, architect, and I will be speaking, although the owner may speak, and I'd like to introduce you, the owners here, Bill and Sandy Hughes.
Okay.
Next to them, geologist Rex Up and civil engineer Terry Shufchek.
Okay.
So,
Well, Mr. Schlow, you have cumulative 5 minutes to make opening statements. I have several cards afterwards, and they'll have 3 minutes to speak, and then you'll have 3 minutes after that for any closing comments.
I realize that, and I'm sorry that there's not more time. I think I'm going to control myself with my comments to you by simply going through the drawings of the architectural plans. I think that's the best way I can go sheet by sheet and do this very quickly because the other people have more things to say. On sheet A1, basically, that shows the canopy of all of the trees on the property, or major part of the trees, shows the footprint of the house, shows the riparian corridor for the stream, and that's, well, then it shows a summary of square footages, but that's all I would say at the present time about that sheet. Sheet number A2 shows the upper level floor plan. It basically shows a few of the trees around the property, but it basically shows the physical sizes of the spaces in the upper floor, which there is one bedroom upstairs and a study, as you can see, living room, dining room, kitchen, and a family room. The next sheet over, A3, is the lower level cellar plan, and to just illustrate here what these two different gray and white indicate, there's the cellar area, which is a little over 2,000 square feet, is shown in that gray, and the rest of the non-cellar or the living space is shown in white. And if you have questions about the floor plans, I guess you'll ask me that as we go through here. I wanted to, on sheet A4, I wanted to show you how the roof configuration lays out. We're limiting the height of the ceiling with these pitches that are, I don't think they're indicated on your plan, but the slope in the roofs vary between 5 in 12 and 6 in 12, basically meaning horizontal to vertical. So it's not a steep house roofed house, and you can see the elevations and the sections on the right-hand side, how we've benched the house into the hillside on both building sections 1 and 2, even 3. Number 3 shows how we're cutting in and setting the house into this hillside. The ceiling heights throughout the building are at basically 9'6" in height, which is not out of the question for this style of house. The longitudinal section basically just shows the length rather than the width of the house. The next page is A5, showing the elevations from exterior. We show the front of the house is on the east side, the west side is the rear, and then the south and the north are the two side elevations. We show the height of the structure from low to high, and then the height from the peak to to the ground. Let's see, I better get off of this, I guess. I had, on A7, I had some information there, but I'll forego telling you about that. So I'll turn it over to Terry Shevchak. Thank you.
Hi, Terry Shevchak, 1776 Technology Drive, San Jose. If you could
Okay, Mr. Shevchak,
ask
remind
me
me,
a question to give me new life.
just to clarify, you are the geologist?
I'm the civil engineer.
Civil engineer. Commissioners, do you have any questions of the civil engineer? Okay. Do you have any questions of the applicant? Commissioner Bourgeois?
Well, they've thrown up a nice graphic. I
Yeah.
might as well ask them to explain what they're trying to convey with that figure.
Thank you. Within your packet, there is a color set of drawings. The first exhibit is the constraints map that we prepared that shows the repairing corridor, the steeper slopes, the oak woodlands, and finally the pink area is what we get to use for the house, which is 3,000 square feet. And this lot total area is about 85,000 square feet. The next page, Exhibit B, shows in the left top corner the 1993 possible house location from the original subdivision. And unfortunately today that location is obsolete based on the current town constraints. Most importantly, the repairing corridor setback. This other exhibit shows the prior application on the top right that also tried to conform to the LRDA. Unfortunately, it was 75% outside of the LRDA.
Okay. Mr. Shevchak, I believe you answered his question.
Yeah.
Commissioner Bourgeois, did you
If I
have
could have
another
a
one?
follow-up. What I'm really interested in knowing is you obviously have a very small envelope in the LRDA to put a home. I think we all understand that. So from an engineering perspective or a geology perspective or Mr. Schlow, a design perspective, I want to understand the process you went through to come to the design, because for us to make an exception to building outside of the LRDA, you have to show us that you've minimized your impacts to the hillside. And so that's the process I want to understand you went through to reach this design.
Okay.
What you've done to minimize.
So Exhibit C, which is the red exhibit, does show all of the exception requests. And the first exception is for the driveway slope of being over 15%. The driveway slope's intended to be 18.6%. And we have an existing 18% slope on the access road out there. I don't know if it's officially called Jared Lane, but it's comparable and it's similar topography. We looked at trying to hold the driveway to 15%, and that unfortunately resulted in additional retaining walls and additional excavation to lower the driveway into the site, which potentially impacted some of the large oak trees adjacent to the driveway. So we had discussions with the fire department, and they're okay with the 18.6%. This, again, steeper driveway reduced retaining walls and excavation. The next issue is that the driveway itself is completely outside the LRDA, and there is an exception within the hillside standards that allows that, provided that the LRDA is an isolated area. So we're in compliance with that policy. And finally, the area that's shown of the house that's outside the LRDA is approximately 790 square feet. 400 square feet of that is the garage, so 390 square feet of it is actually the house. And that portion of the floor, if you look down below, there's a cross-section in the bottom left corner. There's an area that's called the study and guest cellar. A lot of that area is down below grade, and therefore doesn't have such a significant impact in terms of visibility or any grading that would result outside the footprint. So it's effectively built into the hill and It's a one-time impact, doesn't create a visual problem, future slope stability problems, or issues with spreading the development over the hillside. So those are our primary exceptions, and unfortunately, we couldn't fit the entire house within the LRDA.
Okay.
Thank you. If I
Commissioner
could just have one follow-up. So the retaining wall needed to support the garage on that far, I guess that's the south side, the south slope?
Correct.
There's a two-stage retaining wall to support that side of the house, right?
Yes.
Is that correct? Did those retaining wall heights meet the standards? Are they above?
We've done this before, and the town staff has allowed us to do 2 terraced walls that are 3.5 to 4 feet high in series like this. Thank you.
Any other questions? I just do want to indicate and mention on the record that we have been given, I guess, a desk item. Is this your packet that you provided to us?
And that's really the activities over the last week in responding to neighbors and Ming Kwong, also the attorney's letter and follow-up geology letters in there. And we don't necessarily need to go through them, but if those issues come up during the hearing, we can refer to them.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. And before I open it to other commenters, I do want to, just a quick show of hands, all those that have been to the site, and if there are any other disclosures you need to make with regards to this. Okay, and then any other disclosures? Commissioner Telesfor?
Mine is I went to the wrong site. I was one of those people that turned the wrong way. So.
Okay.
But I understand the topography of that area.
Okay, and Commissioner Ugle, did you have your hand raised?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure that I saw exactly the right piece of property either.
Okay. Okay, so if there's a question afterwards when the applicant comes back, perhaps, Mr. Schlo, perhaps you can give us a general overview of a general map so that we can be sure that we actually did go to the right site. Huh? Okay. Now I'm going to open it up to those interested in speaking on this item. I have 6 cards, actually 5. The first one is Adge Anderson. AJ, I'm sorry.
Hi, AJ Anderson, 499 Loma Alta, representing EMQ Families First, aka Ming Kwong. The homeowners and I, the geologists, the architects, we have met. I invited them onto our property. Their south side of their house totally intrudes upon the privacy of our kids that reside at that location. We've discussed different screening opportunities that could mitigate that, although because of the elevation, their deck, their living area, looks directly down on our property. So for putting their house up on the hill and wanting a view, the view they see is our location. The trees that they need to remove and replant is primarily scrub oaks. They would need to be replanted with taller trees of some sort. As you know, coastal redwoods grow anywhere from 3 to 5 feet per year given good climate and soil conditions, which doesn't really exist in that area. So it would take approximately 20 years before we have a fully screened-in area by redwoods so that there wouldn't be any problem. We are going to meet again to see if we can work out some kind of screening so that their deck and terrace don't look down directly upon the kids' treatment area, their play structure, their swimming pool, all of that type of thing. I'm sure you're all familiar with what we do. If any of you want to come on to our property and see the footprint of the house, you can't really see it when, as you know, if you've gone up there, you can't see it off Jared. It's tucked behind, but you can clearly see it from our property. I've invited the homeowners to come and take a view so that they can see what their vantage point, what our vantage point is to their house. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, Commissioner Telesford, did you have a question?
You know what, I just have a request. Can we put a map up that shows the layout of where the house is if we're going to have future speakers, and then they can refer us
Sure.
to where they are in relationship?
Ms. Savage, do you have a map, or should we ask the applicant? Okay, thanks. And then are there any questions of Ms. Anderson? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
Thank you.
The next. Oh, actually, Ms. Anderson, before you step down, can you show us where your property is located?
In relationship to the
See if I can find it on here. Is this my pool?
No, that's the neighbor's house. Your pool is...
Oh, I'm right here.
Yeah. So that's the pool, that's your gymnasium, and then this is the lawn area. So the proposed house is up.
Actually, Mr. Shevchek, I appreciate your helping, but the answer was directed to Ms. Anderson. And Ms. Anderson, if you could grab the microphone so we can have your comment on the record. Thank you.
Okay, now that I have my bearings. So again, this is our lawn area. This is our recreational facility. This is our swimming pool. This is a cottage that houses 10 kids in each one. This is our other cottage that houses 10 children. We are licensed for 30. This is our maintenance yard. So what happens is that the house is up here in this area right here, and it jets, we're much lower in elevation, so we sink down in. They're up higher. They jet out over us with looking sort of on, so when their deck is out here, they're barbecuing, what have you, and my kids are right here. So they're going to hear us, we're going to hear them. And we're totally willing to work with them, but I question the sizability of what they're building.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Any other questions? Okay, the next speaker, Randy Reedy.
Good evening, Randy Reedy, 19 North Santa Cruz Avenue. I'm an attorney and I represent the Hughes, and I've responded to a letter from the neighbor's attorney, which is a desk item that you have now, and I'm not sure you're going to be able to get a chance to read and absorb all that. I think based on the staff statement that the parcel map is controlling in terms of access and easements and objections to the recorded map are a civil matter. I'll reserve my comments for rebuttal or questions if anybody has any.
Okay, thank you. And also just to let the record show that we were given another desk item, and it is actually, I believe, a part of the original packet that TS Engineers provided. Okay. Eugene Martin.
Hello, my name is Eugene Martin. I live at 254 Vista Del Monte. I've lived there for about 35 years. Of all the houses on Vista Del Monte, mine probably will be the most impacted by this house. I think I'm the only one on Vista Del Monte that has a direct view of this building site. I've looked at the plans, and I believe that for a development on the side of a hill, the proposed development is probably the best that could be done for a house that size. Reading through the application, there were a couple of items I noted. They talk about subdued outdoor lighting, and I really think this should be noted because there are too many, houses up on the hillside that look like UFOs landing at night. I hope that the subdued lighting is required. The siting uses existing oak trees to great advantage to mitigate the visual impact of the building to my property. And I know that Los Gatos requires permits to remove trees, and I can only hope and assume that that will continue, after the house is built. Now, with that said, I have to say, I was extremely surprised to see story poles on the hillside. When the property was subdivided, we were told it was not a view lot, that the only house site was behind and down below, behind 253 Vista Del Monte. Although I think that it's a very attractive house, the owners have gone to great lengths to make it as unobtrusive as possible. I would rather it be built, down below. I gather there may be some problems, but that's where I was told that any house site would be when this subdivision originally came to the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner, Mr. Martin, I believe you have a question. Commissioner Jensen.
Mr. Martin, would you look at the screen and show us where your house is?
Oh, and Mr. Martin, do you mind grabbing the microphone with you? Thank you.
Okay, I live right here at the end of Vista Del Monte, and basically my front living room looks right up at the site. Now, there are a lot of trees that screen and provide a lot of mitigation, but as I say, I would prefer it to be down low.
Thank you. Commissioner Ogle.
Yes, could you please point out where you thought from the subdivision application previously that the house was going to be?
When originally proposed, it was supposed to be back down below, down in this area, behind 253. And I believe there was some talk with 253 that the house would have to be at least 50 feet back from 253. That was part of the original, siting of the house, to provide some privacy for 253.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Martin. The next speaker is Alan Rudolph.
Hi, I'm back again. I was here 2 weeks ago, and I'll be back in 2 more weeks. On this site, I have lots of concerns. I think the most important one refers to the desk item and the lack of easement for a portion of the road, and I'll point out where that is right now. It's this section here. So the easement for this parcel ends at this point. There never has been an easement there, and what happened when the map was recorded was there was a clerical error, and number 2 was made a number 1 by accident. And so I've got abundant evidence to back me up on this. I had to consult 3 attorneys to find out about it. I was surprised that there was going to be access on the side of the hill. I was puzzled how they were going to get to this house. It was up so high. And then when I found out about it, I did the research as fast as I could to produce the letter that you've got. So that's one major concern. Secondly, I've got all the things that I've mentioned in the letter, so I can't go through all those. But I want to stress the privacy issue. My house is right up here, and their proposed residence is about here. And so regardless of whatever schematics you might see, from my bedroom windows and family room, it looks directly into the second story of their proposed residence. And so I can look out and see the building poles and the orange scaffolding right there. So it's certainly an intrusion. I'm sure they don't want to look back at me. Also concerned about the size of the house. I didn't really think about how big it was until I had a chance to review the plans at a longer time. And so as I looked at it, and 4,500 square feet, plus a 2,000-foot cellar, even though that's not taken into FAR, you're looking at essentially 6550 useful living space. You add on a garage, you got 7155 square feet, which is almost double any other house in the area. And so a significantly larger house is proposed here. When I did FAR calculations of the lot slope reduction, it goes up to 0.118, and I'm not sure if you're supposed to use net acreage. If so, it goes to 0.24, and so not including the area given over to the driveway. It's a major cut, twice the standard, 16 feet. The highest fills, 9.5 feet, over 3 times the standard. So it seems to me that we're not talking about just a minor exception here. We're talking about a proposed structure that's very large and severely impacts the hill, which we can never get back. We can plant trees, we can try and screen, do things like that, but once the hill's gone, the hill's gone. Let's see. In terms of the area at the base of the hill, The reality of the situation is there's a drainage ditch there. And so I was walking in it yesterday. It's dry. We're in the beginning of March. Now, technically, maybe somebody can configure that into a riparian corridor, but it's not really a riparian corridor. There's a little bit of water. The great abundance of water has been cut down because it's coming off Ming Kwang, goes right down Vista Del Monte. And so over the years, I've noticed this get less and less and less as we go. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. Any questions? Commissioner O'Donnell.
Without getting into the legal questions which our respective attorneys have talked about and will talk about, your position on the easement is that easement for that particular lot ends before the curve in the road?
Yeah. Can I explain a little bit?
Just 1 second, because I want to get a couple questions and maybe you can explain the whole thing. So, under your rationale, it would be okay if the lot were built where it was originally intended to be built?
Absolutely. It solves all my problems. I have no problem with that at all.
But let me ask you this. I walked to the top of that lot today, which is a real challenge. If somebody put a driveway in where you think they could, then to get to the top of the hill where that is
It'd be very difficult.
Real challenge. But your position would be they could do that as far as the easement is concerned.
My easement would just deny them the access from the eastern side of the parcel.
Okay, and if you wanted to show me something that
Yeah, I just wanted to describe the nature of the error was that the easement was divided into two. This is easement A and easement B went up here. Easement B was provided to service this lot up here, which is the other applicant at 267 that you saw 2 weeks ago, and to service me. And so there was one little typographical error that made it look like this parcel could use that easement. But easement A is the only one that is substantiated by the road maintenance agreement. We're all going to be using this access, and so we have to share costs 1/3. Beyond here is just this parcel and me sharing the access costs or the maintenance costs. And so that's part of the argument. It just doesn't make sense to grant an easement also to this parcel to get to 267. It just doesn't have anything to do with it. And so it took me a long time to track this down. I had to go to the original attorney, then he's retired, and then I had to find 2 more attorneys who were practicing, and I sat down and talked to them for a long time to find out that this was the case. And so there's no way I would challenge this unless I was absolutely certain that the easement never existed. And I'm not a lawyer, so I can't tell you the details.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Rudolph. The last speaker on this item is Kathy Morgan.
Kathy Morgan, 142 Wheeler Avenue. Like you, I once volunteered to be on our planning commission, and I understand the amount of work, thought, and responsibility that goes with that. And this application needs all of those from you. Our planning commission, our town council, and citizen committees took years to develop our general plan and hillside standards, plus continual revision, as has happened recently. It is good for our town to uphold the provisions of those documents, those very important documents, not allow them to be violated, especially when there are alternatives. One of the parts of our land use element 1.3 is to preserve the natural topography, which I think would be extremely important on a slope which in places exceeds 50%. That putting a house on all that slope is much more a violation of our hillside plan than having to remove some trees where it built down below. New construction should be compatible with the existing neighborhood. This house would be larger than the houses in the existing neighborhood. We should reduce the visual impact of new construction, and yet there it is, right on the slope for the Martins and others to see. It exceeds grading recommendations, something that has to be done. It exceeds the cut and fill. It exceeds, it is outside the LRDA. The driveway even were it on a legal easement, is incredibly destructive to that slope. The subdivision which our Planning Commission approved in the mid-90s clearly showed a house, as you have seen on this lot, at the bottom of the slope. One of the major reasons to move the house away from the bottom is the so-called riparian corridor. There are no fish, no vegetation, and no wildlife. It's not really a riparian corridor. And if it were, a 20-foot setback allows plenty of room to build below. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. Commissioners, any questions of Ms. Morgan? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Schlow, you now have an opportunity to respond. Will it be yourself or anyone else within your team?
Yes, I would like Mr. Rex up to address several items here. Mainly, the item that's being alluded to as being a building area in the very lowest part, some 50 feet off of the west property line in the riparian corridor that's reflected there. And I'd like, and also if Rex up would also make some suggestions as to his testing of his trenching of the upper hillside for seismic. Rex.
Yes, I'm Rex Up, a geological engineer, been working on this project, and from a soil and geologic perspective, the proposed home site is clearly the one that's suitable. The bottom of the site is impacted, is in a fault zone for the Shannon Fault, and you can't build there because there's a fault through there. Now, the fault has to be identified and set back by 50 feet, and by the time you do that, you've eliminated the building site. And it is a stream corridor. The stream runs down about the easement here over this way, and then the culvert comes out, and the two combine right there. So when it's raining, there's substantial flow coming through this valley here, and that's where the house, that proposed home site is down here. So it's impacted by the stream, and it's impacted by the fault that's underneath there, which you clearly can't build on the fault. The other issues are just weak soil down there. It's just filled with sediment in the valley. It would require a much more substantial foundation, pier and grade beams to get down through it. You could not do a cellar without a total waterproofing cellar. That's the geologic map, and there's our site right there, and this is the fault, the branch of the Shannon Fault running through there, and it's in the city's fault hazard zone. So that fault, you have to have a setback from the fault. You have to determine exactly where it is first, and then do a setback from it. And what I said, cellars, you're going to have seasonally high groundwater in there. There's a substantial amount of water. It's a small watershed, but in heavy rains, that's where the water goes, and that's got to be taken into account. So it's got some serious geologic conditions. Up on the upper part of the site, however, we've got bedrock, very stable bedrock within a few inches of the surface. And so you've got good, solid foundation conditions there on a stable site. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rupp. Commissioners, do you have any questions of the applicant? Any of them? Commissioner Telesfor.
Let's switch horses here for a minute. I think this would be directed to, well, I'm not sure who to, probably Gary. Mr. Schlow?
Yes. Yes.
I think it's about the fence height exception, and I have a question about it. 7 feet tall, and I wanted to understand this. It says in the staff report on page 7, the bottom, given the property owner's limited ability to use landscaping to screen the neighboring residents, staff believes a fence height exception for a 7-foot fence is warranted. Could you address that? What's the limited ability in using landscaping?
Is your question concerning the 7-foot wood fence on the north side of the property to separate and give privacy to the uphill neighbor and
Right,
us,
to be
the downhill.
located under large oaks.
Yes. We have no thoughts to plant anything under those oak trees, and to maintain some privacy that Mr. Rudolph recommended. And he does not want fences, but we're not going to put plant material under the oak trees. So that's why we have that 7-foot high fence barrier, visual fence barrier on the top of the hill.
So you can't move the vegetation that you could plant perhaps out from under the oak trees?
There is nothing growing under the oak trees.
Well, I know there, okay.
Yeah.
But you can't move the vegetation for screening out from under the oak trees to act as a fence eventually, or to, screen the fence? It's kind of hard for us to.
Okay, there's not a continuous growth of oaks all the way along the hillside. So we could put some fences under the tree areas, and where there aren't any oak trees, we could plant more oaks or redwoods or.
Okay, so something could be planted.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Bourgeois.
So, thank you. While we're talking about trees, just to follow on that line of thinking, so you provided us with a preliminary tree management plan, and it shows everything to be planted as 24-inch box coast live oaks. And so are you proposing to mitigate all of your tree impacts on site, or is some of that going to be going into an in lieu fee program?
Ooh, John. I could take that one. Oh, can you take that? Thank you.
There are 49 tree removals. Not all of them qualify for replacement. Okay. That map shows, as you said, 40 replacement trees, so there would likely have to be some sort of a tree mitigation fee paid, because there simply isn't enough land to plant all the replacement trees.
But the idea is to maximize what you can do on site.
Correct.
Okay. And to follow up on that, there's been a lot of talk about planting redwoods here. I would point out that in our hillside standards, we do have a list of appropriate trees for planting. Redwoods are not on that list. This is an oak woodland, and planting redwoods would not be appropriate, and it is not a recommended tree per our standards. So I would recommend that you look at Appendix A of our hillside standards for appropriate screening trees.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
For Gary Schlow. I went out to the property, as I indicated earlier, and challenged myself by walking up to the top of that shale-ridden hill. My understanding is that originally the concept was to build a house where everybody's telling us it's impossible to build now. I'm very curious, because that is obviously a very, very difficult lot. And do I understand the argument basically to be we can't build it down, and by process of elimination, if we can't build it down, then we have to build it up. And if we have to build it up, you've got to do all these exceptions. There's nothing else that can be done. Is that the argument?
I think that's the argument. There's two places in which the LRDA is indicated is up at the top. It's where the slope is less. It's where there's open space. Not nearly as much tree growth up there. And Rex Up has determined that through investigation that it's 2 to 3 feet before you hit bedrock. So construction-wise too, it's better to put it up there. So, and then down below, unless you want to build your house in an earthquake fault zone or a riparian corridor, which I don't think anyone will do that. So there's the two choices.
Well, the town's map, which shows this fault, I'm just curious as to the time sequence between the time your clients bought the property and the town map? Which came first?
Phew.
The town's map.
The map?
Yeah, the map.
Yeah, the map with the fault trace.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Actually, Mr. Schlill, I do have two questions for you. The first, with the actual design of the home, was it not possible to design a home square footage-wise that would fit within the LRDA?
It would be, I think, somewhat irresponsible as far as the financial outlay for a house of, say, 3,000. We have not designed a house for that property to stay in the LRDA. But I think we would have to lessen the square footage of the house from 4,500 square feet to, I'm guessing, 1,000, maybe 1,200 square feet. I don't think that would be a house that holds up the standard of the industry in that kind of environment for a house of that size.
Okay. The second question, we had an application before us 2 weeks ago, also on Jared Lane, and one of the issues that we discussed was construction and actual implementation, should a design be approved. Have you given thought on, given the narrowness of Jared Lane and the topography of that region, how actual construction can occur without significantly disturbing the neighbor above as well as the resident on Vista Del Monte?
I think Mr. Shevchik has that answer.
In the colored packet that you had previously, there is an exhibit that shows our construction, logistics, and site management plan. And we attended that hearing, so we heard you loud and clear about the issues of construction access. So this defines the priorities when we first come onto the site. And obviously, we need to get our toilets and parking taken care of. We have a proposal for material storage and parking that would be in this location that would be just a temporary situation. Next, we have to set this culvert and pave this fire department turnaround before we do anything else on the site. And then lastly, we can educate our subcontractors and require as an exhibit to their contract that they're aware of the access restrictions, the parking restrictions, the working hours, and all the rest. We do have a couple other elements here. If we have any trucking operation, we'll have a staging area where they can use the dead end of Spreckles to do a K-turn and stage trucks here. We don't want to block the existing emergency access gate at Ming Kwong. And then we do have an ability to create this driveway pull-out area in the event there's conflicting traffic on this portion of the roadway. But over here, we would have as many as 6 parking spaces and another one in this location. And then we can actually have folks walk up to the building site during part of the construction, but once we get this established and the driveway roughed in, we can have people park up at the site.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions? Okay, thank you. Oh, yes, Commissioner Urkel.
I'm just curious, you've anticipated 6 parking spaces. You're anticipating that'll be sufficient so that there won't be overflow parking on Vista Del Monte or the other streets in the neighborhood?
Not necessarily, but we'll have 6 initially, but at the building site, once we establish our culvert crossing and install the driveway, we could probably park another 5 trucks up on the property outside of the perimeter of the house footprint.
So until that happens, where would the overflow people be parking beyond the 6?
We really wouldn't have overflow parking with the initial stages of the construction. If we are doing grading work and utility installation at the beginning, there aren't as many subcontractors. There isn't a tile guy. There's not a window guy, sort of. in sequence, we can develop as many as 12 spaces. Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? Okay, so let me close the public testimony portion of this. And Commissioners, I look to you now to ask any questions of staff or share any comments, or if you'd like to throw out a motion to begin just some discussion on this item. Commissioner O'Donnell.
I just want to ask staff to, if you would take me through it again, because as I understand it, when the property was originally subdivided, the contemplation was that the house in the area we're now talking about would be down right off, sort of off the road, it'd be low level. And subsequently, when we changed things, the town changed things, we then ascertained that the LRDA would be at this top of the property. So is that what happened?
At the time that the subdivision came through, we didn't have the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines, which actually establishes the least restrictive development area. So in that regard, there was no so-called LRDA at the time. When any subdivision comes through, especially these days, we do like to look at potential building envelopes or potential building sites. Ideally, you don't want to build a lot that doesn't have a building site. So in that regard, when the subdivision came through, it appears that they looked at potential locations for a house and they settled on that one down below. Even in the subdivision map, you can see that the potential house location overlaps the creek on that subdivision map. So when the subdivision came through, you're looking at the land, you're not necessarily looking at the exact house location. It was established as only potential, not required.
One of the answers I got a moment ago was that when we adopted our fault map, we showed the Shannon Fault prior to the time the Hughes bought the property. When did we establish the fault map in relationship to the time we first approved the subdivision map?
I don't know the exact date, and Public Works may be able to answer that exact date, but in reference to your question, I think something to consider is that I don't think at the year that it was subdivided that we looked at the potential building sites as closely as we may today. We didn't have those Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines that would lead us to look closely at subdivisions for potential building sites. So we may not have even evaluated those fault maps at that time to know whether that potential house location was indeed potential.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions or comments? Commissioner Bourgeois?
Could we just get a little clarification, a non-attorney here? So on the easement issue, when you say it's a civil issue, does that indicate that that's really not something for our consideration in this process?
It is a civil issue. It may be a dispute between the parties. That isn't something that the Planning Commission should make a determination either way. The Planning Commission can condition the project that the project, when built and before pulling permits, has the appropriate driveway as provided on the plans or a suitable access for ingress and egress, and then it's up to the applicant and neighbors to decide how that happens.
Commissioner O'Donnell and then Commissioner Telesfor.
Can I have a follow-on to Commissioner Bourgeois' question? I may not fully remember, so you could help me, but as I understood the town's position was that the subdivision map showed access, and that would trump the argument that is going on. But access doesn't necessarily mean access where it is now being proposed. It could be the lower down access, which was the original contemplation. Is that your understanding?
That's the correct thought process.
So then our position is not necessarily contrary to the position saying you don't have an easement up there. In other words, they've got an easement, the front part of the property. We just told them they can't build where the original subdivision thought they could build. And now we've decided that because they have access in the wrong place, we should read the documents to indicate that the easement now wraps around. I guess I should offer that to the attorney.
I'll let the engineering staff respond, but there is a valid recorded parcel map that shows an easement, and absent anything to the contrary, the town engineers and building department, when evaluating permits, will look at whatever the validly recorded easements are in place at the time that permits are requested.
Christine?
Thank you. The parcel map that's recorded, it currently has 2 easements. One of them is this parcel right here, which is called A. And there's a note that goes with that. As you can see, it's kind of hard to read from here. That gave non-exclusive right and for access and various utilities. The second one is this portion right here, which is B. And this is the one that's in question, the 50 feet right here. It's also noted in this recorded map of the non-exclusive easement for ingress and egress that benefit this parcel. And this is what we base our review on.
Commissioner O'Donnell, did you have a follow-up to that, or?
No.
Okay.
Well, I guess I could ask the attorney. What we're to do now is, obviously there's a dispute between the people as to how you construe this. And so if we were to approve this project, we would condition it upon the access being there.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner Telesford, did you have a question?
It was just another clarification, and really, I was just wondering how we could evaluate a site, or when we evaluate a site, we have to look at the whole thing, and so now we're being told not to consider this as part of the project. But, I think I'll withdraw that. Okay. Just a thought, but do you have any advice on that?
Just like any project that you do consider the site, the staff has looked at that, not unlike on other projects where there may be disputes between neighbors with respect to access. The project can still be approved with the condition that the applicant has to have access before pulling any building permits. If that's not a condition, that is something that could be added tonight. And then it's incumbent upon the parties to resolve this matter sufficient so that the project can move forward to be constructed.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Any thoughts you'd like to share? Commissioner Bourgeois.
I'll get us started. I think the hillside standards and guidelines are here for a reason. They're here to protect our hillsides and make sure our developments are compatible with our hillsides. And to make exceptions to the LRDA, we have to make findings, right? Some of them we can make in this case. Others, the rest of the project has to be in compliance with the standards and guidelines. We do have to make some exceptions, so it's difficult to make that finding. But also, development outside the least restrictive development area results in minimal grading, tree removal, and our changes to the natural landscape, and is more advantageous as determined by the decision-making body. I don't think I can make that finding. I think the purpose of the LRDA, and I think the LRDA clearly states that the property is going to have to be on the top, not down at the bottom. This is what our standards say. But the purpose of developing the LRDA is to take what the site gives you. We're looking at all of these restrictions. In this case, the site doesn't give you much. And so I think the size of the house that's being proposed doesn't show me that we've tried to minimize grading, that we've tried to minimize impacts. And right in the foreword of our hillside standards, it says, not every site can be developed at the maximum density or intensity allowed under the zoning. And I think this is one of those cases. So I'm going to make a motion that we remand this back to staff for a reduction in the square footage of the house. I think the location is fine. I think assuming that the easement is coming from the east side is important to me. If the access actually has to come up that hill, then I think we have a different project, and I would not be supportive of that as much. But that's my motion. I think there's probably an answer between 4,500 square feet and then the 1,000 to 1,200, which it would take to be completely within the LRDA. I think we're going to have to make an exception in this case, and I think we can, but I don't think we're quite there yet. So that's my motion.
We have a motion by Commissioner Bourgeois. Do I have a second? Commissioner Telesford?
Yeah, I will second that, and I thank you, John. That was very well put. I have to tell you that the LRDA are exceeding it. The LRDA really is one of the pillars of the hillside development standards. So we're very, very protective of that. And for that reason, I will second that.
Are there any comments? I saw Commissioner Ogle, did you? Okay, Commissioner Ogle, then O'Donnell.
I just wanted to comment that I think John's correct, that there has to be some compromise between the 4,200 square feet and 1,000 square feet that will work on that hillside and protect the hillside. Thank you.
Commissioner O'Donnell?
All I wanted to add was this is a very, very difficult site, and even if you reduce the size of the house, you still have to put that driveway in, which is just, I think, flies in the face of everything we've tried to do with the hillside. On the other hand, I find the property owners just in almost an impossible position. They've got the lot, and we all ought to know what we're buying. I would say that. But on the other hand, after exploring what the town did, there seems to be some confusion here. But I guess I don't feel it's my obligation to solve the problem, and I will certainly not oppose the motion to continue, but I don't want that to be, not continue, but to go back and to remand it. I just want to say that I'm going to still be very concerned by that driveway, so I don't care whether the house is 1,000 square feet or 3,000 square feet. I'm not making my mind up tonight, but that driveway is very, very troublesome. So I would merely suggest, if I were the applicant, I would not only review the size of the house, I would review the access, because that's quite a cut they want to put in there.
Commissioner Jensen?
I just wanted to indicate that I support Commissioner Bourgeois' motion for the reasons he indicated, and also to point out for the record the exceptions that are being requested aside from building outside the LRDA. They are requesting an exception for cut and grade. Our cuts, our standard is 8, they're requesting 16 feet. They're requesting an exception to the driveway slope. We say our regulations indicate it should not exceed 15. They are requesting to exceed that. And Commissioner O'Donnell points out that it's quite a steep hill and the driveway is problematic for not only that reason, but other reasons we've heard tonight, which may be decided elsewhere. I'm not sure that we should make decisions, land use decisions, based on what's a desirable footprint or what's an industry standard or a desirable house size. I think the applicant needs to come knowing what the restrictions are and then build a house that fits those restrictions. I'm also concerned, given the nature of the property, that there's an application for 49 oak trees to be removed. That's quite an extraordinary amount, and we should be concerned with that. They're also requesting a fence height exception. So essentially, to put the house that they want to build where they want to build it, there are more exceptions to the rules than there are compliance with the rules. So I support Commissioner Bourgeois' motion.
Any other comments? Okay, I just want to go ahead and say that I will also support the motion for the reasons stated. And I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, I'm sorry, it passes unanimously, 7-0.
Madam Chair, do we need to set a date certain?
Yes, we do. Staff, do you have a suggestion? And I will go ahead and open the public comment period so that, Mr. Slow, can you indicate a time frame within you think you can bring
I'd like
that?
to come back, if possible, in a month's time.
Okay, staff, is
April 27th is the closest date we can get.
that acceptable to you,
April
Mr. Slow?
27. I have to consult with my wife because we're going far, far away on April 27 it'll be.
So moved.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do I have a second for April 27?
Second.
Commissioner Jensen, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Okay, this item will be continued until April 27. Okay. I will take a 5-minute recess so that we can get situated for agenda item number 2. Honda of Stevens Creek. Does anyone have the? Okay. I'm going to leave it to my right. Feel free to grab your keys. Otherwise, I might take them right now. Okay, we are now at agenda item number 2, Plan Development Application PD-10-002. Environmental Impact Report, EIR-10-001, located at 20 Dittos Lane. Welcome, everyone. It's a crowded house tonight. Before I begin, I'd like to just go over the purpose of tonight's meeting, the process I plan to follow, and expectations I have from everyone in the room. That includes my commissioners, the staff, as well as those in the audience. We have a lot of material to cover. It is in the best interest of everyone involved. I assure you, if we do it quickly, efficiently, and very effectively. We've been in past situations where it gets very late and we get a bit loopy. We don't want that happening tonight. So we've met twice before. We listened to comments on the draft environmental impact report. That was on January 26th. We have verbatim minutes of those proceedings. We have reviewed them. We have studied them. They're in the record. There's no need to repeat what has been said then. We had a study session February 23, same thing. We have verbatim minutes. They're also available in the lobby should you need one. We've studied them. They're in the record. Everyone participating tonight, you have 3 minutes. I will strictly adhere to the 3 minutes because we have a lot of speakers. I suggest you focus what you plan to speak so that new material or those that are of utmost importance to you are brought forward first. Commissioners will have an opportunity to ask you any questions, and then afterwards, if there are none, the next speaker will be called. Okay? After all public testimony, we will have the opportunity, I guess, to discuss, deliberate, and ultimately make a final recommendation to Town Council. Excuse me. Let's see what else. Oh, expectations. We've had 2 meetings. It gets a bit volatile, emotional, totally understandable. But as I said, we need to be very reasonable. We need to have an effective meeting. So there are certain codes of conduct. They are in the, on top of the agenda, list examples of disruptive behavior. And tonight, I plan to strictly adhere to those, okay? You will have several warnings, both with my eyes as well as verbally. And again, I want to stress, we need to do this effectively. That means no cheers, no jeers, no heckling. That means no yelling from the audience. That means no talking without first being recognized. We have a lot of material to cover tonight. Let's do it the right way, okay? With that, I will open overview to staff, and then the applicant, you will have 10 minutes. And then from there, commissioners, we will ask questions, okay? Mr. Polson.
All right, good evening, Chair Sayoc, planning commissioners, ladies and gentlemen in the audience. Staff would like to remind you that there is a desk item for this agenda matter, and there's copies available outside the council doors on the table. The desk item includes 4 items. One is the verbatim minutes, as the chair stated earlier, from the 223 study session. There is additional correspondence that has been received following the completion of the staff report. There's also BMP guidelines, which contain a point system that in the staff's last report was one of the recommendations that we are recommending to be used for tenant selection. And lastly, there are some an informational item, which is the draft CEQA findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations, which the town council will be required to make if this moves forward and they before they certify the EIR. At our last meeting, Planning Commission had a study session, as the chair spoke about. At the study session, staff responded to a number of comments, both from the audience and from the commissioners themselves. Many of those items are items that have been heard before and are responded to in the response to comments, which was an attachment to the staff report. There's also been a revised frequently asked questions that was attached to the staff report that has some additional information. Tonight, the public hearing is intended to allow the commission and the public an opportunity to provide comments on the proposed development and the environmental impact report. It's also an opportunity for the commission to ask questions. Tonight we have staff, we have the applicant who will be making a presentation shortly, as well as our environmental consultants who prepared the environmental documents. So tonight, the commission will receive public testimony so that they can be better informed when formulating their recommendation to the town council on the proposed development and the EIR. Staff has prepared in the staff report a bullet list of items in an effort to try to help the discussion become more focused on key issues. That list is not all-inclusive. If any items that the commission feels need to further be addressed, then please feel free to make those part of the record. After this meeting, before it goes to the town council, verbatim minutes of tonight's proceedings will also be done and sent to the town council, along with all of the staff reports and information from the 223 meeting, tonight's meeting, as well as the 126 meeting from the draft EIR. And with that, that concludes staff's report, and I'll invite the applicant up to provide their presentation on the project.
We need the presentation going. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Planning Commission, staff, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jonathan Amami. I'm the Vice President of Rome Development Corporation. Tonight we're here for the planned development rezoning of the Didos Lane apartments, rezoning from R1D to R512 PD. Before I begin, I would like to just commend staff for their efforts in assembling all the information for tonight's meeting, and I would also like to call special attention to the FAQ sheet, which is attachment number 7 in the staff report. That is a compiling of many of the questions that were asked through the course of the study session and public interaction with detailed responses, and I feel it's very informative. The Didos Lane project site, as most of us know, is at the termination of Didos Lane at 20 Didos Lane, surrounded by the Los Gatos Creek Trail and Highway 17, townhome development with residential units above off College Avenue, and the penthouse apartment project to the east. Our proposal calls for the development of 32 affordable units, which is consistent with the housing element, the housing element update from the general plan. Our project is being proposed as a 100% affordable housing development. Of the 32 units, 16 of which will be 2 bedrooms, inclusive of 1 manager's unit, with the other 16 to be 1 bedroom units. This calculates to a density on the 1.49 acre site of 21.5 units per acre. Under the zoning, the maximum allowable lot coverage is 40%. Our proposal calls for a 23% lot coverage by building area layout. Our goal was to maximize the amount of open space and minimize the impact of the buildings on site with the surrounding developments that are in place. The parking that is going to be provided is 58 spaces on site, 40 of which are garaged, 18 surface with 2 additional shuffle spaces. Our parking is configured such that 100% of the tandem spaces are in Building A, which is a building that is consistent fully of 2-bedroom units. So each tandem space is assigned to each 2-bedroom unit. And lastly, our project is designed with sustainability in mind and will be Greenpoint rated through the Build It Green program. Tonight, I'm joined by Keith Labus from KTGY Group, who is our project architect, and Mike Sheehy from Ruth & Going, who is our civil engineer. At this time, I'd like to invite up Keith Labus to talk a little bit about the design and site layout.
Good evening. We felt that there was some architectural significance to the buildings that used to be on the site here. So what you'll see in the following slides is we've chosen to replicate the craftsman style of the project, or the building that was on the site previously, replicating details and materials. So moving into the project layout, proposed project layout, what you see here is a bird's eye of the 2 buildings that are proposed on the site. For orientation, College Avenue is at the top of the screen, which is south, and the project entry down here to the bottom left to the east is the connection to Dittos Lane. The proposed project is made up of 2 buildings, 16 units in each building. As Jonathan said, all 2-bedroom units in this building in 2 levels over tandem garages, which are tucked back into the hillside for a number of reasons. To maximize open space by pushing them back into the hillside. Also to minimize the visual impact from College Avenue. We'll call that Building A. Building B is made up of 16 1-bedroom units with several garages. The difference between Building A and Building B is that Building A has only 2 levels of units over garages. Building B has 2 levels over garages. On the backside to the west, there are also units facing adjacent parcels. In Building B, you also see down here near the edge of the property is the community and rec building off of the common open space here on the site. Here's a view of the project from that common open space. Here you see the traditional detailing and materials of the craftsman style I was referring to earlier. This is an elevation of Building A from the side facing College Avenue. Now, you would never see this elevation unless you were standing immediately adjacent to the building, in which case behind you, the slope would go up behind you up to College Avenue. So the reason we're showing you this exhibit is drawing attention to this dashed line up here, which is the elevation of College Avenue beyond, to show that the buildings, they're approximately the same height as the building that was there before. So they do not go, either Building A nor Building B go above the elevation of College Avenue. Here's a quick illustration of the landscaping plan. These lightly lined trees here are the existing trees on the hills adjacent to College Avenue. Everything else is proposed. So you can see there's quite a lush green common open space, as well as buffer trees on the west property line and adjacent to properties here. Here's a site section cut through Building A. We have College Avenue here at the top with existing single-family structures here, the hill, and you can see how Building A is tucked into the hillside to maximize the open space that we have here on the side, so that from this side it appears to be 2 stories as an elevation that I showed previously, and you can see here that the elevation, the highest point of Building A does not exceed the elevation of College Avenue. Here's another section cut through Building B, a little further to the west, showing that the higher you go up College Avenue to the west, the higher the College Avenue is above the proposed development. And then finally, just reference for the relationship of the building, our townhome neighbors to the west. This would be the building closest to College Avenue, to show that they are up over 1 level above the finished floor of our first floor, so that at their 2 stories in height is equal to approximately our 3 stories in height. This is a view taken from the second floor deck of the adjacent fourplex there, showing the proposed landscape with 15-year growth. What's actually missing from this is the existing landscape that's already on site. So in essence, you wouldn't even see this building from that deck. Here's a simulation of the property, the proposed building B from the lower townhome neighbor to the west. And then finally, here's some shadow studies to show that even in the worst case scenario, the proposed buildings would not be imposing shadows onto the adjacent properties. Here you see this is June 21st, and your worst case here is 9 a.m. and you can see that the shadows are running directly in this direction and not placing shadow on this property. September 21st, same thing. And then worst case, December 21st, all the shadows are, in the worst case, are running this way, and in fact, these buildings might even be putting shadow onto the other side. So it was all done just to show that there will be no shadow impact on adjacent properties.
As part of our proposal, there are improvements proposed from beginning at Maple and Main back to Dittos Lane, inclusive of road widening, realignment of the roadway, addition of parking spaces, so on and so forth. Also, there is a proposal, and this is a new concept for tonight that we have not shown in the past, but this is a concept for the Los Gatos Creek Trailhead entry. Currently, there's no defined access point and difference between vehicular access and pedestrian access. They're kind of merged in between. The concept, which is just concept for now and has to go through its various levels of approval and whatnot, calls for clear identification, starting with the widening at Maple off of Main for vehicular access, and then also having a separate access point to the Los Gatos Creek Trail through the trailhead. This would provide for separate vehicular access, separate pedestrian access, a staging area for stretching and whatnot for those who want to use the town trail, the Los Gatos Creek Trail, to come and meet and whatnot, and not have to be in the way of the traffic and vehicular access is going. It's now divided into two spaces. The divide will be separated by concrete bollards to divide vehicular traffic accessing Maple Lane, and then stamped concrete for the pedestrians. This concludes our presentation for tonight. We are here available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Amami. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yeah, that's right.
Amami,
Yeah,
okay.
thank you.
Commissioners, any questions of Mr. Amami? As you mentioned, you have, there are several consultants here available. Real quick, I wanted to clarify who is here and tell me if I'm missing anyone. The environmental consultant is here. Our parking and traffic consultant is here. Our noise consultant is here. And we have the architect as well as the civil engineers. So keep that in mind as you develop what questions so that we can call the appropriate consultants forward. But does anyone have any questions right now, Mr. Amami? Commissioner Bourgeois.
Can we ask questions of staff at this time as well?
Absolutely.
Because I'd like to get a little clarification on how we arrived at 32 units. I tried to ask this question last time, and I felt like I got a little bit of well, it's in the housing element because we had a design, and then the designer said, well, we designed to 32 because it's in the housing element. So I'd like some clarification on how we arrived at that number of 32 units for this site.
Sure. So as we were going through the housing element update, there was a preliminary proposal that staff had preliminarily looked at, and the site, absent of any technical review, seemed to accommodate that number. So that number was placed in the housing element. Prior to that, as I believe the applicant stated at the last meeting, is that they had looked at other options such as the podium option, which had additional units, and then landed on this based on the site planning that went into what we have here today and has been further refined as it's gone through the process.
Okay, thank you. Could I just follow up, and I think this is going to be a question for the applicant. Following up on that point, in the frequently asked questions, and I'm sorry, I've got a lot of materials going on here, there was a comment about the minimum size for 100% low-income housing projects there has to be a certain size for it to be, I don't think the word was financially feasible, but it was something up to that effect. So I'm just wondering, is there something magic about this size of project, the 32 units, that if you go below it, it's not a financially feasible project? I just want to understand your perspective on that.
Sure. I guess there's a number of ways to answer that question. From a financial standpoint, the financing that we're going to apply for is a combination of low-income housing tax credits and, in this case, tax-exempt bonds. The typical size of projects that go after that type of financing and the typical appetite for the low-income housing tax credit investor is a little bit larger. So this project is really on the low end to begin with in being able to attract a tax credit equity investor and being able to get favorable terms on a tax-exempt bond side. So for starters, we're kind of already in the territory of where a project of this scale is not normally completed, and projects probably of double size is really where the average starts. From a management and operations standpoint, the smaller amount of units, the more expensive it is to manage. For us, it happens to be that we do build a lot of these types of projects, and we do have a lot of relationships with various different types of investors and lenders. And our approach to this project was to combine this project's financing with that of another project's financing at a similar or same time. Not to say that both projects will be financed together, but to say that if we have a project that is of larger scale or more appetite for an investor, then perhaps we can move down the path of financing the two at the exact same time to make the appetite less of an impact, if you will. But moving on to design, the design was configured to have the least amount of impact in terms of product type with the site. We had the lot coverage in mind. We wanted to keep that as minimal as possible to preserve open space. We felt that the best approach after exploring the idea of a multifamily type product over below grade parking was to design more of a townhome style development. And the townhome style development that we designed just so happened where we were able to get one long building nestled into the hillside with a smaller building at the termination of the property, which ended up yielding 32 units. And yes, this 32 units was consistent with the housing element update and the affordable housing strategy. So did that answer your question, Commissioner? Thank you. Okay.
And I have a follow-up on that real quick for Mr. Paulson. Can you clarify the technical reviews? You mentioned that when the housing element was put together and went through a technical review to come to that number. Can you just clarify what that technical review entails?
Well, when the housing element was being updated, obviously we had to show state housing community development that we could supply our regional housing numbers, and so we had to look at sites and how we would accommodate those numbers, and also targeting specific affordability needs, which the town has in those numbers. So we started looking at sites. Ditto's was one of the sites we looked at. A preliminary proposal had come in with 32 units. There was not an application at that time. We looked at it, and what I meant by we hadn't done any technical reviews, we looked at a site plan and said, oh, that may work. Obviously, it still has to go through the process and go through the technical reviews, but that's where we landed on the number of the potential development of 32 units on this site. Most of the other sites, we didn't have any preliminary review. We looked at acreage and then multiplied that by 20 units of the acre as required by state housing community development, and then that yielded the proposed number of units for those other sites, specifically the affordable housing overlay zone sites.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Commissioner Ogle.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment because I was part of that discussion about the housing element, and we had another site at the time that came before the General Plan Commissioner was included in the housing element, and we had quite a lot of discussion, concern that we were taking a developer's proposal for numbers and sizing and putting it into the housing element. And I'm just a little concerned from what I'm hearing that this may have happened in this case too. So I'm still not really clear if the number came from the developer to the town or from the town to the developer. I think that would help.
Well, the number was, as I said, based on the site plan that was shown as the preliminary proposal, and so staff interpreted that that would be a reasonable density on that site.
Okay. Commissioner Telesford and then Commissioner Bourgeois.
I have a question of staff, and it was something that Mr. Imami said, and it was about the management of the property afterwards. And in this Bible source of questions and comments and everything, it mentions in here that the town staff would be managing or checking in with this site periodically, a couple times a year. I didn't know that was something that the town did. Do you do that for all of the affordable housing sites we have in town?
Well, there's checks that are performed by the housing authority who runs our BMP programs. This is a little different instance in the fact that the town owns the property. So we want to ensure that, you know, they're good neighbors and that they keep following the expectations that we have as staff and as the town to be good neighbors.
All right, thank you. And then I have a question for the developer's architect. You mentioned that the 3 stories are well below college, and it was a nice picture that you had of the roofs and everything, but I'm wondering, I didn't see any ventilation pipes, you know, how usually buildings have punctures of pipes coming out of the roof lines. Can you explain to me what we might see and how much height that would add to the top of that building?
It wouldn't add height as much as you'd have the normal penetrations that you see on a single-family home or an apartment building, just the vent stacks coming out and things like that.
Well, they vent stacks, or they vent, sometimes, you know, things that come out, they have a little roof on them and they sort of blend in with the roof, or are these going to be?
Yeah, it most likely would be the smaller part. We're not looking at the big, you know, industrial-sized hoods for ventilating the attic or anything like that.
Okay, and the roof material, would you review that with me?
I think, was it a concrete? Flat tile. Yeah, concrete flat tile.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
That's all for now.
Commissioner Bourgeois.
Again, at the risk of beating a dead horse, in the EIR, one of the alternatives that was evaluated was the reduced density alternative. That was rejected on the basis that it did not meet the number of RHNA housing units outlined in the housing element, which again is the 32 number. So again, I'm struggling with this. Seems like circular logic of we got a proposal, it looks okay on preliminary review, 32 units goes in the housing element, and then now we're rejecting in the CEQA analysis, we're rejecting a reduced density option because it's now in the housing element. And so am I understanding that correctly, that that's why that alternative was rejected?
But the issue is that the town has an obligation to provide housing, whether affordable or market rate housing. And so we get a number that we have to hit, and so we have to find sites. There are other sites in that inventory that are current projects, 2 of which haven't been approved yet, and those were based on the numbers from those as well. So those numbers, should those change as it goes through the process, you know, that will have to be evaluated as well and then looked at as the potential of looking off-site. The other is there's quite a mix-up in this area of, you know, probably from the low of obviously the single-family homes in terms of density, then you go down to the townhomes, the fourplex, and then ultimately the penthouse, which is more than double the density of what the proposed project is. So trying to meld something in there, that's where, you know, some of the logic behind staff's thinking, you know, 21 and a half, we're right in that general vicinity going from high to low. So yes, I understand your question, and that was one of the issues. As I said, we're obligated to designate sites, show that we can provide the housing, and so the other 2 sites that I mentioned, which is the Swanson Ford site and the Los Gatos Honda site, also had numbers from their developments, and so this one, although it didn't have an application where those both had applications, seemed a reasonable choice.
So if I may follow up on that, what are the implications to the town if we don't meet those numbers? If we don't meet our RHNA numbers? Is there a concrete consequence? Is it, you know, our housing element doesn't get certified. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll try to take a stab at that question. As I think the commission is well aware, is the RHNA process is the town has to plan to accommodate affordable housing. The town doesn't have to necessarily construct affordable housing, but has to plan for affordable housing. One of the goals of the housing element is if we do not meet those numbers on those affordable housing overlay sites, of which the Ditto's Lane property is one of, I think there's about 7 or 8, then we have to look elsewhere to plan again for affordable housing. Again, not construct it, but plan for affordable housing. So if we're not, and that applies to any of the sites, the Swanson site, any of the sites on Oka Road, if the numbers that are in the housing element are not achieved on those properties, we have to look within a year. We have to look and locate an appropriate site where those numbers could be accommodated. So that would be what would be required in this case. In 7 years, when 2014, when the housing element cycle is starts again, we will have to do an evaluation of how we attempted to meet our affordable numbers this past cycle. This past cycle is 2007 to 2014. The State Housing and Community Development, Joel's referring to HCD, does a review of our housing element, and they have the authority to certify it or not certify it. And one of the things they look at is how we attempted to meet those numbers in the last cycle. The consequences to the town could be that we may not be certified. If we haven't made an attempt to be able to meet those numbers, then we may not be certified. And what does that mean? When we're not certified, the town is much more subject to potentially being sued for not meeting state requirements for affordable housing. There's a presumption that the town has done everything that it could by having a certified housing element. It gives you a presumption that you have done the best that you can do. Additionally, the town then would not be able to apply for almost all state housing grants and many federal housing grants. So that's the true consequences to not meeting those numbers. So if by chance this commission decides that 32 units is not appropriate for the site, and that is the Planning Commission's discretion, then we will look elsewhere. We are required through the housing element to look elsewhere to see where we can accommodate those units that could be lost on this site.
Thank you.
I understand that you're happy with that response, but I do want to remind everyone that cheering, whether it's a good thing, but it can also influence people's ability to speak freely because they don't want to feel like they're in the minority. So please limit applause, jeers. I mean, we want everyone to speak their mind tonight, and we don't want anyone to feel intimidated from sharing freely, okay? I have a follow-up on that. Okay. Why don't you go ahead first?
I want to thank you. And also, cheering makes us forget our questions sometimes, so we don't want to do that. Just to follow up on that, Ms. Rooney, can you tell me that you said that the state would look to see how you attempted? And I'm curious to know if you could give me an example of what attempted means in this case.
Attempted means that our responsibilities are that we have to remove governmental barriers to providing affordable housing. So discretionary processes, onerous requirements. Parking tends to be one that the state looks at as being an onerous requirement. So we have to remove any barriers to an affordable developer such as Rome coming in, being able to do a project to the best of our abilities. I mean, we have some real constraints. We have, cost of land. We have community support or lack thereof. So those are constraints that are challenges and difficulties to overcome. And the other things is to not meet as many of the goals of the housing element as possible. There's probably about 12 or 13 goals and a number of actions and policies in addition to that. In in the end of the cycle, if we did not build any of the units, if none of the units were built within the community, I think we would have a very difficult time having our housing element certified the next cycle, which again, the next cycle will start in 2014. I can just give you an example of how difficult it is to build affordable housing in the last cycle. So that ran from, I believe it was 2000 to 2007. Only 25% of the units that the state mandated that the town planned for. And we got to remember, that's a state mandate. That's not the town's desire to say, we want to do this. It's a state mandate. Only 25% of those units were built in that 7-year period, and that was at a time when we had probably the most robust economy and the greatest amount of growth throughout the county, if not the whole Bay Area. I hope that helps.
It does. And what happened because we only met 25%?
I think the state was much more critical of us this time. We are currently under the state review. We've had our housing element before the state 3 times now, and we've been told that we have a very good chance of having it certified. But again, we did some very extraordinary measures, and that was to identify these 7, 8, 9 sites, these affordable housing overlay sites, and try to use some creative methods to remove those governmental barriers. So that's why I think we're able to do that. Plus, as some of our commissioners know who sit on the General Plan Committee, there was a lot of other issues that we had to deal with, such as our density bonus, emergency shelters, and things like that. So we had a lot of hoops to jump through this time.
Okay, thank you for now. Thanks.
Commissioner O'Donnell?
I just want to ask a sort of an overriding question. I understand the town's need and society's need to have affordable housing, and I understand the mandate. On the other hand, we also have the Environmental Impact Report, or CEQA. I don't know that the two are connected, except when you decide to do something which will have adverse impacts, and you have to adopt overriding considerations, which we are proposing to do here, but for something unrelated to this. So when we argue that traffic isn't bad or something isn't bad because of our housing needs, it sounds to me like we're muddying the California Environmental Quality Act with another issue, and that's affordable housing. And we could do both if the town is prepared to adopt overriding considerations. At least that would take care of the CEQA aspect of this. It would not take care of the other aspect of this, and that's the zone change. But it does appear from the initial question asked by Commissioner Bourgeois as to some of our answers in the comment response that we seem to merge the mandate, affordable housing, into CEQA itself, and I don't quite understand the intersection. So if one of you could explain how you can answer an environmental impact question by saying we need affordable housing, as opposed to an overriding consideration, I'd appreciate it.
I'm going to try to take a stab at it, and I'm not sure if I'm going to get it, but I'll try to take a stab, and then our environmental consultants can also try to take a stab at it. I think what the environmental document is saying is that we have an adopted housing element, and that housing element has goals. The environmental consultants, when you do a CEQA analysis, you identify the impacts of a project. CEQA only requires we identify those impacts, and they allow the decision maker, in this case, which will be the council, to find that there are benefits to a project that override those impacts. And that's when you rely upon your general plan, and of which the housing element is one chapter of the general plan or one element of the general plan. And so you often use your community goals that are expressed through the general plan to override, to say that we feel the benefits outweigh the potential impacts of a project. So that's where I see the merging of affordable housing in the environmental review process. It's not necessarily saying that the housing element, you're not using that to justify it, but you're saying that the CEQA allows, the state planning law allows a decision-making body to override the environmental impacts with a statement of overriding consideration if there are other benefits that outweigh that impact.
clarify that for 1 second, because the only overriding consideration that is before us this evening relates to the fact that we tore down some buildings.
Correct.
We are not, staff is not proposing that we adopt any other overriding considerations. So I agree with your answer, but we have no such overriding considerations before us this evening.
The overriding considerations are technically the council's. The Planning Commission, in making a recommendation to the council, the Planning Commission should consider that. The ultimate decision, though, on whether the goal of fulfilling aspects of the housing element override the impacts that would happen to a historic structure, outweigh that, then the council has that authority to go ahead.
But doesn't the public have a right to know if we indeed are going to try to have an overriding consideration, which we have not yet drafted, which is not before the Planning Commission, which we can say you should have had, and then it goes to the town council, and that's the first time anybody sees such a proposal?
Actually, in our desk item, the draft statement of overriding consideration has been included. It's in our desk item.
And that's the one that came in this evening?
Correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner, I just wanted to, again, just let you know, though, this item isn't going to council until April, so there will be a month's review. There's time for the public to review that document for a month, or close to a month.
Ms. Rooney, another follow-up on that. And when the housing element was proposed with the numbers outlining where we're going to meet those numbers, the housing numbers, no environmental review was done on those individual sites, correct?
There was a general plan environmental review done on the entire general plan. So what it looked at would be traffic from all those sites. So in the general plan environmental impact report, the traffic study would analyze any changes that were proposed to land uses within the town. So those 32 units that are identified for the Dittos property, as well as all the other units that are identified for all the other affordable housing overlay sites, were factored into the general plan environmental impact report. In addition, I just used traffic as an example. Site-specific impacts were not analyzed in a general plan EIR, but impacts to Maine, impacts to Santa Cruz, impacts to the general circulation system were analyzed, and impacts that are also global, such as air quality, light, things like that, were also analyzed on that larger scale in the general plan EIR.
Okay. When we drafted the general plan and the environmental review for those documents came forward, we were told that the numbers that were in there, whether it was for this site or whether it was for the North 40 or others, were maximum ceilings so that a general EIR could be considered and then individual EIRs would take place for those developments. And one thing that I was assured of at that time was by setting numbers in the documents, we were in no way locked to those numbers. So
I would say that's correct.
Okay, so same thing would apply for the housing element. Although this site may indicate 32 and all the other sites may indicate a certain number, we're not locked into those numbers.
That would be correct.
But I'm also hearing, though, and it goes back to this circular issue that we're talking about, the environmental review didn't look at off-site or reduced density because it seems stuck on the 32. So, and I see you shaking your head, and perhaps maybe it's a good time to have the consultant move forward. And if you could just please identify yourself, Ms. Geyer.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Valerie Geyer, and I'm with Geyer & Geyer Consulting. With respect to the circular nature of the alternatives by definition have to meet the project objectives. The project objectives are tied to the housing element. So that's where this circular thing starts. The alternatives are not rejected or accepted. They are only evaluated to the extent that they could be, and then weighed against each other or compared to each other to come up with the environmentally superior alternative. So I think it's a little bit misleading to say that any of the alternatives are rejected. The other thing is, because of the fact that the EIR is tied, or the project objectives are tied to the housing element, we have to consider if the units are not built on this site, then they would have to be built somewhere else. And then you have to look at the environmental impacts of developing those somewhere else. So those are included, that off-site impact, which we can't define because we don't know where these units exactly would go, have to be considered and weighed when you're looking at the impact. You can't just look at the impact on this site and say, if we have fewer units here, we'll have less impact, because we have these objectives that we have to balance with the environmental impacts specific to the site. As far as the CEQA analysis and the impact analysis is concerned, it uses the CEQA significance thresholds. And so when we're talking about a determination of significance, those determinations are not tied at all to the housing element or to the general, well, in some cases in the general plan EIR, but not to the housing element itself.
So 2 questions then to follow up on that. When you were evaluating the alternatives, was the project objective to make affordable housing? Could it have been 32? Could it 31? 30? It seems like the overall housing element has a goal of a certain higher number, and then we divide it into the certain lots.
Right.
But
So-
it doesn't necessarily have to say 32s in this site.
No, it means that because we also are looking at the regional housing needs allocation, and we're looking at a total number of low and moderate and low and very low income housing units that the town is obligated to develop. All we're saying is that, well, if you don't meet it here, then you need to develop them somewhere else. And if you develop them somewhere else because the project objective is to fulfill that requirement, then you have to consider the environmental impacts of developing those elsewhere.
Okay, and then one final question on that. On your table 5.2, where you do provide the summary comparison, and it looked at off-site or reduced density, you actually had pluses in identifying more impact than project. So is it safe to assume you're going to have an impact, but how can you say that one impact would be stronger in a site that's unknown versus a site that is known?
Because you already have the impacts on this site. The Ditto site, the text in these alternatives say that because this site is developable, we assume it would develop at the general plan density that's allowed. So you have the site development, and then you have some other unit, and those would be, you could do anything from develop the Ditto site with not affordable housing, but market rate housing, and then you could have all 32 units somewhere else. But the topic of this EIR is to look at development of this site and implementation of the project objectives, which is implementation of the housing element. It's not as simple as just developing a site.
I understand that. Any other questions? Commissioner O'Donnell and then Commissioner Erickson.
I want to move you to one other question, which should be fairly simple. I was told that the desk item we got, item number 2, did have more overriding considerations, and I guess I need some help, because I'm looking at page 22, which is the statement of overriding considerations. And I probably, because I just looked at it now, maybe I'm misreading it, but it appears to say, as set forth in the preceding section, the town council's approval of Ditto Lane apartment project will result in potentially significant adverse environmental effect to potentially significant historical resources. It appears that the overriding considerations are limited to the fact that we tore down some buildings. Did I miss something? Are we also taking into consideration, as suggested by Ms. Rooney, more than the historical consideration?
The only significant and unavoidable impact that was identified in the environmental impact report was the demolition of 3 potentially historic resources or
Okay,
structures.
thank you very much.
Sure.
Commissioners, any other questions of Ms. Garrick? Commissioner Erickson?
I want to go back to be sure I'm understanding the logic that you're talking about between the environmental impact review that was done in conjunction with the general plan and the housing element, which by its very nature is not site-specific.
Right.
And yet when we go to consider a specific project, as we are tonight, while it's linked to the housing element, it's linked to implementing the housing element and the general plan, we are limited to considering the environmental impact on that particular. We are then in the business of the site-specific environmental impact report. And if, in fact, that site-specific one, to be sure I'm doing the logic correctly here, so if that site-specific environmental impact report and other considerations that are appropriate to that proposal were to yield something that would say it was less than whatever the number was, and this particular one is 32, and then the town had the responsibility to address how to accomplish the number of units at another site, that's fine. This town needs to go forward and do that. But whatever environmental impact that might cause, and that might need to be addressed at the development of some other site-specific environmental impact report, we can't take into consideration in evaluating this site-specific environmental impact report. Is that correct?
Well, for purpose,
We have no way to do that, right?
In terms of your discretionary action and approval before you, you can't consider that. For the CEQA analysis, the scope of the CEQA analysis has to consider the full range of impacts associated with the project objectives, which are to develop this number of low and moderate income housing.
Can I ask you a follow-up? So when you're saying the project objective, are you talking about the objective of this particular project or the objective of the housing element?
It's the project objectives as they're defined in the project description of the EIR. So they're called the project sponsor objectives. It's on page 3.1 or 3.3.
It's for this specific project.
Yes.
Thank you.
She
I
says
thought it was a
project for
relatively
this specific
straightforward
project.
question.
The other comment I'd like to make is that it doesn't preclude the Planning Commission from making a recommendation for any of the alternatives that are in the EIR as proposed, or some other modification that may reduce the density. The Planning Commission is not precluded of making a recommendation in that way, and it would not require a statement of overriding considerations if that should be the Planning Commission's recommendation.
Okay. Any Commissioner O'Donnell?
Hold on that. However, I just heard the staff say other overriding considerations were indeed going to be presented to the town council. Did I misunderstand that?
The only, as the consultant indicated, the only potentially significant impact is the fact that structures were moved for health, safety, and welfare reasons before the fire season last summer, and because those were removed, this environmental document has to at least address that, and that is the only significant impact that will be addressed with a statement of overriding consideration.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding Commissioner Bourgeois' question. I thought you began by asking a question relating to a response to a comment, and the response was in part citing this whole thing I find very confusing, is it does seem to be going around. In other words, where I was it seems a number of overriding considerations would have to be adopted in this EIR to have this project go forward from a CEQA standpoint. I thought you asked a specific question concerning that and got a different answer.
Through the chair, if I might respond. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank
Yes, you may.
So Yeah, my question was just a broader CEQA question about the alternatives analysis and was not relating at all to the statement of overriding considerations. Okay. So did I answer your question?
Unfortunately, my memory doesn't run back as far as your very first question. But apparently either do you.
Okay, any other questions of Ms. Geyer? Okay, well, I actually have one more, and I don't know if it's appropriate for you or for the architect, but on page 4.43, this is regarding soil sample locations of the, I'm sorry, this is of the draft environmental impact report.
Right.
The diagram shows where sample locations were taken and what is likely Class 1 and potentially Class 1 and what's non-hazardous. On the picture below, of the there's one likely Class 1, and then there's one potential Class 1, and I'm trying to figure out if any of the reduced density or modified design, would it make it so that you wouldn't have to excavate in those particular areas and get into the soil contamination?
No. I think you can't avoid, I mean, number one, I think your objective here should be to encase the material. You don't want it left undisturbed and exposed at this point. So by trying to avoid the contaminated soils, you're not really reducing an impact.
I understand the mitigation of encasing it, but there's also a danger of disrupting it. Once you start moving soil around, that's when you could get into the danger of exposure.
No, and so it's on the surface, so people are exposed right now to it. So
that doesn't make me feel any better now.
Yeah.
So because people are exposed now, regardless of what we do on that site, shouldn't we be doing something?
You want to do something soon. I mean, first of all, it has to be the area around here. It's not just these precise points. These are where there was testing done and was found. And there will need to be more characterization to figure out where the limits are to the contamination. So you really want to, have some remediation done soon.
Okay, so then I guess to Mr. Imami then, regardless of the design, how will you ensure that the appropriate locations are tested and then mitigated so that no future hazardous emissions will occur?
Well, that's really spelled out in the mitigation measure of the same section 4.4. There's a very detailed mitigation measure to ensure that the full, that the testing is done of the soils and that we capture and that all the contaminated soils are captured and either removed from the site or encased.
Okay. But that mitigation monitoring plan is tied to this project. My question is, on the site now, should we not move in this expedient manner? How do we ensure that this does not continue to be a problem?
Excuse me. Actually, Madam Chair, as part of the demolition, the exposed material that's being referenced in the EIR was cleaned up and encapsulated. There was a small amount of material that was off-hauled, and the way the site sits now is that material, that exposure is encapsulated with clean fill.
Thank you.
It was done by following the mitigation measure in the EIR.
Okay. Okay, any other questions? Commissioner Telespor.
I really hate to beat this. I'm not sure who's going to answer it, but I'll just put it out there. In the desk item we have tonight, which is the CEQA, I guess, where am I? I'm on page 15 of findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations. Alternative 2, off-site alternative. If I understand what I heard tonight from staff, if the commission so desired or felt compelled to, we could reduce the number of units on this site. However, when I read the description of what the alternative 2 is, unless I'm misinterpreting this, and that's why I'm asking the question, it says that the housing element does not identify any of the properties within the designated Los Gatos redevelopment project area where 31 affordable units could be developed. So the question is, does it have to be 31? I mean, it couldn't, I'm going to make this up, this number, but if we took away 10 units, wouldn't those 10 units be developed somewhere else? Even, and not 31. It's, in other words, it's saying here that if somehow you're keeping the 31 units together, and yet you're also told us that we could reduce the numbers. So am I clear on that question? I mean, I'm confused.
Yeah.
So what are we, what?
Yes, if the commission decides to make a recommendation to reduce the number by, let's use your number, by 10, then those 10 units will have to be produced off-site somewhere else, either at one of the affordable housing overlay zone sites or somewhere else in town.
Right.
The difference between this one is this is specifically in the redevelopment area. The redevelopment area is not inclusive of the entire town. So we have used affordable housing funds for the purchase and the potential project for this site. And so using that money in the housing element or in the redevelopment area is the option that this one is looking at, so that we can get the same one-for-one production in the redevelopment area, whereas you only get half credit if you use those housing funds outside the area.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, are there any other questions? Okay, and I just have two quick questions of the architect. There are two exceptions to the underlying zone that are being requested. One is the height and the setback. Could you just, I understand the staff report, but can, in your own words, explain why the 8 feet is necessary in terms of the height? Could that be achieved even if you were to keep the same unit? And then the setback?
With regard to the height, you would not be able to achieve the same number of units if you were to, because you're essentially taking off a whole floor off of each of those buildings. And then with regard to the
I believe the north property line, it's 16 rather than the 20.
Oh, right, so that's at the Los Gatos, the creek side. I believe that's just the nature of the layout of the buildings and the parking modules, as it all lays out. We're very restricted by the entry point, the width of the site, the topo on the site, and so it's really just the community room area of building B that's encroaching into that setback by the 4 feet.
Okay, and actually I do have one more question. Okay. Tandem parking. In your experience, have you used it in previous projects, and how have you been able to ensure that it's actually being used for parking rather than storage?
Sure. Yes, it's used all the time in many of our projects, and the tandem parking issue comes up a lot. How do you deal with it? What's done? From a management standpoint, we have a real strict policy on parking in general, a zero tolerance policy. From the point in time when a tenant actually applies to reside in the development, in addition to the normal policies and procedures that are completed to qualify them to rent the unit, we also make sure to check that the vehicle that they're actually registering with that specific apartment unit is also registered in the same name as the applicant. It has current registration. It has current insurance on the vehicle. Once those qualifications are met, the tenant would be assigned a placard, and that placard would identify the specific space that tenant is supposed to park in. In the event, for example, a tenant is parked in a space that's not designated theirs by reference of the placard, they will get a notice on their car within 30 minutes to an hour or so. If their car is not moved, our zero tolerance is to tow the car. In our experience, that happens a handful of times before people really get it right. In reference specifically to the tandem, we've designed the project such that Building A is inclusive of 16 two-bedroom units with tandem spaces below. Every tandem space would be assigned to one individual unit, one two-bedroom unit, which presumably would be two individuals that know each other that live with one another. So it'd be up to their responsibility to to coordinate amongst each other with those spaces. In terms of the storage specifically, there is no storage allowed in those spaces. Those are specifically for cars to be parked. In the event that there is clutter, there is excessive storage, there is something that is not supposed to be allowed, which would be spelled out in our lease agreement that says you are not allowed to store in these spaces, then that tenant would get a warning, and if it becomes a situation that needs to be escalated, then ultimately they will get a notice to vacate.
Thank you. Commissioner Ogle?
Something totally different. I'm trying to understand, one of the groups identified in our below-market housing program is the disabled population is getting higher points to move into this kind of unit. And I'm trying to understand how many units will be accessible to somebody who is has mobility limitations.
Sure. I'm going to invite the architect to actually answer that. Thank you.
It's different in each building. The ground floor units in Building B, which I believe there are 2 in the back that are accessible. Let me double check that, either 2 or 3. And then on Building A, we have an elevator or lift on one side of the building, so while the units are on the second and third floor, the entire second floor would be accessible as well, and that's 8 two-bedroom units.
And those units are designed to be accessible within the unit as well?
Yes, not just the accessible path, but within the unit as well.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing no other questions, I'm going to go ahead and open public testimony. Just a reminder, we have we have more than several speakers, so you're limited to 3 minutes each. I'm going to call you up 5 at a time just to begin a queue so we can get the process moving. At the end of your 3 minutes, just for those who have never spoken before, green light means go, yellow means that you have 30 seconds left, and then the red means that your time is up. If the commission has further questions, they can ask that of you. Otherwise, we're on to the next speaker, okay? And as I indicated, we have lots of speaker cards, so I appreciate your cooperation with this. And the first 5 will be Bob Campbell, James Purcell, Cameron Tooley, Lisa Tooley, and then Jack Van Natta.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Bob Campbell. I'm Executive Director of Senior Housing Solutions. I believe that well-planned, well-designed, well-constructed, and well-managed affordable housing is a benefit to communities in our county. This process is very critical to that outcome, and I appreciate the concern of both the commissioners to get it right and the citizens here to help ensure that the commissioners get it right. Senior Housing Solutions has actually developed enough units for 72 seniors to live in, low-income seniors. That is, seniors whose income is $1,500 a month or less, $1,500 a month or less. That's the average Social Security retirement payment in Santa Clara County. We have been able to manage affordable rents to just 30% of their income. The average rent's $297 a month. We have 2 houses in Los Gatos, and in placing one of those houses, we had some neighbors who were concerned about what it was going to do to their property value, to their neighborhood, and that kind of thing. We met with them. We sat down in the neighbor's house with 30 other neighbors and had a conversation about who we were, what we were about, and what we were about to do in their community. The result was that 3 of the people that were there, I invited on a tour of our properties. They got a chance to meet some of our residents in 3 of our other properties, take a look at how we manage the properties, how we keep the properties together, and came away still somewhat skeptical, but with a clear perspective about what our goals were and how we were going to try to keep their community in their stead. As the process wore on, we were able to work with the neighbor next door about fence construction and that kind of thing. And after a year and a half, we have a very good relationship with our neighbors. Affordable housing, and generally speaking, has a lot of mythology that goes along with it. Will the housing look cheap in the neighborhood? Affordable housing is not necessarily inexpensive and is often prepared and designed in order to meet the design needs of the rest of the neighborhood. Will it increase crime? Well, affordable housing generally doesn't increase crime. It's really all about the management practices, careful screening, prudent security measures, regular upkeep of the property. Most affordable housing residents are much like ourselves, trying to find good living situation within the community.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Any questions for Mr. Campbell? Okay, thank you. The next speaker is James Purcell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Jim Purcell. I live at 111 Via Teresa here in Los Gatos. My wife and I have lived in this great community for about 6 years. I come before you to speak in favor of this project. I don't have any technical expertise to tell you that the number of units is the right number or the wrong number, but I do have a lot of experience with affordable housing. For 6 years, I was the head of Catholic Charities in Santa Clara County. For 5 years, I was the head of Hope Rehabilitation Services here in the county, and for 10 of the last 12 years, I represented Santa Clara University on the Working Council of the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. In each of those capacities, I have testified before governmental agencies and commissions and city councils about the importance of affordable housing. And here in Los Gatos, we need to do our part in this county, I believe, and we have a long ways to go. Affordable housing, any kind of development, is always about trade-offs. And certainly there are impacts, and there are going to be impacts with this development. But the trade-offs that offset those negative impacts, I think, are worth the price. And so I would urge you to give favorable consideration to this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Purcell. Any questions? The next speaker is Cameron Tooley.
Hi, my name is Cameron Tooley. I live adjacent to the property. I'm living on 120 College Terrace. I think you all know me by now. And I think you know that I object to this project primarily on the density issues. It's too dense for the land to support. Also, a couple of points that you may not be aware of, that the community design element says that building setbacks shall increase as mass and height increase. This project does not do that. It also mentions that new structures shall be designed to harmonize and blend with the scale and rhythm of the neighborhood and natural features in the area, and that buildings should follow the natural contours of the property. This project does neither of those. Also, I wanted to kind of complain about the time given to process all the responses. As you know, you were mentioning how big the documents are. It's just not a lot of time for the community to digest all these comments and respond back, because I don't feel like the comments they responded that thoroughly, although they wrote a lot of text. One of the, let's see, so in that sense, I'd like you to delay the project to give the community time to respond properly. And also, something that came up with just your discussion, which is very good, is that if disabled folks are going to be given extra points for this project, you will note that there's no sidewalk going to be along Ditto's Lane. So I can just picture a wheelchair person wheeling on the speed bumps too, by the way. So that's not really that good. So anyway, I just would ask that you consider delaying this project and maybe recommending a lower density. That would be satisfy a lot in the community. You've heard previous in previous meetings discuss the community being opposed to this density. Thank you very much.
Any questions? Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Lisa Tooley.
Hi, my name is Lisa Tooley. I live at 120 College Terrace, Unit L, again, the adjacent townhouse abutting the project. First of all, I want to thank the commissioners for your thoughtful questions and for asking the hard questions. You are resident representatives in this, and your voice is going to be heard. And so I want to just thank you for your time tonight and your voluntary service to this project. To be really clear with what I'm asking for, I'm going to just put that right out front and then expand a little bit. First of all, I would like the recommendation to be deferred pending additional evaluation of alternatives and more detailed mitigation measures and time for College Terrace to conduct an independent survey. We noted from some of the public records requests, we know that the survey was very challenging to do and that there was a 4-foot overlap. And normally a 4-foot overlap wouldn't matter, except that we only have a 20-foot setback, which means it's a 25% difference. And so we would request that extra time. The second thing is that once you make your recommendation, that you make it conditioned that a fire access and egress study be done to evaluate the College Terrace in relation to the proposed project by either CAL FIRE or the county. We have requested this of staff, and they've said they've heard us, but we have not gotten a commitment on that. In the community design element, there are key features of Los Gatos community. And it's defined by its beautiful natural setting in the Santa Cruz Mountains, which is integrated into the town's fabric through the views and forested hillsides, mature trees, and creekside trails. And so I hope that as you make your decisions, you remember what the fabric of the community is and how this project may affect that. In addition, in policy CD 16-3, new structures or remodels shall be designed to respect views from surrounding properties while allowing all affected properties reasonable access to views. And though we don't own a view easement, and I understand there's only one in the whole town, that it's characteristic that if there is a view, that we try to preserve it as best we can, or at least the environment and the atmosphere. And also in CD 16 to promote and protect view sheds and scenic resources. So in closing, again, I want to thank you for your time, for asking the hard questions. If you have any questions of me, I'm more than happy to answer those. And I do have a couple of pictures to provide in response to the response in the final EIR about the fact that there wasn't fire access to begin with. And I have pictures to show that there actually was. They said that there were adjoining buildings blocking it. May I finish that thought? Oh.
Yeah.
Do you have a question?
Yeah, well, when it's time. My question would be, or request would be, can you put that on the overhead instead of passing that up?
I'm sorry, it's just a printout from a computer.
But we should be able to see it, and then you don't have to pass it out. Is that all right? Can I ask that?
Oh, yeah. And did you have a question attached to this?
No. Just wanted to see the photograph.
Oh, I have a question.
Okay.
She's out of time. The question is, what do you want to show us?
Yeah,
what is
there you go. Oh, I thought she knew that. Okay.
Point out that there is a truck actually right here in plain view. So there weren't stone walls and buildings that were blocking a fire access. And then on this one, this is more of a close-up, again, showing that there were not attached buildings. It was more of a lean-to with tarps, and I'm pretty sure that all fire trucks would have an axe on it that would be...
Ms. Tooley, can you please use the microphone?
Oh, sorry. Do you need me to repeat anything?
Actually, we do. Just for the record, we need all this.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
You can pull it off. You can pull the microphone.
So what I just said was that this picture clearly demonstrates that there were not attached buildings that were blocking a fire access, and that it's basically a lean-to with tarps, and that any fire truck would have an axe that would easily be able to get through that. And with the new Building B, it's going to be a solid mass. And to repeat this other one, this is a further back view, and it clearly shows that you can see a truck right there, so there would be some access. And since this is going to be blocked, and because our street does not allow a fire truck all the way down, That's why we would like that access to be assessed.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you.
Should I submit this for the record, the pictures?
Actually, go ahead and give it to us. The next speaker is Jack Venata, and then the next 5 afterwards is Gail Nishimura, Andy Wu, Tony Jeans, and Rabbi Melanie, is it Aaron?
Good evening. My name is Jack Venata. I live at 165 Euclid Avenue. I've been here a couple times before. Apologize in advance. Been putting in a lot of work hours and volunteer hours and didn't have time to put a good speech together, so I threw some notes down before getting here. This is one problem a lot of us have had. We are neophytes to this. We saw the confusion on the panel tonight on the commission. We're dizzy. We're woozy. We're wiped out trying to figure out what's going on. We're hearing, terms like circular arguments and housing elements, CEQA analysis, tied in some cases, others not. It's difficult to keep up with all of this and read a housing element, read hillside standards and guidelines. So it's tough for us to stay on top of this. We feel that it's been pressed too fast. I believe the first we knew about 32 units was in December. And I apologize again. This is something I would, if I had time, I would research it and know when it actually happened. But it came on us very quickly. Of the people that should have been notified, the people that were within 300 feet of the project, I took a poll on some of them, and a number of them weren't notified at all. So they didn't even know it was taken off like we didn't. We're well beyond the 300 feet. And we didn't know until the story polls went up that this project was happening. We knew that there were 4 units down there once before. We had no idea this thing was going to explode to 32 units. In the College Hill neighborhood, there's 125 homes that are impacted. The Novitiate is up there, the Sisters of the Holy Name, and Testarossa Winery. All those people funnel down to College Avenue. I would challenge you to find a street other than the major arterials in Los Gatos that has more traffic on it than College Avenue at that point. The other day, when I was down there during rush hour, I counted cars and take deference to the traffic study, but from the intersection of Main to Santa Cruz Avenue, there were 35 stop cars stopped in that they were waiting for their turn in the queue. Then there were at least double that going the other direction past the high school up to Loma Alta. There were cars backed up on University Avenue waiting to turn on to East Main Street, and then there were cars north and southbound on Santa Cruz Avenue waiting to turn. That traffic is much, much tougher than what Mrs. McNutt was referring to when she said, I don't understand how there can be more traffic.
Thank you, Mr.
Time's up.
Venata. Any questions? Okay. Next is Gail Nishimura.
Good evening. My name is Gail Nishimura, and I live at 81 College Avenue. And I would ask, if you haven't already, please do visit the site with all the story polls in place and compare it against the images that you've been provided by Rome to make sure that what you're seeing on their slide sets also matches what you see in reality. Thank you. So I'm going to respond to some of the responses to my comments on the EIR. And I have to say that, yet again, I'm disappointed by the consultant's EIR, the quality of analysis, the lack of data employed, and the lack of regard for the safety of the public and the impact on the environment. Some examples, for instance, the EIR's estimation of the traffic, asserting that 20 peak hour trips is an accurate estimation of the traffic coming out of this development. This is adhering to the ITE trip generation rate, which they keep relying on. But I would tell you that the U.S. government's own Bureau of Transportation Statistics states on their site, ITE trip generation, quote, reported rates are often statistically insignificant and refer only to suburban sites with ample free parking and no public transit. There's also the consideration that even if they can adhere to 1 car for every bedroom, so total 48 cars, just common sense sort of tells us that 20 peak trips is going to be too low with 48 cars in existence. I would also say that the EIR did not take into consideration, although they think that it was okay, that when the high school lets out in the afternoon, that was not considered in the peak hours. And if anybody has driven on Main, unfortunately, between 2 and 3, you are in a long wait there. I also was disappointed by the EIR's determination how there's nuisance odors. They said that prevailing afternoon and evening winds will dilute and disperse. Well, I expect such an analysis to be backed by a measurement of the speed and frequency of the wind at various times of the year, or else how can this determination be upheld? Another thing is with regards to stating the increase in noise would be less than significant, as it isn't new noise, since the site has been in residential use since the 1870s. The issue isn't about being new noise, it's about how much noise, and it will significantly be greater. The site has been in use since the 1870s. So I would like to remind you folks that this development affects a major tourist area of Los Gatos, the main entrance to the open trail. Hundreds of people come from out of town to use the trail and enjoy the beauty of Los Gatos. The standards for safety and maintaining the green space need to be vigorously upheld. However, with the current proposed density, this will present negative impacts. I urge you to send this project back to the planning stages. Thank you.
Any questions of Ms. Nishimura? You have a question?
Actually, I have a question about the story poles, because she did reference the story poles, and can I ask that question, I guess, of the architect or whomever? Okay. Sure. I went up and looked at the site, and the story poles for Building A sort of wrap
Actually,
around.
Commissioner Ogle, would it be okay if we saved it to the end when we could save it? But actually, it does remind me, by way of hand, can we just raise your hand if you have been to the site and done your own site survey? And then if the site, if the record could indicate that all 7 commissioners have. Thanks. Okay. Mr. Andy Wu, thank you for your promptness.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, good evening. My name is Andy Wu. I live at 28 Euclid Avenue. I've resided there with my wife the past 20 years. My children have gone to school with some of your children. And I know this is a difficult decision facing this commission. Let me start with a comment and a phrase. I pulled this comment out of the Los Gatos Patch from an article by Sheila Sanchez from January 1st, 2011, this year. Mayor Joe Brzezinski praised town project manager Bud Lortz for working with the neighbors and the developer on the project to assure that whatever is built will enhance the community. Well, that must have been a covert community outreach program, because I never got word of anything until notice was sent late in December. The phrase, made popular by Mark Twain, but not coined by him, is, there are lies, there are damned lies, and then there are statistics. So let me focus on statistics. In reviewing the traffic study, I noted in Appendix H that there is this statement appearing 3 times on pages 1, 9, and 19, which is the conclusion, which says, based on the 24-hour average daily traffic counts conducted in June 2010, the PM peak hour bidirectional traffic flow on Main Street west of Maple Lane is approximately 905 vehicles per hour. That appears 3 times. I didn't note any mention of AM peak traffic, so that piqued my curiosity. I looked at page 9, and by the traffic consultant's own standard, cited from Highway Capacity Manual 2000, the peak hour capacity of a 2-lane highway with a free flow speed of 35 miles per hour or less, doesn't say how much less, is approximately 1,030 vehicles per hour per lane. So I took a look at the hard data that appears in Appendix B of the traffic study. And I cranked the numbers. Traffic study on eastbound Main Street from the proposed site without the additional traffic that would occur if this project were developed. During Monday, June 7th, peak hour of 07:30 to 08:30, 1 hour frame, was 467 vehicles. Peak traffic on the following day, Tuesday, June 8th, was 456 vehicles. That's well less than the 903 number that the reference to maximum capacity of traffic per hour should be. I looked at why. That was commencement week for the high school. So if you wanted to stack the numbers low, you would have used that week. There were no seniors in session that week.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Wu? Okay, the next speaker is Tony Jeans.
Tony Jeans. I'm a resident of Los Gatos for about 25 or 30 years. I have no involvement with this project at all. I'm just coming down here as a resident. I think there are some pluses and some minuses for this project, and I just want to let you know what my thoughts are. First of all, I think it's an ideal location for a high-density project. It's right next to the freeway. It's where it should be. It's close to downtown. It's where high-density should be in any sensible planned development for a town. Same is true with BMP units. I think providing them in walking distance to the high school where you could have teachers, to this building, to the downtown itself where people can work is great. I think, in fact, if you want to increase the density, I'm in favor of that as long as it works. I had a negative which moved to a positive when I saw the Creek Trailhead concept change. I was very confused looking at the plans, which I did go into the town and look at some length. I think the new proposal for the trailhead is dramatically better than was originally proposed, and we just need to make it work. I like that improvement, so that was a negative which became a positive. A comment that Commissioner Talasol made about vents on the roofs. People on College will be looking at those roofs. I want the commission to put a condition that all vents be consolidated into an aesthetic semblance so that they might be set in dummy chimneys, things like that, so people along College don't see an ugly series of vents. It'll be very visible from people on College. Traffic, I did not look at. I have to assume that it can be solved. It is what it is. There are going to be, I'm guessing, 150 trips a day in and out of that building. It's going to increase it. It's luckily near the stop sign at College, so people are going slowly when they get there. The last thing, though, I think is significant. I think it's a very poor design. I think the open space is right on the freeway. People won't use it. I think the whole of Building A should be swung out. The only thing between Building A and the freeway should be the parking places and the access to the garage. The open space should be between College and Building A. And that should be a nice open area, almost like a park setting for people to use. I don't know why it wasn't thought of.
Thank you, Mr. Jeans. Any questions? Okay. And the next speaker is Rabbi Melanie Aaron. And then the next group of speakers after that is Catherine Galler, Joel Ash, Todd Johnson, Rosalie Ash, Diane Schmidt, and Steve Gong.
Madam Chair, my name is John Lynch. I'm speaking on behalf of Rabbi Melanie Aaron, who had to leave, and I apologize for that. She's from Congregation Shir Hadesh, and she was here to speak on behalf of the Los Gatos Clergy Council, which represents close to a dozen different faith-based organizations that serve the Los Gatos community. And I'm from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. I participate on that council. This is not a joke, you know. a Mormon and a rabbi walk into a city council meeting or anything. There's a lot of reasons we believe that that could be hyper-technical, that could be reasons for consideration by all of you for why this should or should not go forward. Unfortunately, we're afraid that many of those reasons perhaps have led to Los Gatos' long history of failing to achieve some of its affordable housing goals. What we're here and what we'd like to voice to you as a council is that we believe that for whatever considerations you need to give, there is a moral imperative to move forward with a project like this and to do it as efficiently as you can. There is a need within our community to service these people, to have people of a lower income have affordable housing. We are fortunate that we live in an area that is very affluent, and unfortunately that drives up a housing market that makes it inaccessible for many segments of our community. We also understand that there's a tendency to only support projects that are distant to ourselves personally. And we believe in the adage that charity begins at home, and if not at home, at least in our own backyard. And for that very reason, we would like to encourage the council to move forward with this project with whatever haste you can find. We realize that there are many neighbors that would like a lot of considerations to be given, and we'd like you to move through those as quickly as possible. Signatories to a document that we'd like to submit to you that's written on behalf are the Reverend Stephen Glaus Todrank from Skyline Community Church, David R. Brewer, Rector of St. Luke's Episcopal Church, Edward A. Wilson, Director for Community Life and Chaplain of the Los Gatos Meadows, Reverend Lee Nish and Karen No, the Los Gatos United Methodist Church, Nyan McNeil, Associate Priest of St. Luke's Episcopal Church, Rabbis Melanie Aaron, Joel Fleekop, and Rabbi Lisa Levenberg of Congregation Shir Hadash, Dr. Reverend David Bowman of Faith Lutheran Church, Reverend Rick Radoni, pastor of St. Mary's Catholic Church, Rose Ann Higashi of Lay Ecclesial Ministry of St. Mary's, Carol Thornton, Lay Ecclesial Ministry of St. Mary's, and Bishop Brent Knudsen of the Los Gatos Ward of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? If I could just ask you to annotate the speaker card so that we actually have your name on record.
Very good. Thank you.
Thanks. The next speaker is Catherine Galler.
My name is Catherine Galler. I own the property at 120L College Terrace, very highly impacted by this. We have no qualm with affordable housing, and I believe that affordable housing is necessary, and I have no problem with that. I have a problem with Didos Lane and the density. I'm here tonight not to talk about the problems because you all know what they are. I'm here to talk about the ethics and the good judgment of the town of Los Gatos that I believe has been impaired by the lure of redevelopment money and tax-exempt bonds. I was informed in December that they were going to be building 32 units. I went down to City Hall and I heard that they had already purchased the property. I was looking through the documents and I found a document dated May of 2003 where the city had done an appraisal on the property and it had been appraised for $1 million, and they said that the best land use was for a single family with an in-law quarters. They also addressed the issue of senior housing and multiple dwellings, and they cited environmental impact and traffic, that it would not be a good idea. In 2006, we had values in a decline, a slower market. In 2009, we purchased the property for not $1 million or $2 million, but we purchased it for $3.1 million. This property has laid fallow for almost 20 years not being developed. I cannot understand why we paid an additional $2.1 million for this property. I can't. I ask, why would they do that? Anyway, the town purchased this property, as Joel had said, that it had been presented to them with 32 units, and they thought, well, that's pretty good. Okay, that's going to work out. Well, they decided at that time that I don't think that your input is really of value, because I was in real estate. They released $175,000 prior to the close of escrow, prior to knowing what the environmental impact was, prior to any of the studies, because they don't really care about the studies. They want this project to go through because they need the affordable housing. They need this money in order to build the library. It's It's put together. They want this affordable housing, they want the 32 units so that they can build the library. It's library money. After listening to everybody today, I realize that maybe we can do something about it, but basically we need this money in order to put the library. And my speech was such that I was talking about cost again, and I wanted to say, what are the additional costs that we have to do? Anyway, I'm going to talk about the fact that we need fire protection for College Avenue. That's where I live. With this building B, it's not going to be there. If they could lower the density, and also the picture that they had with me looking at rooftops, I'm not going to be looking at rooftops. Please note those poles. I'm going to be looking at houses. It's well over. I have a 1-story. They're building 3 stories, 30 feet from my property, not my lot line. They have massaged the lot lines where that I'm set back an additional 8 feet.
Any questions of Ms. Goller? Next speaker is Joel Ash.
My name is Joel Ash, and I live at 83 College Avenue, and I think I've addressed this group before. I will be very, very brief because you're going to have a lot of presentations. My concerns have also been expressed by others, and that is a density issue. Why is it necessary to maximize density at 20 Ditto's Lane? That's the question I have. Prior proposals over the years about Ditto Lane developments which were submitted to the town were 16 or fewer units, and those proposals were turned down. I don't understand that. What's behind that? Why didn't they go forward? Less apartments, buildings, and less apartments would resolve many of the concerns about the Ditto Lane projects, including parking and traffic. Very simple. Less is better. Why can't the town construct 2-story buildings in a village-type setting? This is a village-type setting. This is not a city like San Jose, where people come here to see a village-type setting, and that's what we offer. Where is it stated that we must construct only 3-story low-income buildings in this lovely downtown Los Gatos? In summary, very briefly, the approval process is moving too quickly. The Planning Commission should reject this EIR in its present form and order a revised one. It needs closer and more thorough analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ash. Any questions? The next speaker is Todd Johnson.
My name is Todd Johnson. I live at 85 College Avenue. I've spoken to you all before. My concerns tonight I'd like to talk about are safety, road access, parking, and mass and scale. Safety. I'm going to speak fast because everybody's running out of time here. Trail. No pedestrian traffic count was completed at the trailhead. The weekend before last, I counted over 120 trips per hour during the mid-morning for a 2-hour period. That would be a total of 240 people over 2 hours just going into the trail. That is not passing along the sidewalk, which would have been hundreds of people more.
We have a commission. Please, I'll give you a little bit more time. We're having trouble hearing you on this end.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
It sounded loud to me. The weekend before last, I counted 120 trips in and out per hour in mid-morning over a 2-hour period. Remember, this is in the dead of winter, and it did not count the number of people just passing along on Main Street. That was just the people going into the trailhead. The IR said that they will provide emergency service timing to for construction. This does nothing for the 2 senior facilities and the hundreds of people who live up on College Avenue during the construction. What I'm referring to here is scenes like this. Does that work? Where that truck took about 3 minutes to back in and back out, and that's in about a 30 or 40 foot wide street. Now we're talking about getting into a 21 foot wide street. That is going to block fire emergency access. So just don't have a heart attack during those times. Road access. I've worked with almost every city planning department or public works department between San Francisco, Oakland, and Gilroy. When attempting to get information on this project and speak to you tonight and to be a well-informed citizen, I was told by staff that they had to get permission from the town attorney, which she did not give me. 2, it is inconceivable that the 81 units apartment house, a fourplex, and the proposed 32-unit apartment will be accessed not off a standard street, but off a lane that will be upgraded to not a street, but a 20-foot wide standard alley without sidewalks or streetlights. I would like to ask each one of you if you live on a 20-foot wide street without streetlights or sidewalks. The EIR does not consider the fill required for the driveway access. My big thing is the parking. TJKMI has a vested interest in accommodating this project because they are the town's traffic consultant. Their first report missed the dirt parking lot at Riviera Terrace. When they revisited it at 1:25 a.m. 2411, they counted 25 parked cars on 35 plus or minus spaces. When I recounted them last night, and today at between 3 and 3:30 in the morning, I counted 40 cars, 39 cars, and 40 cars. So clearly they have, this company can't even count cars. Obviously, tandem spaces are not equal to open spaces, as you have LIFO situation going in, first out.
Okay, and then Mr. Johnson, I'll give you one more point to make since I did interrupt you.
Okay, let's see.
Make it a good one.
Joel cited the Bayview Apartments, I believe it was, and he was saying that, you know, they have a similar parking thing. As you all probably know, the Bayview Apartment was seriously underparked. And what the council permitted was virtually doubling the parking there to help try to solve an existing problem. They did not approve a new development with a similar parking. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, the next speaker is Rosalie Ash.
Rosalie Ash, 83 College Avenue. The Rome Corporation builds big affordable housing projects, many of them in San Jose. Its online portfolio mainly shows 3- and 4-story projects containing anywhere from 42 to 543 units. No doubt it is better for Rome to build big. After all, business is business. Recently, Mr. Imami stated, if you go below 32 units, it becomes expensive to build and operate. It doesn't pencil out. There you have it. Density equals money. Unlike San Jose, Los Gatos is a small town with hilly settings and limited spaces. Here, affordable housing does not mean urban renewal. Respect for the sloping terrain, keeping old trees, courtesy toward nearby neighborhoods are priorities for Los Gatos, and I believe for this commission as well. A new EIR should specify a design which works with, not against, this rustic historic property. Less units, one to 2 stories, 4 to 5 small buildings like a small village, rather than the 2 proposed massive buildings. The density issue haunts this project. The EIR proposes a possible 94 people will live in this tiny cul-de-sac. It only allows 49 on-site parking spaces. There's no room for more. If each tenant has a car and only 49 will park on-site, where will the remaining 45 cars be parked? No doubt, near the fourplex, near the penthouse apartments, and in the few remaining spaces on Main Street and College Avenue. Your response stated that illegal parking on College Avenue is an enforcement issue. College Avenue does not need enforcement issues. A revised EIR must increase on-site tenant parking. It must include specific provisions, for example, restricted parking, to ensure that College Avenue and nearby neighborhoods are protected from enforcement issues. To make this project work, lower the density. I asked you to reject this EIR and order a new one. I'm delay making a recommendation to the town council until a new one can be prepared. As you review this project, please keep in mind, building bigger does not in itself mean building better. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you, Ms. Ash. Next speaker is Diane Schmidt.
Diane Schmidt, 145 College Avenue. As I understand it, the Planning Commission's responsibility will next be to provide guidance and recommendations to the Town Council regarding this proposed Ditto's Lane project. This is our third public meeting, and we've had more aspects of it presented for consideration tonight. I think we've all had a bit of information overload. This is a good start, understanding the process and the complicated issues that have been raised by everyone, and I'm sure many more that are soon to surface. If you check the Rome Corporation website, they seem to think this project is a done deal. Under their apartment communities tab, they declare 32 affordable multifamily housing units are coming soon to Los Gatos. I find this highly presumptuous on their part, and it certainly gives me the impression that the town's approval process is unnecessary for this project. This is a complicated development that's going to impact town residents and visitors for many years to come. We need to take the time to fully understand and explore all possibilities to create the appropriate affordable housing for this site. I urge the Planning Commission to recommend further studying, including lowering the density of this project from the 32 units currently on the drawing board. At the last meeting, Mr. Omani from Rome Corporation stated that Rome hadn't considered anything below 32 units. This site simply is not suitable for that number. The previous owners submitted numerous zone change applications for 8 to 16 units from the years 1986 through 2000. All were denied by the Planning Commission for various reasons, one of which was due to issues raised with access to Ditto's Lane. What has changed other than that the owner is now the town? I request you be consistent in your recommendations in accordance with past Commission action on this site. The editorial in this week's Los Gatos Weekly Times urges you to take your time in deciding the direction of Ditto's, and I quote, "Time is not important right now when it comes to the Ditto's Lane project. Getting it right is." Thank you.
Any questions? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Schmidt. The next speaker is Steve Gong. And then after Mr. Gong, the next five, Clorama Dorvilius, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, Chris Beavis, Terry Maas, Maria Young, and Marlene Johnson.
Good evening. I'm Steve Gong. I live at 30 Euclid Avenue. I read through the draft EIR, and I had all kinds of issues with all kinds of things, but given only 3 minutes, I guess I'll talk about the traffic portion. Strangely enough, the thing that stood out for me was the exact same thing that Andy mentioned, that the peak hour capacity of a two-lane highway with a free flow speed of 35 miles per hour or less is approximately 1,030 vehicles per hour per lane based on the Highway Capacity Manual 2000 edition. My comment was that I don't see how you can apply this to Main Street. A highway facility running at capacity generally means free flow. Main Street out here has, 3 stop signs and 3 stoplights between, Santa Cruz Avenue all the way around past the high school and up to Highway 9. So 3 stop signs, 3 stoplights. If you do the math, you've got traffic flowing at about 1 car every 3.5 seconds or so. So does that mean that you have nobody turning left? There's no median where, people turning left can go into, and so as to not impede the flow of traffic. So, I'm trying to figure out how these numbers work. When you have a roadway at capacity and you start adding more cars to it, it doesn't mean that that roadway stays at capacity. You still have 1,030 vehicles per hour flowing through. It means that everything breaks down and you have a traffic jam, which is exactly what you see every day in the morning before the high school is in session and every afternoon after the high school gets out. And I didn't see any place in the EIR or draft EIR where that portion of it was addressed. And I guess Andy, looked pretty hard at when these numbers were taken, and maybe that does explain some of it. But the bottom line is you have pedestrians crossing the street, plenty of pedestrians in the morning. You have high school kids going across the street. to get to school. You have plenty of pedestrians on the weekends. You know, even in the afternoon, you have pedestrians, you have people making left turn. All of these things are going to affect the flow of traffic, and basically you can see it every day. All you have to do is go out there between, say, 2:15 in the afternoon till about 2:45 and see that traffic's lined up all the way down. As somebody said, they looked at it, a little while ago in the dead of winter, and they had 35 cars lined up all along the street. So I would just say, you know, my preference would be to reduce the density of the project. Thank you for your time.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Okay, Clorama Dorvilius.
I'm here on behalf of Silicon Valley Leadership Group. I just want to give a personal opinion, and I have some letters to submit from people that I met today, actually. I'm fond of affordable housing. I have a good appreciation of it, given the fact that I just graduated from Santa Clara University. It's one of the unwise population that chose to do nonprofit as a career. So affordable housing has been very good to me recently. I think when I first came to the study session was my first getting the idea of what's going on here with this issue. And after hearing the concerns, I was like, okay, these are legitimate concerns. The traffic, does it have to be 32? Maybe it's something that can be made a little bit smaller. And then I think once I went to meet the people at Affordable Housing to get the other affordable housing communities in Los Gatos, I believe there's two of them, Via Vasona and also Midpen Open Doors. And the people there were all really good people. These are people who all had a disadvantage of some sort. Somebody didn't speak English, or English was a second language. Another person just suffered a head trauma, and she said that if it wasn't for affordable housing, she would have been homeless. I talked to the manager who said she gets at least 10 to 15 people a day asking if they can be on the waiting list for this community, or if there is other availabilities in the city or in the town of Los Gatos. And unfortunately, that's not really the case. So once I heard this and got this like face-to-face perspective, I think now it kind of calms any doubts about 32. I think the attitude about having 32 shouldn't be trying to make it low. And this might be a really dumb comparison, but I just watched Titanic the other week, and they were talking about the lifeboats and how it was like there wasn't enough for everybody on the ship because it wasn't aesthetically pleasing. And even after the ship was going down, people still didn't want to let people in because it would overcrowd the boats. And so many more people died than had to. And I think this is kind of the same concept. So many people don't think the pipes are aesthetically pleasing, but you don't realize there's a serious need for people who need affordable housing and who need to stay in the area or else they're out on the streets. So instead of thinking, well, let's make it less so that way people who are blessed, and this neighborhood is very beautiful. You guys have a very blessed life if you live there. I mean, relatively speaking. But I really think that you should look at it more in a rational way. As far as, okay, we have a serious need for people who will be on the streets or will have to move out, or people who are not, people like me even, who are recent grads and might need to have a job here but would have to commute from San Jose just to find affordable housing. I think you should really look at it from a perspective, okay, 32 is try to get as many people as we can here, but how to do it in a way that is compatible with the community. And I think I challenge the community to really meet people or affordable housing or to visit people in these complexes, and these are really nice communities. I haven't seen both of those, Via Vasona and Midpen Open Doors, are in a mixed community. They're in residential areas and they work beautifully fine. There's no traffic or, I don't know. But
thank you very much.
And I would like to submit these, I don't know, how do I give these?
Actually, can you submit it? And we'll enter that into the record. Thank you. Any questions? No? The next speaker is Chris Beavis.
Hello, my name is Chris Beavis. I live at 81 College Avenue. I'd like to say at the start that I personally support affordable housing in Los Gatos, and I would support affordable housing on this site if it were done responsibly and consistently with the town plan, general plan. And I think if it were done by someone like Habitat for Humanity, a lot of my neighbors would be down there help building it. So I want to say to all the people who are here advocating for affordable housing, I'm with you, but it has to be consistent with the general plan. The ER relies in large part on analysis by experts. The conclusions drawn by these experts are pretty starkly in contradiction to the everyday experience of people who live around here. We've had a lot of people talking about traffic. I could say that As far as the views, it says that the effect on views from College Avenue will be less than significantly affected. If I walk out my front door across College Avenue onto the sidewalk on Main Street that hundreds of people use every day, I see an eyesore even with story poles there. And for them to say, oh, no, it's adequately screened, it just flies in the face of reality. Similarly, it says that putting 32 units on 1.5 acres is consistent land use with kind of modest single-family homes on the other side of College Avenue, which is a narrow, winding road. I don't need an expert to tell me that that's inappropriate land use. I think it's evident to anybody who looks out that window. So, you know, I'm a scientist by profession, and if I have a theory or do an analysis that produces a conclusion that flies in the face of reality, I take a hard look at the theory or the analysis and fix it or throw it out. I don't ignore reality, and I'd ask you to do the same in this case. Additionally, the report purports to have evaluated alternatives which might have less environmental impact. It failed to do so in any meaningful manner, and I think some people have talked about that today. Mr. Imami stood up here a few weeks ago and said, oh, no, we never considered anything less than 32 units, whereas in the report it says they did. That's a clear contradiction. In order to make this project work or even seem vaguely doable, the town has had to pile exemption on trick, on rezoning, on variance, and still haven't pushed it over the line. The resulting proposal is clearly antithetical to the goals of the general plan as stated in Section 2. I don't have time to read the entire section, but I encourage the Commission to do so before considering this matter. I will read this, however. Extreme care is used in approving all new development applications. The impact of new developments are evaluated in light of the development's overall benefit to the community. In addition, the benefit of development is measured against the ability of the proposed development to blend in with existing developments. Input from surrounding residents and property owners is a major consideration in any redevelopment process. Preserving the small-town character of Los Gatos requires attention to collection-related issues, including human scale of development, historic preservation, density, intensity, and downtown preservation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beavis. Any questions? The next speaker is Terry Moss.
Good evening, Terry Moss with laryngitis, 18 East Main. I wonder why the rush to judgment, why you have tonight to make a decision. You put off a gentleman earlier for problems. Please don't rush. I read, and I'm being rushed. I rushed through the EIR responses today, and it was too pat. You know, it was just too good. I'll give you two examples because this is new information. They say that Maple will lose 1 foot or 10 feet of trees. Well, that's not really true. It's a 2-to-1 slope. You're going to lose 20 feet of trees. 2-to-1, 10 feet out, 20 feet down. It's going to take 40 years for trees to grow up if they were planted to even mitigate what we're losing. The city promised me we'll do a visual study so we can see what it'll be like. They're not doing it. I'm going to do it. It's $10,000 to do it. You have to put a GPS mark on each tree, and you have to do a slope survey. But I'll get it to you. Just wait, and you'll be able to see by an independent expert what the loss of the trees along Maple will look like. Number two, I got to bust these guys a little bit. I'm a management company. I manage 50 apartment communities, 3,500 units. 32 units is a bugger to run because it doesn't pencil out for an on-site manager. And when I read about and I hear about how nice it is, we'll have a placard there, and we're going to bust those people and move them out of there. 32 units at the affordable rent, it just will barely pay for a 40-hour manager. There's nobody there at night and nobody on the weekend. And if there is, they have to be paid overtime. It's a real problem. I know I face it all of the time. So this fairy tale that they're somehow going to be able to monitor these folks with respect to parking and going out the small dittos lane, it's a fiction. It economically does not work. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay. Next speaker is Maria Young.
Hi, I'm Maria Young, 121 College Avenue. The PowerPoint again. What I wanted to talk about was the traffic again, and this time on College Avenue where I live. I live on one of the most dangerous corners on College, and I think that basically the time has come for the town to look at the number of people that use College Avenue, use the trail, and come down College Avenue. You should count the people, you should count the bicycles. This is pretty good. They're, at least in the gutter. We see people walking on the wrong side of the road, not using the sidewalk. You frequently have cars that don't belong to the condos that park there and, do what they need to. You have people with baby strollers, right there, not on the sidewalk, in the middle of the street. Here we have another group, and I've put days and times so you can look at that. College Avenue is an extension of the trail. This is not random occurrence. This is a minute-by-minute occurrence on College Avenue and Jones Road. Here we have people walking up the street, not using the sidewalk. Baby stroller again. This is another dangerous corner. It's going up College. And you see, they finally get over when they see a car coming, and then you've got the people making the U-turn. I mean, we all know that people make U-turns there, and I think this person is waiting to get into a parking spot. Talking about infractions, there is a sign 2 houses up from me, says no parking this side. Here's a person on 311 parking where they shouldn't be. Here's a car going down the hill. Here are people walking again on the street instead of the sidewalk. Even single people don't use the sidewalk. 3-5, look, somebody's parked. It's a red zone. There's a sign here that says don't park. Note to town, I think you need to redo the red, it's fading. 3-8, again, this one's parking on the sidewalk. Here we go, more people. I love this one. Okay, look at how the car is leaning. Do you think he was going 15 miles an hour? No. Did you know that the boys from the high school and the field hockey, they run down College Avenue, they run up College Avenue? This is a really dangerous corner. 4:59 p.m. Do you know what it's like to be behind these people when the sun is going down and it's hitting your windshield?
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Commissioners, do you have any questions?
Jones Road. Fire truck?
Okay. The next 5 speakers that I have.
Marlene Johnson.
I'm sorry. Yes, Marlene, you're next. And then after Ms. Johnson is Lee Quintana, Mike O'Hara, Pat O'Hara, Brad Clausey, and then Megan Clausey.
Commission, my name is Marlene Johnson, and I live at 85 College Avenue, directly across the street from the proposed project. My family and neighbors are directly affected by the potential safety problems created by the project. I believe the environmental impact report seriously failed to accurately detail the potential safety and traffic problems that will ultimately occur if this project, as planned, is allowed to go forward. This is a safety issue, and it is one that the planning department needs to take very seriously, as the company who prepared the environmental impact report did not. It is my understanding that the firm that was hired to prepare the EIR is the same firm that the town uses for most of the town's, proposed projects. It may have been wise to hire an independent firm that did not have an established relationship with the town and who could provide an unbiased analysis. I stood on Main Street near the entrance to the trail for over 4 hours on a recent Saturday. The number of bicyclists, parents with strollers, joggers, and hikers who entered the trail over the 4 hours numbered in the hundreds. While there, I observed people constantly trying to avoid cars coming in and out of the existing Maple Lane access. I challenge each of you to spend a few hours on Main Street near College to see for yourself how adding an additional 75 cars passing through that area will affect traffic and impact the safety of those in the area. This should be a very important issue for you as members of the Planning Department. I also challenge you to drive up and down College Avenue at any time of the day. The number of trucks double parked delivering goods to the existing retail businesses continue to create a traffic and a safety hazard. I cannot tell you how many times I have almost witnessed head-on collisions of cars trying to leave College Avenue onto Main while trying to drive around trucks. This existing safety issue will be compounded if the project as planned, adding 70 or more cars in this location, is allowed to go forward. You do have a responsibility to the residents of this town to look out for their safety. The environmental impact report is a travesty and a poor presentation of the actual environmental impact and the safety issues associated with this project. The company was hired and paid to present to the town and the residents the true facts as they relate to the proposed Dittos Lane development, and they failed to do just that. The proposed high-density project will create a significant safety and traffic problem in this small, dense area. Please make our safety your priority. It would be wise for the town to review this project again and look at proposing a project that reduces the density and ensures the safety of the town residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Any questions? The next speaker is Lee Quintana.
Can I make one comment off my time?
Actually, Ms. Quintana, we're going to have to use it in your time.
Then I'll make it at the end. Okay, I'm Lee Quintana. I live at 5 Palm Avenue, and as I have stated before, I am in favor of affordable housing when it is appropriately sited and appropriately designed. Oops. Okay, my time's going, but. Look at that while I'm speaking a little bit. I'd also like to pass out to you the letter from the Canon Design Group that was submitted on July 7th of last year that discusses the suitability of the site and his concerns and issues with it. Going back to this, this is an example that came out of a site on the internet that it's called Affordable, excuse me, I'm going to start over. This is an example of a good, well-designed, affordable housing complex. It's one that you can be proud of. It's one that is nationally recognized. If you don't recognize it, it is here in Los Gatos. It is Open Doors. So, good, affordable housing can be built and designed. One of the problems is the size of the site and the fact that in determining the 32 units, the characteristics of the site were not taken into consideration. All of the affordable housing sites were designated at the highest density, but they're mainly flat. This is a site that has an average slope of about 30% and only a developable area of somewhere around an acre. If you used that acre to determine your density, it's very possible that you could come up with a good project. I have another. Oops, upside down. And this is for Fletch, I think. This is an overlay of the site with an overlay showing where the sound wall is proposed, but it's also showing where the retention basin is. Both of those occur in the area that's proposed for open space. So my first question to Fletch is that given what was written in the EIR, is it possible to use a retention basin that can be used actively for play
I'm sorry, Ms.
as well as open space?
But, Mr. Parsons, I would actually like to hear an answer to that. So at the end, could you make sure you include that in your comments? And actually, Ms. Quintana, I do have a question. The first overhead that you mentioned that was in town?
Yes, it is.
Can you tell me where exactly?
It's on Parr Avenue.
Okay. Any questions for Ms. Quintana? Thank you.
I am going to submit some things to you.
Okay, let the record note that there are items being submitted. And then the next speaker is Mike O'Hara.
Hello, my name is Mike O'Hara. I'm at 36 Oak Grove, which is just down from College Euclid area. I use the trail every morning. It's the greatest trail around. I really appreciate the green and the clean and all the rest of it. In my opinion, you should find someplace else for this project. The attorney over there said you had 7 other options. This is too dense. The town paid too much money for my taxpayer money for that property. It seems like it's almost a done deal. We're wasting our time here talking. I hope not. But these gentlemen have put on their website that it's a done deal. I hope you guys are not of the same mind. The traffic study is bogus. I'm not an engineer, but I did graduate from Los Gatos High, so there you go. The traffic study is bogus. I don't know where you got these traffic guys, but even I can see that there's going to be a lot more traffic in there. There's going to be at least one teenager in that complex, I guarantee. And that one teenager is going to have a tweet, and he's going to tweet a party, and there's going to be 50 cars all up and down Main Street in the library parking lot. You're not going to have anybody parking to go to dinner or to go to the Italian place at the bottom of the hill or go to the Cancer Society. It's crazy. I don't know. That's just my opinion. This is a crazy thing to do. You got to put somewhere else. Over.
Any questions? Next speaker is Pat O'Hara.
So we do agree, but I'm going to take this from a little different angle. My name is Pat O'Hara. We own the house at 36 Oak Grove. I will tell you, I also graduated from Los Gatos High. The house at 36 Oak Grove was the house where I spent part of my childhood. We bought that house about 20 years ago. We have been spending part of the winters down here for the last several years. As we get closer to retirement, and you can tell we're not too far, we would like to spend most of our time here. We love Los Gatos. Our families are still here. We visit frequently. I'm going to tell you a little story because I don't believe this project's going to work as it is. And I'm going to tell you my personal story. I can't repeat all the statistics. Everybody's done great research. But we rent that house out part of the year. Last summer, we rented to an individual who said he was a businessman coming into the area. What he didn't mention is that he also moved in his girlfriend, a couple of ex-husbands, her 3 teenage sons, and about 40 or 50 of their closest friends. So all of you on Euclid who couldn't get to your houses last summer, it's because they were all having, they were parking their cars up on Euclid and up and down Oak Grove, and they were having a party at our house. Now, the problem there is both Oak Grove and Euclid are cul-de-sacs. If anybody had an emergency in the middle of the night, every night, all summer, there would have been no access for emergency vehicles, medical, ambulance, police. The police were called several times. The fire department was called 3 or 4 times. People called us up in Alaska. We called down here. Police would go up there. This went on. I also found out eviction laws in California are a little different. You can't evict somebody. It is impossible. So as much as we wanted those people to leave, as much as we want to solve that situation, we were almost helpless legally. We contacted 5 different lawyers. Now, I see that there's a lot of mitigation issues here on this little list, just what I'm reading, traffic being one of them. It can't be mitigated. This is not going to work. And I certainly don't want to frame this as a debate between the value of affordable housing and the value of aesthetics or something like that. I don't think anybody's opposed to affordable housing. I'm certainly not. I was low income growing up here, very low income. And my mother lived here in low income housing until her death. So I certainly appreciate the value of that. This is just not going to work. And again, I apologize to everybody on Euclid. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? The next speaker is Brad Clausey.
Hi, I'm Brad Clausey. I live at 130 College Ave. I want to speak to you tonight a bit about us, the residential opposition to this project. As others have said, we are not averse to the integration of diverse housing elements into our area. We are averse to overly dense, ill-conceived proposals that will substantially impact our quality of life and the quality of life for prospective residents of affordable housing. Rational density will also result in a higher quality of life for anyone who happens to live in Ditto Lane. So I feel that we are also defending their interests. As we've witnessed, the response by residents to this proposal has been overwhelmingly critical. We've addressed specific deficiencies in the EIR, many of which we still consider to be outstanding, even in the face of new documents issued by the town. We've offered observations which speak to the current saturation of traffic and parking at the impacted intersection of College and Main. We've questioned the process by which the town has sought to advance this project without a fair bidding process. Given the obvious and numerous problems with this proposal, the only remaining question in my mind is this: why do our town leaders continue to forward the proposal given its conspicuous weaknesses? Should the town be required to reformulate this proposal in conformance with the impact guidelines applied to other projects, like the first project that was discussed this evening, you will surely find we, the residents, in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Megan Clausey.
Hi, I'm Megan Clausey. I live at 130 College Avenue. I'd like to start off by saying that I'm a big supporter of affordable housing, and I want to echo my neighbor Chris's sentiments. If you told me that Habitat for Humanity wanted to construct 6 homes on Ditto's Lane, I would be there with my 6-year-old twins with hammers helping build affordable housing. I definitely support affordable housing, and that is not my problem with the Ditto's Lane proposal. My problem is the density proposed and with the careless, haphazard, often baffling way that this project has even gotten to this point. I next want to say that I'm relatively new to the Los Gatos civic process. This is my 3rd town meeting, and I've been amazed and pleased at how meticulous the Planning Commission is when it comes to listening to the needs of homeowners in Los Gatos. Whether it's one person wanting to build a pool or a sport court or something on the property, I really admire how you take the time to listen to the concerns of the neighbors. Will adding one more structure to one person's lot change the character of the neighborhood? Will it ruin the neighbor's views? Will lights from a car entering the property shine in the windows of the neighbors? Time and again, I've seen you show sensitivity and compassion to individual homeowners when there's even a suggestion that their quality of life will in any way be diminished by the construction of a neighboring pool, sport court, or new structure. I'm baffled then that neighbor after neighbor after neighbor has come before you and told you how this proposal will negatively affect them. I feel that there are many homes that border and face the proposed Ditto's Lane development. These are homeowners who now look on a meadow, look on trees. Suddenly they'll be looking at a tacky 3-story apartment complex along with balconies full of people hanging out, barbecuing, lots of noise, more traffic, parking issues. There are approximately 125 homes up on College Avenue. All of us only have one way to exit our homes. We've already told you that traffic is intolerable already in the mornings and afternoons with people trying to get to the high school. This is before Ditto's Lane. With an addition of an apartment complex, I sincerely feel that traffic will be gridlocked. This alone should give you pause. Parking around College Avenue is already so bad that my husband often can't park in front of our house. My guests can't park in front of my house. People who work down by College and Main, I talked to some of them. They said they have to park a mile away to get to work. This is before Ditto's Lane, with its inadequate parking, with tandem spots and 7 guest parking spots for 90-some residents. All of these people are going to be parking on College and Main. We can't handle any more cars. Finally, I just want to say I have a real problem with the town wanting to cut down 60 mature oak trees.
Thank you, Ms. Clausey. The next group of speakers, Eric Schiff, Susan Kenkel, Richard Allen, Russ Forbes, Anthony Lazell, Bruce Salmon, and Dorinda Barnes. So the first one is Eric Schiff.
Hi, I'm Eric Schiff. I live on 227 Jones Road with my family. First, I feel that the town has insufficient housing stock, especially for lower income, teachers, police, firefighters. I therefore support construction of a suitable number of units on Ditto's Lane. Having said that, I have three concerns. First, as many have discussed, is the density of the proposal. So relating to the number of the units, the effect on views, noise, inadequate parking. In addition, I thought it was interesting earlier in the first session of the meeting, we talked about 50 trees, which are coming down here, and that other, coincidentally, another 50 trees are going to come down on that property, and I believe Commissioner Jensen made the comment that removing 49 trees is an extraordinary amount. Interesting that we're looking at 50 trees here, and I hear virtually no comment on this. In addition, my second concern is that the traffic flows and the safety for the trail users, the intersection of College, Main, and Maple. Just to put context on things that people already know here, College and Main is an extremely busy intersection, as many have already discussed. Adding another intersection 20 yards, I think, away, I think at face value makes no sense, and clearly will be a huge issue for logistics and traffic. So when I look at this, it says that, something more like, in my opinion, maybe 8 to 16 housing units, which I think would align with the medium density residential standard of 5 to 12 units an acre on 1.49 acre site that's referenced, seems like it's more aligned with more typical policies. The third point I have is my concern that there's perhaps a double standard here. If you look at the exact same property and previous proposals that have been made to it, versus what we're talking about now, where this has been mentioned, 8 to 16 has been proposed there and rejected, and here we're looking at 32 units, and it feels like it's somehow flowing through the system with unchecked, and regardless of opposition from the community, and those who be most affected by it. And I don't hear any indication of compromises, et cetera, in general coming into this session. I have heard some more of that here, to be clear. So in closing, I'd like to ask the Planning Commission and also Rome Corporation to hear the voice of the community. I'm concerned that the project so far does not seem to be responsive to those concerns, especially those of neighbors who are directly impacted. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? The next speaker is Susan Kankel.
Good evening. Susan Kankel, 99 Reservoir Road. This is about the Ditto's property. It is not about affordable housing. We are all supporting that. Who is opposed to this Ditto's project? The residents of Los Gatos. Not just the neighbors of the property, but the residents from all over town. And we can see this in the letters that you have in your packet, and we can hear this in the speakers who have come before you. Why all this opposition? Environmental concerns, traffic concerns, parking concerns, density concerns, and we are right to be concerned because even after the staff responses to all of the residents' concerns, which was available only 5 days ago, many further questions arose, and there's no opportunity for clarification before this meeting. I would like to point out once and again that this project does not warrant approval because it does not meet the general plan goals and policies in several areas, and I covered these once before in an appearance. But most importantly, in the general plan goals and policies, Goal LU 4-3 states you can only approve projects for which public costs can be justified by the overall benefit to the community. Well, who is the community? It's the residents of Los Gatos, and the residents have told you that this project does not benefit them or the town in any way. The town would be giving up too much for no benefit, only harm. There are alternative sites for the project, and there are alternative uses for that property. This project must be denied. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kankel. Any questions? The next speaker is Richard Allen.
My name is Richard Allen. I've lived at 172 College Avenue since 1976. Yesterday, I read the responses, the comments and responses prepared by the consultants. As I read this 290-page document, I felt an emotion I rarely feel, anger. Many citizens have commented on the EIR. I'm going to comment on the responses to some of those comments, in particular those that were made by Chris Bevis. The tone of the responses in this document is, to him, are typical of the responses to everyone. His comments had to do particularly with traffic and with the overall process in producing the EIR. He wrote of the hazardous conditions at College Avenue and Main Street, and it's worsening from the impacts of this project. The responses that were used to answer him were to cite the methodologies used that are standard practice for professional traffic engineers. The word professional is used a lot in responding to our comments. I counted 12 times here in this document, and I guess this is supposed to reassure us. The response to Chris cites the lack of collisions as evidence of the College Main intersection is not hazardous. Anyone who uses this intersection knows that this response is ludicrous. We all have had experienced near misses at this intersection, and I don't know whether there have been collisions there, but there certainly is the potential for it. It is a hazardous intersection. Furthermore, the response to Chris's comments on the subject of professionalism of the consultants used in preparing the EIR and the conflicts of interest therein were criticized. But we all know that when a consultant is hired, he's made aware of the results that are expected. It's explicitly stated or it's inferred. The results of reports from professional appraisers in helping create the real estate mortgage disaster that this country has seen were all done by professionals. The lenders told the appraisers, if you can't deliver it, you won't get any more of our business. There's an implication of that here that creates a definite conflict of interest, even if it wasn't specific. I can't say this was done here, but the potential exists. I don't know what answer we have if this turns out badly. The EIR conclusions fly in the face of the experience of the citizens of this town, and I ask that you reject this EIR and order a new one with citizen committee oversight and delay making a recommendation to the town council until a new one can be prepared. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Any questions? The next speaker is Russ Forbes.
Hi, Russ Forbes, 155 Euclid Avenue. In case I forget to say at the end, I should tell you I'm against the project, so less would be great. First and foremost, if there is a risk of being a broken record, my first and foremost issue is with traffic and traffic flow. As the father of 3 knuckleheads, I'd love to see them get all the way through school before they get crushed at that intersection on their bikes, which could happen on any given day. The second point is, I'll take it from the town's paper on March 1st of 2011. Our good mayor states that the consequences of poor planning will have long-ranging impacts on our community character. Here's a classic example of the consequences of poor planning, in my opinion, of course. Then it says, Brzezinski also called for residents and visitors alike to be mindful of traffic laws, speed limits, as the traffic seems to be increasing in speed and frequency on a daily and yearly basis. Again, I don't know how this is going to make that problem any better. Commissioner Jensen, you raised an eyebrow and called the removal of trees, quote unquote, interesting, and that was 49 trees, and this is 53. I'm not a tree hugger or a hippie by any stretch, but if it's interesting there, it's rather perplexing here. Food for thought, I could be wrong. And the rest of my comments really come in the form of questions. First is, who's paying to widen the street? The next question is, what's the equation used for density? The developer here quotes an appetite for putting this project in terms of loaners have an appetite for a certain amount of density. Well, perhaps we could have an appetite for a different number of developers. I suppose I know there's only been one, so perhaps an open bid would be a unique way to go about this process. how much money is Los Gatos putting into this project? Something in the $3 million I heard kicked around. Aren't we already broke? I mean, do we need to put more money into a project? We've already given them a loan, and that's my money. No one asked me for it. And again, where's the break-even point? How many years of rent is it we have to get back before we get that loan back, before we get that investment back? I've never seen that math anywhere either. I'd like to know those numbers. And last and not least, is Los Gatos now planning on going into the housing business? And is Los Gatos now becoming a landlord? And is that really a business that the town of Los Gatos wants to be in? I quite frankly don't want the mayor worried about being a landlord. I want him to worry about being the mayor. So at the sake of being redundant, please reconsider density or move this project elsewhere. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions? The next speaker is Anthony Lazell.
Thank you. I'm a 14-year resident of 105 College Avenue. I can actually see the markings of the property from every window in my house, but that doesn't actually bother me. Being English, I'm used to living cheek to jowl with all sorts of people. I think we need to think about this on a wider basis. The real heart of our town runs from the post office, through the park, along Main Street, past the coffee shop, and up College Avenue. And anybody that lives there and spends any time there, you see literally hundreds of people cycling, walking, running, doing whatever. And I think that's the way we need to think about it, because I don't think anybody looks favorably on the penthouse, even though they've spent a lot of money in doing it up recently. I would hate to see this council and this committee looked at in 10 years as the people that allowed this atrocity to happen. Right from beginning to end, I attended the very first meeting when my friend Mr. Lutz over there, when the gentleman that has the store on the corner by the penthouse started to object. He said, well, it doesn't matter because we're going to do it anyway. We have the power. And when he pushed back, there was a sudden pushback. And he changed his tune as fast as he possibly could. The fact is, this has been pushed through from beginning to end. I actually am a licensed civil engineer, structural engineer, and I have a diploma in traffic engineering. And I will tell you, this is going to turn into a disaster. Anybody that spends any time at those crossroads, you see people going through that stop sign all the time on all three stops. You see people doing turns of all sorts. What is going to happen over the next years, you're going to see that whole central piece turned into a roundabout system, because our town planners and our town people will decide that the traffic flow is too great to actually handle that as a stop sign. And that is going to be the inevitable outcome. And what that's going to do is completely isolate the trail system and the downtown area with the coffee shop, which is really why people come to our town. Go there on a Saturday or a Sunday, walk to the market, see where people actually hang around, and ask yourself if this is really what you want to do. I think it's a great spot for high-density accommodation. I think it's a terrible place to put it with cars. I notice I have 3 letters that I pulled out here. All of them talk about applications. They all talk about the trees. We're going to cut down the trees. They all talk about parking. One had a beautiful phrase, and it says, if access results in a major problem, this may be a no-vehicle site. Well, perhaps what we should do is actually follow that through and actually authorize the development, but do away with all the garages and make it emergency access only, because that will solve a lot of the problems that most of us are worried about. Thank you.
Any questions? The next speaker is Bruce Salmon. Okay. And let me spell the last name in case I'm doing it wrong. It's S-A-L-M-O-N-D. Okay. The next speaker is Dorinda Barnes. Okay. Well, that is the end of our speaker list. We have heard numerous comments. Let's take a break so that we can stretch our legs. Commissioners, you can pull your notes together. Let's reconvene in 5 minutes.
Okay. They've already screwed up.
Okay, commissioners. And those in attendance, thank you for your patience. I appreciate everyone sticking to their allotted 3-minute time limit. Commissioners, I will open it up for questions, and then afterwards we can, and so any questions that you may have of any of our applicant, of town staff, and/or any of the consultants, you can do it at that time. But before we do so, I did ask our town council to remind us of the purview of our authority tonight versus what council will be looking at when this ultimately goes to them, okay? Ms. Prop?
Thank you, Chair Sayoc and Commissioners. On your staff report on pages 16 and 17 sets forth the types of land use issues that are before you tonight. Certainly, this commission has been charged with the task by council to consider all issues regarding land use such as density, traffic, parking, the typical things that you would consider on any application before you. Staff is asking that you also, as you consider this, consider the recommendations or alternates on page 17 and address your comments to that. In particular, based on some of the comments we heard tonight, we wanted to remind both the Planning Commission as well as members of the council that ultimately, Planning Commission makes recommendations to the town council. It's the town council's land use authority that would ultimately decide on a project such as this, since it's a planned development project. And with respect to the questions regarding the affordability requirements, any kind of subsidies, any types of loans the town made with respect to this project, those are the purview of the town council sitting as the redevelopment agency. And at such time that those matters are before the redevelopment agency, they will address those issues and discuss those items.
Thank you, Ms. Prop. Any questions of Ms. Prop? Okay. So, yes.
Staff just wants to clarify that you've closed the public hearing?
Yes, I am we closed the public, mentally I did, I hope verbally I did. Before we took the break, I closed the public testimony. So now we are at the portion where commissioners, you're free to ask questions of the town staff, the applicant, and any of the consultants. And again, I want to remind you that the consultants that we have here are the environmental, the parking and traffic, the noise, we have the architect, we have the civil engineer, and we also have the applicant available, okay? And then there were a couple of issues that were raised that I know I myself will have questions about, but let's go ahead and see. Commissioner Bourgeois, you had your hand up?
Yeah, just a procedural question. Typically, when we have an applicant present, we receive public testimony, the applicant has a chance for rebuttal. Are we not doing that tonight?
At this point, because so much of what they had provided was in the opening portion, they didn't feel a need for a rebuttal and would like to answer specific questions instead.
Okay, thank you.
Please nod if that's correct. Okay. Okay, so are there any specific questions? Commissioner Telesford.
Right. This is of our town civil engineer, Fletcher Parsons, for you, I think. I'm looking at the exhibit for the public access road improvement plan. Okay, and I'm just looking at the cover, which is one of 8 sheets. And I see that can you describe for me the retaining wall material, how that will be constructed? I know it's not going to be constructed along all of Ditto's Lane, is that correct?
Correct.
And what I mean by constructed is it's going to be widened and turned into it's going to be 2 lanes, is that correct?
Correct.
And we're terming it a driveway, not a street. Is that correct or no? Is it a street?
It's 20 feet wide emergency access, driving the 20-foot width.
Okay. So, and will it have sidewalks?
No sidewalks.
No sidewalks. Okay. So, yeah, I would like to know what the material will be for the retaining wall. I don't have a visual of that.
If you go to
Oh, is there one here that I overlooked?
sheet 6 of 8, shows generally what it is. But for the audience, it's steel I-beams with timber lagging between them.
Actually, Commissioner Telspar, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I forgot that someone in the public mentioned that we were actually out of the desk item. Do we have any extra copies? I'm sorry, it just occurred to me now. Can someone raise their hand who actually needs a desk item based on the, okay, so I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, if we have 5 available. And if it's possible to, it looks like I have more than 5. Oh, can you and I share? Okay. Yeah. Sandy? Okay, I'm sorry, Commissioner Telspar.
That's right.
I'm sorry, Mr. Parsons, for interrupting you. Please continue.
I was done.
Okay. Okay. Yes, Commissioner Bourgeois.
Just to try and stay on topic, since we brought up the driveway, I'll try and continue that thought. And I've asked this question last time, and I just want confirmation, because walking that alley, I've driven it, I've walked it, I've looked at the trees that are marked for removal, and it does seem, obviously the number's big, but it also seems to be, because of the steep slopes and the visual and the highway there, it seems to be a significant change to the character of that area with the removal of those trees. So my question is, the changes that are proposed to the road, the widening of the road, are not dependent on the density. For example, if we have 2 units or 32 units, the same improvements to that road need to happen. Is that correct?
2 units to greater than 2 drive that road widening.
And I'm assuming you've looked at other engineering alternatives to reduce tree impacts, and this is the best solution?
20 feet is the minimum width, and this road hugs to 20 feet.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any questions specific to the driveway before we change topic? Commissioner Erickson?
This is Mr. Parsons. So there don't appear to be any particular specific improvements at the intersection that would be created or that is already existing of Maple Lane and Main Street at that point in time. So other than those that relate to access to the trail and so forth, but in terms of that would signal in a different way, so there'll be more traffic that's created than there is now there, that would signal to people using that lane. It's an obscure intersection at this point in time from a casual driver. So you know that I've asked a question before of you about, are there any plans to do anything to that intersection to make it less obscure to the casual driver?
The plan was to put a street sign up, but widening the driveway, but keeping it, again, as it is, a driveway apron. We had talked about, at one point, turning it into more of a road by, in engineering terminology, it's called putting in a curb return, where you're not driving up over the sidewalk. You'd be putting in a crosswalk there, where you're keeping the pavement low and not driving over a sidewalk. But we felt that would, that going up over the sidewalk acted as traffic calming. It kept people slower, and we thought that was a good thing and a good place for it. And so we thought to keep it the way it is. It will be widened there, but the same concept will be there, where it's essentially a driveway apron.
Before we move forward, do we have a visual we can put up so that it could help clarify what we're talking about? And then Commissioner Telspar, did you have
Right, as a follow-up to... Oh, wait. Well, I could ask it now while they're putting that up. As a follow-up to that, in one of the photographs that was up on the overhead, I thought I saw a stop sign. Is there will there be?
Correct.
There is a stop, there will be a stop?
There will be stop bar.
A stop bar?
Stop bar and a stop sign behind the walk.
Okay,
And a center line stripe.
Okay. And then will people be able to make left turns in and out of the
Correct.
driveway? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Ogle, did you have a question?
Yes, on the same thing, could you describe how high the retaining wall is if you're down on the creek trail, what it would look like?
Give me a sec, let me look at the drawings. Sorry. Can I come back to that with a better answer?
Commissioner Bourgeois, well, do you have a question?
Yeah, I do, and it's I'm still hung up on the trees here. So, I've said many times at these meetings, my preference is always that we have tree mitigations, we have replacement tree needs. I'd much rather see the replacement trees go on site than people paying a fee into the general tree fund for the town, which may or may not be used in the proximity of the impact. And so my preference is to have as much done on site as possible. I noticed in the response to comments to the EIR, one of the responses was that an option would be to do some invasive species removal and native revegetation along that segment of the trail as potential tree mitigation. And I was just wondering if that is something that was just a suggestion or something we could actually condition, because it sounds like if we're doing anything on this parcel, we're stuck with those tree impacts. So I would like to see if that's possible to put in as a condition.
That's possible to add as a condition, or as a performance standard.
Okay. Any other questions before we change topics on Maple Lane? Okay, Mr. Parsons.
I'll give a quick answer on this. A lot of the retaining wall is required to stabilize existing slope so that it's not actually going to be seen. There's places where it's going to be like a foot high, but it's going to be buried 3 feet because the top 3 feet are a little bit loose. There's other places where the wall gets up to 8 to 10 feet, and that is close to, it's just beyond, as you're driving from Main Street towards the project, it's just beyond the Ditto's junction where it gets high.
Commissioner Ogle, does that answer your question? Okay. Okay. Any other questions on this specific area? Okay. I actually do have, it's related to this, so I want to jump into traffic. And I don't know if, I'll let you decide if it's a question for you or the traffic consultants. There were 2 comments specific to actual Main Street and defining it as, actually, if the consultant can actually just explain, what is Main Street characterized as? Because we heard a description as a free-flowing street, and yet we all know that Main Street has several stop signs. And so when the traffic study was calculated, how was that designed, and what's the flow rate that's typical of two-way streets? I hope I'm asking that question correctly.
Good evening, Commissioners. Rich Haygood, TJCAM Transportation Consultants. Main Street, we do several kinds of calculations as part of the town's traffic analysis policy. We do the intersection analysis, and then we also do this roadway segment analysis that I think you're referring to, where it's characterized as a free-flowing street. In this case, for this study, that segment analysis is really just kind of an extra step that's not as valuable as the actual intersection analysis, looking at where we looked at the level of service delays at College Avenue and Main Street intersection and determined the level of service at that intersection, and also looked at the Maple Street approach to Main Street and that and at that intersection and determine the delay and level of service. So, and that, our findings were level of service B and level of service C in the PM with the project. So that's really what is the best indicator of the traffic conditions, the average traffic conditions for those peak hours. The extra segment analysis, there was a correction in the response to comments to what was in the draft EIR, and that also shows a level of service B using that free flow segment analysis, which is really not, for this particular section of Main Street, is not as good of a way of looking at it.
So the question, okay. Please, okay. Can you please not yell from the audience? Okay, I'm not a traffic engineer, so you're going to have to bear with me. The fact that it is so, first of all, when you did your traffic studies, did you look at the number of cars that would be leaving Maple Lane going both left and right?
Yes.
Okay, and the fact that you have an intersection, a three-way intersection stop sign so close, does that, I just can't figure out how it could not stop traffic when you have an intersection here, cars going here, people going there. I mean, people are coming at all directions, and so is it really safe to have such an intersection so close to another intersection?
In
A
this
layperson
case,
question like that.
In this case, Maple Lane, and as it really is a driveway, and it's similar to other driveways along Main Street that also may be in close proximity to all-way stop controls intersections like College Avenue.
Okay, please, no speaking from the audience. It's very disruptive, okay? Is there a number where it triggers, what's the threshold between being a driveway and a street?
It depends on the situation, the type of land use. But, you know, certainly, you know, if it's less than 100 trips in an hour, that's fairly low. But in this case, I would say that would be a high volume. Less than 50 trips, which I believe Maple Lane would still be at less than 50 trips during any hour, that would still be considered a driveway, in my opinion.
Okay. Commissioner O'Donnell.
We just follow up on that for a second. Again, I don't have to tell you I'm not a traffic engineer. It'll be obvious in a minute. But it's been my experience, nevertheless, that when you're dealing with traffic engineers and when you're dealing with towns and cities and you are putting in a shopping center or a store or whatever, they're very concerned about the number of driveways and the proximity of those driveways each to the other, and they don't like them. And I've had a number of those where they said you can't put that driveway in because there's a driveway too close. And I don't know of any situation where you've got a street so close to a driveway, which is, I guess, defined as an alley in these reports, that you're going to increase the traffic in that alley when it's a matter of a few feet from a significant intersection. Do you find that to be something you typically do?
Yes, but the spacing between Maple Lane and College Avenue for the volumes that we're talking about on Maple, that is not falling into what you're describing. It's not a situation that would not be considered a driveway that's too close to that intersection.
And the volume you're using to make that distinction is what? Traffic volume.
On Maple?
Yes, you said that because of the volume, anticipated volume on Maple, you wouldn't make the distinction I was looking for. And I'm wondering, what are you assuming?
There would be different degrees. I mean, the higher the volume is on the driveway, the further away you would be considering that distance between the driveway.
You gave me an answer, and that answer presumed that you had the facts to make the answer. So I'm wondering, what did you presume when you made the answer? What volume level did you use to give that answer?
The volumes that we're projecting on Maple, which is
are?
In the morning, there's projecting 30 vehicles exiting, and in the afternoon, 14 vehicles exiting.
Thank you.
The existing counts are 17 vehicles exiting in the morning and 7 vehicles exiting during the PM peak hour, exiting Maple Lane onto Main Street.
I hate to beat this, but are those figures because, I'm sorry, was I allowed to go past that? Didn't get permission, I'm sorry. Okay, are those figures based on some kind of a traffic count?
Yes.
And did the other vehicles leave via Ditto's Lane that are involved in this whole area? I mean, that sounds like pretty low to me, the numbers that were leaving Maple Lane.
I'm sorry, you can Article 36.
Mr. Yu, please do not speak out. I'm giving you a warning. Mr. Yu, please do not speak out. Okay. Mr. Yu, I'm giving you one more warning. Okay. Now, the question, Commissioner Talasfori, I'm sorry for the interruption. What was it?
Do you understand what I was asking?
I think you're asking if we did a count on Ditto's Lane, which exits to College Avenue.
Well, actually, the numbers you just gave Commissioner O'Donnell sounded light to me in view of the fact that there are apartments back there and the penthouse, which has a lot of cars, and I was just a little surprised at the number that was 14 that were leaving in the morning. I was wondering if the rest were leaving via Ditto's Lane. Is that, would that be correct?
It's 17 leaving in the
17,
morning.
whatever it was.
17 entering, leaving Maple Lane, turning onto Main Street in the
right.
morning. That's what we actually counted, the existing count
Okay.
at that location.
So then you didn't count anybody that was leaving on Ditto's. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Jensen and then Commissioner Ogle.
Mr. Haggett, I'm looking at your report that's attached to the draft EIR, and it's page 5, and it's table 1, and you're indicating that Main Street and College Avenue and Main Street and Maple Lane are currently operating at a level of service B. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then in table 4 on page 11, you're identifying background plus project conditions, and you say level of that project conditions will decrease that to level of service C, correct?
Correct.
Then in your conclusions on page 19, number 4, you say the study segment is expected to remain within the acceptable capacity limits at LOS-D.
Right.
So what is it? Is it LOS-B to LOS-D?
No, this LOSD, there's a correction that was made in the response to comments. That should be LOSB.
So you're saying it's not even C. It's based upon your application of traffic formulas and mathematic formulas. What you conclude based on your correction is that level of service at these intersections will remain at level B?
No. What point number 4 is talking about is this other concept of a segment analysis which really is without any stop controls. What we should look at that's a better way of looking at the intersections is the actual intersection peak hour analysis, which are the results you mentioned at the beginning, the level of service B in the morning, level of service C in the PM peak with the project. That's the best level of service result for this location.
Okay, and one last follow-up. Obviously, you can't project the actual number of cars that are going to come out from Ditto's Lane, Maples Lane, onto Main Street if a project is built. So what you're using to create these conclusions are accepted traffic mathematical formulas, is that right?
Yes, that's the whole purpose of our work, is we, based on data that's been collected at many locations for similar types of land uses, and in this case we looked at apartment land uses where there have been a lot of studies done of apartment sites, and it's the average rate of AM peak hour trips generated per unit, PM peak hour trips generated per unit. That's what we applied to this project site in 32 units to come up with the trip generation for the project, and then add those trips onto the existing and background volumes that we count at the intersections.
So not practical experience or data with the actual intersection for the projections, just mathematical formulas, right?
As is standard practice for these traffic studies throughout California and the nation, yes.
Mr. Parson, it looks like you want to supplement?
I'd just like to clarify that the approach taken using the ITE trip generation rates is required by the town's traffic policy. So he's doing what the town requires him to do in this. It's written policy. It's what we have to do.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification. My next question to follow up on that, that's projections, and when you were calculating your background so that we have our baseline information to start with, there have been some questions on the days and the times that you did your background information. So you used weekdays.
Yes.
And it was, I believe, June 8, it was on a Monday, Tuesday, June 8, 9, I believe, and then there's some information that school, it was commencement. Do you have any other days when you collected information? And did any of those days include a weekend when that portion is filled with bicyclists and pedestrians and people trying to park to get access onto the trail?
For this study, we did not, I don't think we counted on any other days other than Monday or Tuesday.
Mr. Yu, thank you for that. Mr. Parsons.
Yes, the traffic counts were taken on June 7th and 8th, and the last day of school was June 10th.
Okay. So June 7th, 8th, that was a weekday?
Yes.
But we have no weekend information?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner O'Donnell.
I'm going to try to make sense out of this, but my experience is, and I've lived in this town for about 40 years, when you are driving from, for example, from the coffee roasting or that area, and you're trying to go past the high school, I don't know, let's say 8 o'clock, 8:30 or whatever, it usually takes about 20 minutes to do that, because I live up that hill. So you're saying the amount of new traffic added to that traffic jam is not going to be significant. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
So you're not dealing with the fact that there is this continual traffic jam 4 times a day.
That's correct.
Oh, thank you.
Can I add something to that?
Mr. Parsons, yes.
His thresholds of significance, again, are defined by the town's traffic policy. You know, the level of service at the intersections and the drop of level of service is within the guidelines of the town's traffic policy. And so the issue of the high school traffic being what it is even with it there, the project is still having a less than significant impact on existing traffic. I know that it's tough to say, but by the town's traffic policy, that's what it is. And if, you know, if people want to change the traffic policy, then there's a process for that, but this isn't it.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Let me first say there's probably nobody I respect more than I respect you, so this is that. But I would say this, and this is sort of a question, I guess, to the town attorney. In dealing with the California Environmental Quality Act, and including the impacts, significant adverse impacts that may occur as a result of our project, if the people who have to make that recommendation do not believe the information supplied to them by the applicant, it seems to me one can reject that without having to argue about it. And if something appears to be so patently wrong, not being a professional engineer or other things in this report, so I guess I'm really asking, as long as the reasonable person, which I'm defining myself as at the moment, just doesn't buy it, I assume their obligation then is to act accordingly. So I'm asking for your advice on that.
On many projects, differing opinions are before this commission and ultimately council, and like any other project, it is in your discretion to accept opinions, ask questions, and either accept or reject the findings. When you have consultant reports and in the record under CEQA, the law does actually, in CEQA, give great deference to any opinions by a qualified or licensed engineer, historian, any type of expert. And under CEQA, if you, the rule, and I'll even ask our consultants to, from Geyer and Geyer, to talk a little bit more about the CEQA, but generally deference is given to a professional opinion under CEQA. We've had other matters where even if there's conflicting opinions, you still have to take that as a professional opinion and not, ultimately you can substitute your own independent judgment when you make a CEQA decision. But generally, when there is opinion testimony by professionals, you do have to consider that as true.
If word there is consider, or is that a non-rebuttable presumption?
It is a rebuttable presumption if there's something in the record. However, again, the ultimate test for a CEQA decision is your independent judgment.
Commissioner Jensen, and then Mr. Haygood, I will go back to you since it looks like you have a statement.
I don't really have a statement. I'm confused by what Ms. Pop just said, so I want to make sure I understand you. Firstly, I understood you to say that a professional report is due deference. However, our independent judgment with other evidence that we might have heard could temper our acceptance of that or temper the amount of deference we give it. You concluded by saying we have to believe that it's true. Deference is quite different than believing it's true. So which is the standard?
When there is uncontroverted expert opinion testimony by a licensed qualified professional, then CEQA requires you to consider that. And if there's nothing in the record that controverts that from another expert opinion, then you do have to consider that. You can't just discount that.
Commissioner Jensen, is this a follow-up?
Sorry, yes it is. Another expert opinion or comments to an EIR, testimony at public hearings, photographs, and submissions? Or would we have to have a separate professional statistical report? I think what I heard you say is that we could consider items that we've heard in the record, whether they be from a professional or not. But
So,
deference to the professional.
There has to be deference to the professional.
Okay, but deference only, not accepted as true, unless it's uncontroverted.
Unless it's uncontroverted by competent testimony in the record.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Bourgeois, you had a comment, and then Commissioner O'Donnell.
Commissioner Jensen got my question answered.
Okay, Commissioner O'Donnell.
we're going back and forth because I think this is a very important issue, because when we say competent, we have to make a judgment as to what is competent. So clearly, if you have written reports, as we do, submitted by professionals who I have no reason not to respect, and I do respect them, but because of other evidence we hear, which is perception of those who are on the scene at the time, have a background, and a reasonable person would attribute weight to that, and if in fact we live in this town and drive under those conditions and therefore have our own judgments, may we not give weight to something besides a written report submitted by a professional? What's your answer to that one?
As a recommending body, with respect to testimony or reports by an expert supporting a particular finding that a project's impacts will be insignificant or less than significant, that constitutes substantial evidence under CEQA for consideration. You may disregard expert testimony that lacks actual factual foundation. So if you determine that that information lacks factual foundation, then you can disregard that.
Judging factual, one, we know there in many cases are no facts. There are statistics which are gained by looking at a book. So we get to evaluate, I assume, facts versus facts.
Correct.
Mr. Haygood, you've been patient. You had a comment that you'd like to make?
If it pleases the chair, I'd be happy to try and explain some of why there's an apparent discrepancy between what people may experience and what was reported here in their traffic report.
I'm comfortable. Commissioners, does anyone need an explanation? If you do, just, okay. Go ahead.
We've done, in addition to what we analyzed based on the traffic counts, we've done a number of actual field observations over the last week with high school in full session, morning. This is out beyond the traffic report. It's additional information that I'm offering. What we observed morning peak, the high school peak starting from 2 o'clock and lasting until 6. We've done field observations on several days. And what we observed is during each of those peak periods, the AM, the high school dismissal time, and the PM peak, there are periods of 10 to 12 minutes, less than 15 minutes, where there are severe backups and long delays, long queues. We did observe that. That's for usually about 12 minutes, less than 15 minutes out of the hour. What this analysis is looking at is the peak hour as a whole and the average for that peak hour. And what we observed for the other 45 minutes of those observation periods, it was kind of a sporadic alteration where there would be occasional periods of maybe a minute or two where there would be backups of 6 or 7 vehicles. That would be a delay of 30 to 40 seconds on Main Street during those periods. And but that would be just for short periods of time. Then there would be periods of several minutes, up to 5 minutes, with very light traffic conditions. And even there were times during those peak periods, during the peak hour, the other 45 minutes, that there was no traffic on any approach at Main Street and College Avenue.
Okay. Just for clarification, so you conducted this study when?
We've been doing the observations over the last few weeks.
Have any of these observations been available for our own scrutiny?
This was backup information. We wanted to make sure that we understand from the comments from the public that there was questions about how could you be saying it's level service B or C based on what the conditions that the public observes on the street. And so to be prepared for this hearing and to try and respond to that, we made these observations.
Okay, I understand. Okay. Any questions, commissioners? Okay. Commissioner O'Donnell.
When you say for the last, I don't know whether it's a couple of weeks or a few weeks, but you can pin that down for me, how often do you do these studies?
It's mostly within the last week. Staff may have done some other observations as well. I've been here 3 times in the last week in the afternoons. We had another TJKM staff person here yesterday morning.
So one morning and 3 afternoons, is that what we're talking about?
That was our observations, yes.
Right, that's what you were testifying to, right?
Yes.
Your observations. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Commissioner Ogle?
Well, I was wondering, since we're hearing this, if we can possibly get a written report of this so that we can understand it a little better, because it sounds like it's new information that we haven't had before.
Is that possible?
I defer to staff if they...
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions for Mr. Haggett? Okay, thank you very much. So it sounds like we've answered questions on traffic. I'm just going to go through the bullet points that are in our commissioner packet on page 16, and let's just group them and let's just get all our questions all together. The first one that we skipped over was density. Are there any questions pertaining to density of any of our? And then we go to traffic. Oh, yes, Commissioner Ogle.
I guess I'm still struggling with how we got to 32 units. I know we had a long conversation about it before, but I still just don't quite understand who was the horse and who was the cart in this, and how that all came about. So I guess I'd just like to hear it explained one more time.
Okay, Mr. Paulson, will you be doing that, or would someone else like to try it again?
I'll try to take a stab at that. This project came about at the same time we were working on the housing element, and we were going through a very iterative process of looking at sites all throughout the town where we could accommodate the RHNA numbers, the regional needs, housing needs allocation. And on most sites, not dittos, but on most other sites, we would simply look at the gross acreage, we'd look at any constraints that were obvious, roads, drainage systems, things like that, and we would come up with what we thought was a reasonable density for those properties. Again, using the state's guidelines for what we should be planning for, which is 20 units per acre, and that's what the state guidelines are for a suburban community to be planning for. Ditto's Rome approached the town at the same time this was going on and started to do their own constraints analysis, and that's a typical process that you would use. When you look at a piece of land, the very first thing you do in a planning process is a constraints analysis to see what that property can accommodate in terms of environmental constraints, physical constraints, and things like that. Where that landed was 32 units. I believe that's what we're hearing was 32 units. That was submitted to the town, discussed. It was just a concept plan that was discussed. We saw that as a reasonable density because it's very close to that 20 units that we're trying to achieve, which the state is requiring us to try to achieve. And so we utilized that number, and we built that into the housing element. And I think it was mentioned here, and it's really important to remember that these are what we plan for. And if the Planning Commission determines and the council ultimately decides that it can't accommodate 32 units, that's the complete discretion of the Planning Commission and recommending capacity in the council and the decision-making capacity. What it means for the town is we will have to go elsewhere and look for additional locations. We try, because we are using redevelopment funds for this project, so we do try to retain that, use that within the redevelopment project area. And as Joel mentioned, there are very few sites, if any, available in the redevelopment project area. It's basically the downtown area. So if we go outside that area, we can. However, we won't get full. We have to prove to the state that we're using the redevelopment money to build affordable housing.
So we won't get full credit if we go outside our project area, because that's the area that where the redevelopment funds should be utilized. So that's how the 32 units, and Rome, I think, did a good job of explaining their thought process and what went into their thought process. It's a planning number. It's probably what you would call the capacity of the site. And again, I think the Planning Commission recognizes through the dialogue that's occurred with staff that you have discretion in this matter. And I think you, in looking towards some guidance, staff as well as Rome can provide that guidance if you want to look at that. So I hope that helps. Jane, I'm not sure, but.
Okay, Commissioner Telesfor?
Can you tell me what is the you keep talking about the area, the development area, the redevelopment area. What is that? Is it just the Ditto's Lane parcel, or is it elsewhere in the town? Or tell me, is it square feet?
Could you repeat that question? I was sidebarring for a moment.
You keep talking about the outside of the redevelopment area, and I want to know what that area is. Is it outside of the Ditto's Lane site? Is it outside of the main, tell me square feet, where is that?
I'll put the map up of from the actual redevelopment plan. It's challenging.
And while Mr. Paulson is preparing that, are there any other questions that Ms. Rooney can answer? Commissioner Bourgeois.
Yeah, I'm just curious, this is kind of a sequel question, but it's related to density. If this commission were to recommend that something less dense be developed, what happens to the EIR? I mean, the EIR has been focused on this number, and you know, we're proposing an alternative that perhaps, I'm just saying, if we propose an alternative that was not evaluated under the EIR, what happens to that CEQA analysis? Are we starting from square one?
No. Anytime you have, the CEQA document is, again, a public disclosure document of the impacts. It doesn't bind you to the project that's in that. If you were to change the project significantly, and I would say more in terms of increasing the density, then that may send us back to having to reanalyze the project. But if you're looking at scaling down the project, we look at the greatest impacts. We're looking at the greatest impacts. If you scale down the project, there are impacts. There are impacts to our housing goals for the community. There may be impacts in terms of how the site operates, as we've heard, that there's a threshold to where it's manageable from a management perspective. But from an environmental standpoint, if you were to downscale that, it would not send us back to the drawing board, unless you were to downscale it in a way that maybe changes the footprint, or you know, if you took off the, say, one of the stories but said we want to retain the units, so we're going to push the buildings out and make the footprints a little bit bigger. That could send it back to having to do subsequent environmental review. But if you were to downscale the project, it would most likely not necessitate additional environmental review.
Mr. Paulson, are you ready?
Yes. So this document is available on the town's website as the redevelopment plan. As I said, so the site, the Ditto's Lane site, is here in this location. It runs across Highway 17, back over towards Main Street, up around. It's this darker line, which is hard to see on the overhead, but I'm going to outline. It goes back out to 17, wraps up Highway 9, goes around some of the Alberto sites, up to Los Gatos Boulevard, and then up around the Loma Alta Johnson area, back down around above Cleveland in that general area, and then wraps back down to the site. So that's the parameters of the redevelopment area.
Okay, Commissioners, any other questions on density? Okay, so next, parking. Any questions that you have on parking? Commissioner O'Donnell.
If we have 32 units, I mean, there's some assumptions that were made in this, and I think I understand them, but if we could just go over one more time. The 32 units, obviously, if there were 2 cars per unit, we'd be in trouble. If there were 1.5 cars per unit, then we get into the question of guests. But I think we have 58 parking spots, if I recall that correctly, which is an exception to what we would normally require. Would you explain to me again why we should grant that exception?
So the town code, as you all know, for multifamily residential requires 1.5 parking spaces per unit. In addition to that, above the actual strict parameter, there is a provision that allows up to 1 visitor space at the discretion of the Planning Commission. There's a finding that can be made for that. We have looked at, again, ITE has both traffic and parking generation. We have looked at an additional site. We have other sites that were recently went through similar analysis, and that is Bay Tree, where they went, there are 56 units. They went ultimately to 98 spaces, many of which were tandem, as outlined in the staff report, and the ultimate performance standards of that were in the parking allocation plan was to limit the number of parking spaces for 2 bedrooms to 2 units and the number of parking spaces for 1 bedroom to 1 units. And as the applicant explained earlier, they explained their proposal for monitoring and maintaining that development. So looking at both existing projects, there's other projects around town that currently don't meet even the 1.5 units. We look at that, and then we try to bring in information based on another existing project, actual traffic counts, which have been disputed. They went out and recounted them, which was further disputed. If you took, I think at one of the first hearings, one of the speakers said, you know, he thought there was capacity out there for 50 parking spaces. Assuming all 50 of those were full at the peak hour, adding that to the 138, that's still parked less than the proposed project. I believe it's 1.75 or 1.53, where we're at 1.81. So the rationale is that you have the discretion, again, to say that it is or it isn't enough parking, and that can be part of your recommendation.
You recall the Bay Tree was a fairly controversial project, and it was for the conversion, as I recall, to the condominiums. And I don't know if that's, I suppose the map was filed, but I don't believe any are being sold. I also remember the neighbors all testifying that there were a lot of cars parked on the street, and it was a real problem. Nevertheless, we did that. So relying on that experience, we're saying we ought to do it again, right?
I'm saying that as an informational purposes, that was done on a past project, and the commission can either allow that for this project or not. I make a recommendation that the parking be increased.
Thank you. And that was not directed to your job, so I'm trying to understand all this, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Commissioner Erickson, you had a question?
Let me be sure, because we'll come back to this undoubtedly. I want to be sure I'm getting the math right. So, because we'll have to deal with the issue of making a recommendation about reducing the parking below 1 per unit for guests. So, effectively, there are 58 parking spaces. There are 49 that are assigned to the units and 9 left for guests. No, there's 49 assigned to units, I believe, and 9 left for guests. Right.
Correct.
So that would be a ratio, if 9 divided by 32 units is then a ratio of 0.28 per unit, if my math is correct. So what the proposal is, I just want to be sure I'm understanding this right, is reducing going from the potential maximum of 1 per unit to 0.28 per unit.
And the actual number is 0.31. We're parking at 1.81, so theoretically, but if you take the difference between the 1 extra tandem that will be allocated to a single bedroom unit, I think you probably do get down to that 0.28 that you're speaking to.
Yeah, I mean, if I understand how Rome is proposing to manage the project, they're going to assign those and assign those to units, so there would effectively be only 9 left. But correct. Whether it's 0.28 or 0.31 is maybe not materially different.
Okay. Any other questions? Commissioner O'Donnell?
my recollection was different, so I want to make sure I'm probably wrong. I thought there were 7 guest parking spots and 2 spots which were used to back cars out because of the tandem parking. So it's really 9 plus 2?
The shuffle spaces aren't included in the 58 parking space total.
They are included?
Are not.
Oh, are they included in the 9?
No, they're not.
Okay, so there's extra 2 then. Good. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'm going down. Any other questions? Okay, we're moving to access improvements, and I actually do have a question of staff. There was comment about fire access for College Terrace and the inability for fire trucks to get to College Terrace once the development as proposed would be built. Your comments on that, is that true? And if it is true, what is the alternative route for fire access?
I believe the question was relating to a fire access assessment from County Fire, and the request was to add a performance standard to the plan development ordinance, which we could support that if that's a recommendation of the Planning Commission.
Okay. Any other questions on that? And then I believe in the beginning, before we opened public testimony, we had a lot of discussion on height, setbacks. Any questions on noise, privacy? We had Commissioner O'Donnell.
I was concerned about the height because 3 stories is, well, when we've considered other projects in the town, 3 stories is usually a little higher than we get. For example, the Swanson site, as I recall, there was some kickback on how high those residential units were at least once proposed. Here we're talking about 3 stories, including a garage underneath, at least as to many of those units. And as I understand it, I guess it's Block A has a semi-submerged garage that goes back into the hillside. And the height of that 3-story building is how high?
The height is 38. The maximum height for both Building A and Building B is 38 feet as reflected on the plans.
Okay. Commissioner Erickson.
Policy CD21 of the community design element of the general plan says that when the building setbacks shall increase as mass and height increase. So neither the analysis didn't comment on why one didn't consider increasing the setbacks in this particular case, nor did the proposal suggest that. So I just would want to understand why one didn't decide that was a reasonable thing to do in this particular situation.
It's a function of the site planning. There could be setbacks, and you've seen this going back to, I believe it was the Gateway Drive proposal, where the second floor, they started stepping that back. That option was not considered. However, in some of the alternatives, there is, for Building B specifically, one of the alternatives is to remove the 4 third-story units on the College Terrace side, which would in effect step that back on the 3rd floor under the 30-foot height limit.
Mr. Paulson, Commissioner O'Donnell, could you?
I know you've got a lot going on, but when you get a moment, I'd like to ask you a question. You explained that, and I just missed part of it. You're saying 4 units in B? Would you just run through that again? I missed it.
Sure. I was explaining one of the alternatives in the reduced density alternatives that were analyzed in the EIR, proposed to remove the 4 third-story units facing College Terrace. Currently, they're double loaded, so there's units facing the parking area and units facing College Terrace. So removing those third-story units would drop the height down so that the setback, when you got to the higher level, would be set back further than the standard setback, which they meet the setback on that side.
Would that have any impact on it would have any impact then on the number of units?
It would. It reduces 4 units.
Oh,
So it's a combination. It reduces the density and also gets a little bit towards what Mr. Erickson was asking about in relation to this specific policy.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ogle?
And just a question, could you, because I can't find it right off the bat, could you remind me what the reason was that alternative was it because it would not reach the 32-unit housing number?
I will have to take a look as well. I will get back to you on that.
Meanwhile, any other questions? Oh, Ms. Bailey.
While Mr. Paulson is looking up the information, I'll add something in regards to Mr. Erickson's comment about exceptions. The policy you're referring to in the general plan, that's not a code requirement, so that isn't actually an exception in terms of something that needs to be granted, but it is something in the general plan which we strive to meet where possible, but we do not have to make a finding for an exception on that.
Okay. Okay, so it sounds like the question's been answered. Commissioner Telesport?
Yeah, I was just wondering, was there any other type of option that could have been explored about providing parking on site that, I mean, I'm going to just throw this out there, that could have taken some of the, made a separate garage area, I mean, not even a garage area, but a parking area that maybe one part of it could have been below grade as well as, at grade? Was anything like that explored at all?
I think that, as Rome said in their testimony, they explored a product that had podium parking, which is below-grade parking and units above it. However, it was more dense than that. For the current proposal, no, we did not consider a parking structure in addition to where the buildings are currently located.
So there was no other options for reducing height or?
There are options for reducing height.
Besides the 4, removing the 4?
We could put a flat roof on it, and you have the mechanical equipment above, behind a parapet. We looked at the potential of reducing plate heights for those. The challenge is, and I'm probably not the right one to speak to this, the architect really is, but once you get down in those lower heights, you really have the living areas at 9, but once you get in the hallways, you have to bring them down to run all the mechanical equipment, and so the livability of the units decreases.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, so I'm just going to briefly go down and let's do just a catch to this. Setbacks, noise, privacy, tree removal, architecture, tenant selection. Commissioner Bourgeois.
I have an architecture question. I believe one of the mitigations for the cultural resources was to reuse the stone on the remaining historic stone walls and incorporate that into the design. And I couldn't figure out how that was happening, so if I could just explain that to me.
That is a mitigation measure, and that's something that was going to be further explored. If the applicant has any additional information on thoughts that they've looked at to date regarding that specific mitigation measure, I'd invite them.
Okay, so I didn't miss it, it just wasn't in there.
Correct.
Okay.
Real quick to the applicant, do you have a response to that?
I know there's been some discussion amongst the team about trying to reuse some, especially that stone wall, that beautiful stone wall that's out there, as site walls, and as well as trying to use that on the proposed the gateway, at the head of the trail out at Main Street there for the retaining walls, to try to incorporate that into the design somewhere.
Thank you.
Could I ask for clarification what you mean by a site wall?
I guess the big garden walls, retaining walls. I'm not the landscape architect, so I don't have that information really.
Okay.
We look
along the backside of the building A, and on the end of building B, adjacent to the hillside, there is retaining wall and site wall there that will be built.
Okay.
So to use the existing.
So the retaining wall.
Yes.
Along the backside.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Telesport.
This is about architecture?
Okay.
To somebody over there. Thank you. You talk about that you I think you said tuck the Building A into the hillside. But when I look at that, it looks like you've almost ignored the general sloping of that area. And I'm just curious as to reduce some of the massing and the scale of 3 stories. Was any thought at all explored about really, hugging that, maybe pushing units back so that it doesn't create such a wall when you're into the, when you're in the area? In other words, actually articulating the building, not just presenting it as walls like a barrack. Does that make any sense? Right now, it just stands tall, proud from the hillside. I wanted to know if any options were explored where you could have, moved it back or moved 1 or 2 units back. And you could have done that maybe by using 1 unit and 2 unit bedrooms. I mean, you could have done a little variety. Sausalito comes to mind, the way sometimes those units are hugging the wall.
So in reference to Building A, the first building, the longest building,
Yeah.
When we laid that building out, we were really trying to work within the existing retaining portions of the hillside there as to not affect the hillside much further. So we were able to set back the building as far as possible without having to disrupt much of the existing hillside. But are you making reference?
Well, I'm looking at
Go ahead.
the 3rd floor.
Yeah, right. I think the real challenge here, as we looked at it, is we're looking at the existing grade that was there, trying to fit this into the hillside, knowing that you needed to live off of both sides of the building. As you move that back towards the hill, any of those units, you're now chasing it up the hill in order to get light and ventilation and access off that side. So all we'd really be doing is pushing the building up the hill in order to get that step. So it's kind of a weighing of the 2 results there.
Mr. Paulson, did you have something you wanted to include?
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Erickson?
Where are you going down the list?
To basically, it looks like questions are waiting, so I'm taking any questions before we just open it up now for discussion.
This is really a question for the town attorney. And so my question is, when we think about the general plan and its applicability to this, in the staff report, this item number 2 under recommendation says, find the zone change is consistent with the general plan. And in the conclusion, it says the development is consistent with the redevelopment plan, the general plan, et cetera. So are we, when we're considering the general plan, are we considering only that the zone change is consistent with the general plan, or are we considering whether the development itself is consistent with the general plan? Am I being, because it would seem like to me if the question is that the zone change is consistent with the general plan, I would think about it one way, and I wouldn't put the community design elements in, et cetera, because then I'm just judging whether or not there's some conditions on the site that need to have a planned development overlay, basically, because that's the nature of the zone change. But if I'm considering whether the development is consistent with the general plan, then a whole series of other things come into consideration.
You have to, in order to make the findings for the plan development, you have to make the finding that the zone change is consistent with the general plan. And generally, like all projects, you have to find the project consistent with the general plan, and in this case, the redevelopment plan.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner Erickson?
I think so, but when we begin to make comments, it'll be clear whether I understood or not.
Actually, this is a good segue because now we're talking about findings, and usually when we talk about findings, we also start talking about comments, our thoughts on the issue. So if you have questions, feel free, but I'm also going to open it out now to questions, comments, basically anything leading us to eventual motion. Commissioner Jensen.
Thank you, Chair Sayak. It's 11:15. This is our third meeting, and we've been at this for quite some time. So I'm going to make a motion so that any comments or questions are directed towards something that's actually on the table, whether my fellow commissioners agree with it or not. So I'm going to go down for anyone that wants to follow. On page 17, I guess this is our original staff report for tonight. There are numbers which indicate what the Planning Commission is supposed to find or what we are supposed to do. So I'm going to go through and address those. And before I do that, I'd just like to thank everyone involved, staff, applicants, commissioners, members of the community. Your comments have been almost uniformly polite, respectful, and very articulate. You have done a lot of work on this, and we have listened, and you've been very impressive, and you're still here now, so we appreciate that. So thank you. So if you'll have some patience while I go through this, hopefully I will address everything.
Commissioner Jensen, before you do that, because I suspect there will be some questions, and you are right, we're at 11:18. The meeting is technically going until 11:30, so I do need a motion to extend the meeting beyond 11:30. Can we just get that out of the way?
So moved.
Do I have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Would you like to set a time limit, or let's just go with it? Okay. So let's hear the motion.
Okay. The first item, and I said I was going to go in order, but I'm actually going to skip over it for reasons that are going to become obvious, is that we recommend that the EIR be certified. I'm going to come back to that. The second item is that we find that the zone change is consistent with the general plan. And Commissioner Erickson asked, well, does that mean we're only looking at the zone change from 5 to 12, or are we looking at overall consistency with the general plan? Well, the recommended or the requested zone change drives density, it drives height, it drives access, it drives parking, it drives everything that we are considering. So the two cannot be considered in isolation. And as real estate people say, location, location, location. To me, access, 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 because to get there, you are going to impact all kinds of things that are in a way that is inconsistent with the general plan. I appreciate Mr. Lazelle's comment, he's not here anymore, but about no vehicles, because if you look at the site in isolation, it makes sense to have high-density housing there. It's next to apartments, it's next to condominiums, it's next to a freeway. However, no one can get there. So if you airdrop them in, it would be fine. But that's not going to happen, and no one's going to populate it without a vehicle, which means that the roads has to be widened. So I'm going to go through just an order of how the general plan is structured in elements that many of you have cited. So I apologize if I'm saying something that you've said. Find that the zone change is consistent with the general plan. It is not. The land use element, and I'm sorry I have to read some. LU-1 indicates that we are to preserve, promote, and protect the existing small town character and quality of life within Los Gatos. That's an important one, and I'll come back to it later. As I know many of you have said, and in my informal polling or just discussion, that trailhead in that location is one of the things that defines the small town character of Los Gatos. And as I'll point out later in my motion, one of the things that the general plan wants us to develop are informal gathering spots where people can come together. Well, we don't have to develop one because we have one. And this project, whether you develop a new staging area with bollards or pavers, you have destroyed what the community has adopted as a heart of the community. And when you do a cost-benefit analysis, which we need to do in evaluating any project, in my mind, and based upon all the evidence we have before us, the cost of the project in destroying that area, and I think it will destroy it actually, is not outweighed by the benefit of affordable housing. And I agree with what everyone has said. And I've served a long time in the General Plan Committee. I worked on the housing element. I understand the regional housing needs assessment. I understand the affordable housing overlay zones, which we haven't written yet. I understand that the state mandates that we prove in our housing element that we can accommodate affordable housing. And so in our housing element, we designated certain properties and assumed the greatest possible development, but we never decided that that's what had to be there, and we never decided that that was the best way to develop something. So it's not mandated, at least in my mind, having worked on the general plan, by what's in the general plan or designations of property. So LU-1 sort of defines the whole thing, and I'm going to go briefly through LU policy LU 1.3 to preserve existing trees. Mr. Schiff, if you're still here, yes, I do. I am going to address that. Natural vegetation, natural topography, which would be severely impacted by the removal or proposed removal of 55 trees. Essentially the denuding of the hillside where you go down to the trail with an 8 to 10 foot retaining wall. And once you do that, you might as well run on the freeway because you've destroyed the tree canopy, and the thing that makes the trail attractive is that people want to go out into a wooded, quiet area. And if now what you have is no trees, a 2-lane road, parking lot, and a retaining wall, the reason to go there has evaporated. Goal LU4 is to provide well-planned, careful growth that reflects the town's existing character and infrastructure. This does not. The infrastructure can't support it, or we wouldn't need to widen the road. Policy LU 4.3, only approve projects for which public costs can be justified by the overall benefit to the community. I've talked about what I think the cost of this project is. Policy LU 4.5 is an interesting one because it indicates that we are to discourage corridor lots. I think that this eventually ends up being a corridor lot. We're putting 32 units at the end of a driveway. Goal LU-10 is to preserve downtown Los Gatos as the historic center of the town while maintaining the existing town identity, environment, and commercial viability. If you negatively impact that gathering place, which people have pointed out in testimony, is packed to the rafters on the weekend, and also is used by the photograph of the lacrosse team. And I also live on a street that lacrosse team run on and carry their sticks with no sidewalks and no lighting. You are destroying that character, and you are destroying the commercial viability of some of those businesses which depend on those people that use the trail. Moving on to community design element. The introduction indicates that Los Gatos is defined by its beautiful natural setting in the Santa Cruz Mountains, which is integrated into the town's fabric through its views of forested hillsides, mature trees, and creekside trails. Here we have a creekside trail. Lisa Tooley did indicate that that was important to her, and she cited that as well in our public testimony. Goal CD-4, to preserve existing trees, natural vegetation, and natural topography. 55 trees are proposed to be removed, and an 8 to 10 foot retaining wall is proposed to replace them. Policy CD 4.1 indicates that we should preserve the town's distinctive and unique environment by preserving and maintaining natural topography, native vegetation, and by mitigating and reversing the harmful effects of traffic, congestion, pollution, and environmental degradation on the town's urban landscape. The overwhelming testimony has been that the proposed project will, in fact, do the reverse. The traffic element of the general plan. And I'm going to go at this by saying I respect the traffic consultant. I know that our town has mandated that we look at ITE Trip Generation Manual, 8th edition, to find formulas. Ms. Propp indicated that we were to give deference to that report unless we found that it lacked actual factual foundation. And we also heard that we should refer to the traffic impact policy, which is Resolution 1991-174, which says that the deciding body may approve a project with a traffic impact of 5 to 19 additional AM or PM peak hour trips only if it is determined that the benefits of the project to the town outweigh the impact of increased traffic. And we would have to make findings that we thought that that was true. I think the overwhelming public testimony is that that is not true. I also note that in paragraph 5 of the traffic impact policy that there are several sources we could use for statistical analysis: the Institute of Transportation Engineers, ITE, San Diego Association of Governments, California Department of Transportation, other municipalities such as the City of San Jose. So we're not only stuck with the ITE per our policy. Let's see. Traffic goal TRA-3 indicates that the town should prevent and mitigate traffic impacts from new development. I know that there's mitigation plans that are contained in the draft EIR, but we're certainly not preventing any by doing this. TRA 3.4 says new projects shall not cause the level of service for any sections to drop more than one level if it's level A, B, or C, and in no case shall it drop below D if it's already there. The traffic engineer said tonight that the indication in the conclusions was incorrect, that it wasn't dropping to level D. It was just dropping to level C. I think given the nature of that intersection, how close it is to College, how many people use it, I think any level drop in service would be unacceptable. TRA 3.6 indicates pedestrian and bicycle safety shall not be compromised to improve or maintain the level of service at an intersection. By widening the road and putting stop signs and bollards, you are impacting, we would be impacting pedestrian and bicycle safety. TRA 5-3, limit widening of non-arterial streets to that which accommodates safety improvements and bicycle pedestrian improvements rather than widening to increase capacity for through traffic. The only reason this road is being widened is to increase capacity for through traffic to get people to the proposal. Open space parks and recreation element. The introduction indicates that these areas enhance the character of the town, helping to create a unique and pleasant atmosphere for town residents and visitors. That's true. OSP-5 indicates that the town should create and maintain open space areas and parks that enhance and blend into existing natural habitats, residential neighborhoods, and other town features, which that trailhead does. Policy OSP-5.3, which I cited earlier, indicates that we should encourage the development of informal gathering spaces for local residents and visitors in appropriate locations throughout the town. There is an informal gathering space already here. It's in an appropriate location, and this proposal would compromise it out of existence. OSP-7.1 says that we should preserve and enhance Los Gatos Creek and the Los Gatos Creek Trail as open space amenities. We would not be doing that. OSP 7.1 says we should restore Los Gatos Creek to a more natural state, removing concrete channelization where feasible. I know this isn't talking about putting in a concrete channel, but it is talking about destroying what is kind of a natural state in the trees as you look at it up to the existing parking lot, and is denuding that hillside. Environmental and sustainability element, and this is where we come to the trees. The proposal indicates that 55 ordinance-sized trees are to be removed to widen the road. And there are different ratings for trees that are to be removed. High is it's a healthy tree, it's a good size. Moderate is it requires frequent care, but it's fine. Low, it's predisposed to irreparable health. So I went through and counted the trees to be removed and the impacted trees, and 25 of the trees slated for removal are rated high to moderate. And the Tree Preservation Ordinance, Section 29.100990, contains standards of review in assessing whether or not to remove a tree. Number 3 indicates that the removal of a tree will not result in a density of trees or tree cover that is inconsistent with the neighborhood. Removal of 55 trees is absolutely inconsistent with the neighborhood. Number 8 says removal of the protected trees will not result in a substantial adverse change in the site's aesthetic and biological significance, the topography of the land, and the effect of the removal of the tree on erosion, soil retention, or diversion, or increased flow of surface waters. So what this proposal is indicating that it wants to do is remove 55 trees, widen the road to create asphalt, which is going to require a retaining wall, and denude a hillside, which I'm not a scientist, but I can't believe that that's not a retention problem. In addition to those items with respect to the Tree Protection Ordinance itself, Policy ENV 1.1 indicates that the town should preserve trees that are protected under the town's Tree Protection Ordinance, as well as other native heritage, and specimen trees. So we will be violating that policy. Moving on to the noise element. The EIR Appendix 1 Traffic Noise Assessment Study on page 14 says, quote, the noise exposure in the common space between the parking strip and the shoulder of the westerly slope will exceed the limits of the noise element standards, unquote. That's in violation of Goal NOI-1 to ensure that noise from new development and new land uses does not adversely affect neighboring land uses. NOI 1.2, the town shall maintain the noise ordinance standards. Goal NOI-7, the town shall actively enforce noise standards. So that's actually going through the elements, at least that I've found and cited, with respect to inconsistency with the general plan.
Okay, Commissioner Jensen.
Am I going too fast?
You're extremely thorough.
I am. I'm sorry. Well, yeah, I think it was.
So what I'd like to do, because I see you have a big book. No, I'd like to see first. Let's go through this and see if we can. There's 9 findings that we need to make. You just made one specific to the zone change.
Okay, I promise I'll go fast.
Hold on. I want to see if I have at least one other person in agreement on the zone change before we move forward.
Let me ask you a question. Because so far I agree with everything I've heard. The only thing I personally don't agree with, and I'd be happy to stand out there by myself on that one, and that's recommend that the EIR be certified. I
didn't do that. I skipped over it.
So the only thing that we've discussed so far is the zone change. It would not be consistent with general plan.
That's fine.
All I need is to see that there's someone that would agree with that, and then we could continue.
I would agree.
Okay. So Commissioner Jensen?
So Madam Chair, if you just are patient with me, rather than trying to seek consensus, I'll talk faster, and I'll go through, and I'll get an entire motion, I promise.
Okay.
Commissioner O'Donnell, I'm also going to skip recommendation of approval of the mitigation monitoring plan, which I think will become pretty obvious why I'm doing that. Find that the proposed development is consistent with the town's housing element. I think that it is, because the housing element has designated this property for affordable housing, and it is part of the satisfaction of our regional housing needs assessment. It's important to note that the town, I believe its regional housing needs assessment is in excess of 500 units. So we did not meet our regional housing needs assessment in our last housing element. Odds are we're not going to meet it here. if, based upon other town policy, 32 units don't go to Ditto's Lane, that's regrettable because we do need need affordable housing, but I just don't think this project is the right way to do it. We need to find that less than one visitor parking space is adequate. I think we've had testimony and indication that both anecdotal and by other testimony that may well be inadequate. Commissioner O'Donnell pointed out that the Bay Tree is quite different. It's senior housing converted to condominiums. We also have a report from our parking consultant, which was basing some of its parking conclusions on parking counts at Riviera Terrace, which we heard at our last meeting, our study session, where they had missed 25 spaces. So I don't think we can rely on that. I'm going to find that that's a reason not to defer to the expert, and I don't think that there's a basis to reduce guest parking, especially given the traffic conditions and parking conditions that we saw evidence of on College Avenue and that we all know exist on East Main over the bridge where this is proposed. Find that the proposed work is consistent with the redevelopment plan. It is to the extent that the redevelopment plan defines an area that is redevelopment and that this proposed project is in it and it's residential, that's consistent. That's about, I think, all we need to do. Finally, we need to find that the proposed community benefit outweighs the traffic impact. It does not. There is a community benefit policy that the town adopted after it adopted the traffic impact policy that I read from earlier, which really addresses, well, if a project needs to have a benefit, what can they offer us? And it's directed towards monetary benefits. And I don't think it's particularly helpful in this case where I think we need to look at a community benefit as most people think of it as, is this beneficial to the quality of life and the character of Los Gatos? And I don't think, based upon what we've heard about what this project would do and how it's inconsistent with the general plan, that we could find that there is a community benefit that outweighs the traffic impacts. Find that the proposed work is consistent with the applicable provisions of the guidelines and standards for land use near streams. We don't really have a proposal for that. I saw in the EIR that they were going to be working on a proposal and that would be included in a mitigated monitoring plan. And I assume that if a project was approved, that they would comply with whatever was put in the mitigated monitoring plan. So I can't really say that anything that they do would be consistent or inconsistent. It's hard to make a finding there. So in conclusion, going back to the start of the Los Gatos General Plan, it begins with a vision. And the vision that it states is what makes Los Gatos special is its small town atmosphere, strong sense of place, varied architecture, reminders of the past, traditions, a unique physical setting that incorporates, and I'm skipping out some of them, that incorporates a network of beautiful, well-maintained parks and safe, accessible trails. It indicates that in order to preserve this vision, that extreme care is used in approving all new development applications. The impacts of new development are evaluated in light of the development's overall benefit to the community. In addition, the benefit of a new development is measured against the ability of the proposed development to harmonize with existing development while minimizing impacts on existing residential neighborhoods and infrastructure. This proposed project does not do that. That same section indicates that the town can preserve community values and vision by, among other things, consistent and resolute enforcement of the general plan, specific plans, and the town code. So, if we as a body want to consistently enforce the general plan, specific plans, and the town code, I think that if the Planning Commission were to recommend approval of this project tonight, it would be deliberately going in contravention of those particular town code specific plans and town code ordinances. And it would be destroying something that those policies are designed to preserve, and that is the unique small-town character of Los Gatos, and in this case, one of what somebody said tonight, and I apologize, I can't remember who, one of the hearts, if not the heart, of our community. So my motion is that we recommend denial. And so since that is my motion, I am not going to reach recommending certification or lack of certification of the EIR or the mitigation monitoring plan.
Okay, commissioners, so we have a motion on there. Just to summarize it, I'm going to do the exact opposite. I'm going to go through the numbers and just remind everyone what it is. So number 1, EIR, no. 2, zone change, no. 3, EIR, the mitigation monitoring plan would be a no. Housing element, yes. Visitor parking space, no. The redevelopment plan would be yes. Community benefit, no. And then no specific findings on guidelines and standards for land use near streams. Do I have a second? Commissioner O'Donnell. Okay. Now, we have a motion on the floor, and I think it's very useful to start with that. I'd like to hear comments. If you feel like there are things that in principle you support, or perhaps changes you would like to make, we can ask that of the motion maker as well as the second. Let's start with that. So, would anyone like comments? Commissioner Bourgeois.
I'd like to ask a clarification of the maker of the motion. Denial as opposed to sending it back for changes to the density, changes to the parking. I'm just curious your thoughts on why the denial and why not giving us another crack at looking at it.
I'll tell you why. We are not the ultimate deciding body. The town council is the deciding body. I think we would simply extend a process that may end up in the same place, and I think it's more beneficial to everyone to get the matter before the body that has the power to actually make a decision. Hence my recommendation for denial. If the town council thought it was appropriate to recommend changes, then that would be fine. I just would rather get the project in front of the ultimate decider.
And I'd like to insert something real quick. Just a reminder, it is a recommendation to council, and as similar to what we have, they will receive verbatim minutes of everything that has been under discussion. And so if it goes forward with the recommendation, either yes or no, state all the reasons why you are in support or are against. I think that would probably be the most efficient way, so that should it move forward, at least those in the minority as well as the majority have the reasons on record for their support or the reasons why they don't. Okay, Commissioner O'Donnell.
I just wanted to say my second should not be construed from my point of view to be contrary to what Commissioner Bourgeois is asking. In other words, I am not, by seconding his motion, saying affordable housing should not go there. I'm just saying, as proposed with the density and the design, very frankly, and some of those issues, which you can't evaluate till you know what the council is going to do. But if the council, for example, said 32 is too high, but we'd go for pick a number, then that will let you know whether it has to be redesigned and whatever, and we could consider it then. But I don't mean to suggest that we don't need affordable housing, and I don't mean to suggest that we shouldn't put affordable housing there. I just think this particular project is too much.
Commissioner Telesforth and Commissioner Erickson.
Right. So the one thing that I do know is that, yes, the town council is a deciding body on this. But as far as the design for it and the architecture and all of that, I think it was going to be sent to the DRC. Is that correct? The design review body. So is that correct?
Correct.
Yes. So I would like to put into the motion, or would that be a recommendation? I'm not sure where I put it. Is that a recommendation or a condition?
You can make a recommendation to the maker of the motion and
maker of the motion that it come back to the Planning Commission for architecture and site review.
Commissioner Jensen?
If you mean by that if the town council were to recommend either approval or a change, ultimately Would I say it should come back to us for review of that? Yes, but my motion is to deny it. So I could put that in there as a contingency. Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Thank you.
And Commissioner O'Donnell as the second. Do you have?
I don't understand that to be an amendment to the motion. Maybe I missed that. Was that an amendment to the motion?
I think it's just really a clarification of what would happen as a result of an anticipated council action. And I think what Commissioner Talascore is saying, well, if the council gets to a point where there's still a project there and they want to think about a design, she wants it to come to the Planning Commission, not to DRC.
I think I understand that. What I'm really asking you is, do you consider that to be a proposed amendment to your motion, or rather a sense of the commissioner or some of the commissioners?
I'm just accepting it for purposes of clarifying for Commissioner Talascore. Since my motion is for denial, personally, I wouldn't reach it. But if that makes Commissioner Talascore feel more comfortable, if there's an action of the town council, then yes.
Okay. So Commissioner O'Donnell, it sounds like it is an amendment.
I would not. I find that to be not logically part of the motion. I don't disagree with Commissioner Talascore, but I think if you make a motion to deny, or not make a motion, if you make a recommendation, which is essentially denial, we all know that, the council may say, well, let's do the whole thing, let's do some of the thing else. And I think we could also say, we think it would be wise if you do that, to send it back to us. But I will tell you, if they were, for example, were to approve 32, I don't think we have to worry about it.
Okay. Okay, then if I'm going to lose my second, then sorry, Commissioner Talascore.
Okay.
I'll make it one of my recommendations. It's all right.
Okay, Mr. Paulson, or is it Ms. Pop?
The motion doesn't need to be modified. That will be recorded and reflected as direction, so we'll move on from there.
Okay. Commissioner Talascore, so you've made that. Any other questions to the Commissioner Bourgeois?
Yeah, this is a follow-up to my earlier question, and a lot of your motion, which I agree with and I'm going to support, but a lot of it's centered around the removal of the trees for the entryway, and it seems like the motion would almost preclude any development on that site, because no matter what we do, whether we do 2 units or 32 units, there may need to be some improvement to that road. So I just want to understand the implications, if this does come back to us, of your position on the motion.
Commissioner Jensen?
Well, I don't think I'm the one to. I don't think I'm the person to decide what the development implications of that are. All I'm doing is going through the general plan and the tree protection ordinance and indicating that with this particular proposal, with the access that is proposed and the tree removal that is proposed, I find that that is inconsistent with the general plan. Whether someone ultimately decides that that is going to severely limit development of the property, I don't think that's up to us. I'm just making the finding on that.
Okay. And just Commissioner Bourgeois, does that clarify it? Okay. Commissioner Erickson and then Commissioner O'Donnell.
Commissioner Bourgeois just asked my question.
Okay. Commissioner O'Donnell.
I just, again, want to say, because we're expressing, I realize that the motion followed to its logical, I can't say extreme, to just follow logically. You can say, well, you can't do anything there because Mr. Parsons has already told us if you go do almost anything there, you got to widen that road. So I think I believe the motion doesn't get to that issue. So if, for example, the council were to say put X number of units there less than 32, I don't think I don't read this motion to prejudge what we feel about that, because we don't know what they're going to do. In other words, if they came back and said, let's put 16 units in, you'd still have to widen that road, and it would have all the deleterious effects we've been worried about. Would I vote against that? I don't think we have to make that decision. First place, I don't get to vote, but we don't have to get there. What we're saying is we don't like what you put before us for these reasons, and so I think we don't have to go there.
Any other questions? Any comments to the motion? Commissioner Bushwell?
Well, I think it would be beneficial for council if we all kind of stated what our main concerns are. I think it's probably going to be similar concerns down the row here, but I'm going to support the motion. My main concerns are the concerns we heard repeatedly from the neighbors: density, traffic, parking. Density, traffic, parking. That's what we heard over and over again. And I think reduction in the density is going to help alleviate the traffic. It's going to help alleviate the parking. It's going to address the heights. It's going to address the setbacks. So I think density is the core issue for me. I think this commission, this town council has always been supportive of affordable housing. It's a primary goal of the town. This is not what this is about. It's about the site that's before us and the restrictions on that site. I think we would all love to see, I think in an ideal world, this is a great location for a high-density project. This is a great location for affordable housing, but access and traffic just preclude this number of units in my mind. So that's my main issue.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ogle?
Yes, I'm going to support the motion as well, and actually Commissioner Bourgeois pretty much said what I would have said too. I do continue to be concerned about the circular reasoning of how we got to the 32 units, and I'm concerned that as other projects come up, we're going to be faced with the same issue because there were numbers in the general plan that reflected some of the housing needs. So I think that's going to come up to us again and again. And I'm very concerned about the traffic in that area. I didn't even know there was a road there until this came forward, and I walked past that every day for 10 years. So I think it's something that really needs to be relooked at and downsized significantly. Thank you.
Commissioner O'Donnell, would you like to add more comments to your second?
One comment. I agree with everything that's been said, and so I'm not going to say it again. But the one thing that has not been said is that I think the location of Maple to College is a real problem. And I also believe that, and it's not before us, but right now, if you came down Ditto's, you probably would drive right through the penthouse parking lot and go out on College. Now, realize that's not before us, but that's a real-world problem, and we're going to put up bollards or whatever the heck we're going to do. But I think that particular part of the access problem, I'm not comfortable that it's been adequately addressed. I understand all the numbers and everything else, but I've driven by that place for 40 years, and I'm sorry, but it doesn't track my experience, and I kind of pay attention to my experience.
Commissioner Telesfor?
Just to tap onto that, the other thing about the whole Maple Lane is that it's not a street, it's a driveway, but we're treating it like a street, two ways, and that just boggles my mind. So I'm having it's an awkward situation, and I'm really uncomfortable with that. That being said, I do have to address the architecture and the site of this, of course. Projects like this can either be resisted or welcomed by a community. And I think that this could either be an asset to our neighborhood, or your neighborhood, my neighborhood, or not. And more than anything, I think the difference has been in the design and the siting. When I look at the elevations of this project, I was struck by the fact that it looked like a box canyon of structure. What I know about box canyons is that they're not in particularly held in high esteem, that they're usually an accident. Telluride is a box canyon. Well, that wasn't planned that way. It was, or it wasn't. They just started building houses. But I think the idea here is let's not repeat that. And we can see the issues with access for emergency vehicles, and now I'm very concerned about College Terrace and those residents and how that is integrated with this development. In fact, it's not integrated, is it? I'm really disappointed that anyone would think to put 3 stories there. It boggles my mind. So to me, it's not good design. So it failed that for our criteria that we judge sites and architecture by. What I realized, though, and it's not a hidden secret probably, but obviously the design was driven by the density, and that's what this is about. And so that's one comment. The other comments are, I thought that we had oversight to this proposal by the town architect, and he had some very good suggestions, and many of them were, rather rejected. And I would like to see that we pay more attention to that. That's the treatment of the garages, the trellages. He suggested to put harmonious colors on the different sections if this design stays the way it is, to give some articulation and relief for the people that live there, and also to create a sense of individuality. I live in that section and it looks different than the one next to me. We want to make this a place where people can thrive. Let's see, where else are my notes? I have so many notes. And you're right, that honestly, the residents really came out. I was really, thank you. I think that's all I'll say. And everything else everybody else said, I don't need to repeat it, but I think that's my main issues. Thanks.
Commissioner Erickson?
I'll be supporting the motion, although I would have cited other elements of the other policies and goals in the general plan that I don't feel that the proposed development is consistent with. I am a little troubled about the fact that we're sending forward findings in our recommendation that fundamentally, if I understand correctly, would preclude the development of the property with any more than 2 units, because we'll never be able to get access to it unless the town can acquire other property that would allow a different access in that way, because if I understand what's right. So that troubles me a bit. My concern, without repeating what everyone else said, is another concern which no one else has mentioned. Seems like to me the density of the project, which I see drives everything else as other people, will create an intensity in the project which will have an impact on the quality of life of the people who live there. Don't want to speak to its impact on the people in the neighborhood. And it seems like to me that cuts to the heart of an issue that would be important to me, and cuts to the heart of the small town character and part of the vision in a different way. A small town, a place like Los Gatos, which has a small town character, in a traditional small town, and we record this in our general plan, welcomes and includes and provides housing and accommodations for a diversity of people in the community. So we need to provide affordable housing, but when we do that, we need to respect the people who would live in that affordable housing area and provide them with a density and intensity that gives them the opportunity to have a quality of life which is consistent with everyone else. I don't believe the density of this would I think the density would lead to an intensity which would not provide the quality of life for the residents living there, not even commenting on the impact it might have on the other neighbors. And it seemed to me that's why I fundamentally couldn't support it.
And I'll just, before I give my own comments, I just need clarification again. This is going to go forward with a denial, and should the town council decide they would like some kind of a project to move forward, and it gets sent back to us, the fact that we have said that the zone change would be inconsistent and identify the removal of the trees, does that hinder the process should it be sent back to us? Because the big concern I'm having is if we say no development can occur beyond 2 homes, I don't want to lock myself in, because I do think a project, not 32 units, but a project is worthy of being built at this site. So I just want to make sure that I'm not limiting myself with any further action.
I just want to clarify that in no way was my motion intended to limit development on the site to no more than 2 units. All I'm doing is citing elements of the general plan that I'm finding are inconsistent with the proposed project before us. I'm not prejudging anything that may come back to us.
I understand that. I just want further reassurance.
If the council does send us back for a redesign, there will be specific directions. So your conclusions that you made tonight will not impact a future decision on this.
Okay, so based on what has just been given by our staff, I will support the motion. As indicated by my question, my preference probably would have been a redesign. I do think that affordable housing at that site, I agree, 32 units, the project as is not consistent with the general plan. I don't know what the right number is, and so when this does move forward, I would hope that the underlying design standards that we normally ask of an applicant, such as height, setbacks, traffic, parking, all those would be followed so that the appropriate density could be met. In this case, it sounded like 32 was met, and then we filled in the blanks. Instead, I'd like, when this comes back to us, all the parameters that we normally ask of an applicant be the framework, and then begin a design based on that. So, with that said, any further comments before I call the question? Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Jensen, a second by Commissioner O'Donnell. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay. The motion passes unanimously, 7-0. And do we have appeal rates? No, this is a recommendation. Okay, it is midnight. It is the next day. Thank you for your patience. Okay, and then the commissioners, before I release you, there are just some administrative things. Is there nothing, Commissioner Matters? Okay, this meeting's adjourned.